Hello, C-Town
Hello.
ladies, man.
Hello, Markus. Thank you so
Welcome,
much for
brother.
tuning in. I really appreciate this. This has been something that's probably should have been done a while ago, but we're doing it now. So,
Well, you know what they say. It's better late than never,
yes,
especially if
exactly.
there's war about.
Yep.
No. First and foremost, let me get a little spiel in. I want to say thank you to every single one of you who are here today. Not only the people in my stream, but most importantly, the C-Town community. Right? This is a big deal, and this is a moment that we're going to make matter because it's not just as simple as an apology. Okay, we're getting an explanation. And I think that is what this situation needs more than anything else. So for those of you who came in with an open mind and possibly an open heart, I really hope by the end of this, we have a better understanding of your situation, their complaints, and ultimately a call for peace at the very end. Does that sound fair?
That's exactly the whole point of this. Yes, exactly.
I love it.
Yep.
I love it. So C-Town ladies, man, the man accused, the man who has been up to quite a bit of Battlefront 2 drama. You're here to tell a story.
I
can't think of anybody better than you to tell it, man. So please share what you have to say.
I think it's more than just a story. It is like an entire like saga of events that have led up to today's date of the upload of this podcast. Where should I start? Because we gotta go back more than 2 months.
I say at the beginning.
So I guess we'll just kind of start with like my whole streaming career, just to give you guys a brief overview of how I'm like in Battlefront in the first place. So, COVID hit in 2020. I was already playing Battlefront just on my PlayStation, offline, no streaming, just kind of bing chilling, doing my own thing. And I said to myself, okay, pandemic, ain't got nothing better to do. Let's go live and see what happens, see where it takes me. You know, I'm going to play the video games anyways, right? So I pretty much stuck to console for the rest of that year. And then I met Director Chronic, who was already kind of well invested into Battlefront as a streamer at that point by the time I met him.
Yeah, Director Chronic, he is at the time, he was a streamer of Battlefront 2.
Yes, correct.
And so you're telling me you met him before you actually started playing Battlefront?
No, I met him after I got Battlefront and played
Roger.
it. Yeah. So I met him at very, very early into my streaming career. He was already, you know, I think close to a year by the time I met him. So a few months later, the game is free on PC. Okay. I scoop up the game for free, obviously. I mean, why not? And then I make a slow transition fully over to PC. And now for the rest of 2021 up until now, I, you know, invested myself into the game in between class and work. And my channel essentially just got built up from there. You know, back then the Garrison community, you know, all of us played Battlefront, all of us rated each other, we all played it together, etc., etc. So the game just became the backbone of my channel, and I've played other games on stream, obviously. It's just, but Battlefront has always generated the most growth in terms of my channel's performance. So
how would you describe yourself as a gamer? Like what type of when you were playing Battlefront, what was your shtick, right?
Right.
Like how were you on stream? How were you in the game? Like how were you playing the game?
So back in the PlayStation days, just kind of played it casually, didn't really go for anything impressive, didn't really try to do anything unique or whatever. When I went over
still streaming.
Yes. When I went over to PC, that's when I got invested with running mods, cosmetic mods on stream.
Yep.
And I'm sure I know you've seen some of them, you know, like the chicken over BB-8 and Bananakin. You know, I'm a sucker for just, you know, cursed meme mods or whatever, and that's one of the things I mainly focused on.
So hold on one real quick. So for clarity, a mod. So for those who don't know, right, a mod is essentially a modification to a video game, right? Because we will actually bring up mods later,
yes,
but not for right now. But essentially, a mod is a way that's in the game you have Anakin Skywalker. Just picture Anakin. A mod would turn Anakin Skywalker into, we'll just say, do you have a good example of a character?
A giant banana.
So he would have he would be a banana, right? So it's a visual mod. That is not considered hacking, cheating.
No.
That is the only thing it affects is C-Town's view of the game.
Yes, exactly.
Correct?
It does not change any gameplay related.
Yeah. It's very common.
Code. Yes.
Right. So I wanted to clarify what that was. So at the time, I mean, you're just doing something that's perfectly acceptable to the community.
Yeah. And Markus, before we continue, a couple people are saying that you're a little blurry on my end. I don't know if.
Oh no.
You look okay on Discord.
Of our internet. You look. I mean, you always look good. What can I say?
Hey, yo.
But, in terms of pixelation, country internet is unfortunately.
I gotcha. Oh yeah, that's right. Because we do see the other night when we were talking. Okay.
Yeah. Oh, that's because 20,000 people in Colorado lost internet. So overnight for 12 plus hours.
Damn.
Really is unfortunate.
Yeah. So.
Sorry.
Yeah. Anyways. So anyways.
Tell them look through the pixels.
Yeah. So one of the things, like I said earlier, is I'm trying to, run as many and also keep up to date with mods in Battlefront as much as I could up until now, because that was essentially the backbone of the PC community on Battlefront. Is a new mod comes out for a new character. For instance, when the Mandalorian show started, people were making mods of those characters from that show. So, I would try to kind of, for advertisement purposes, try to keep up to date with, okay, next stream I'm going to run all these new mods that just came out, and then people are going to come and see them on stream. So that's one of the things I would...
Did you create mods or just use mods?
So for the most part, I've just used them. I did kind of make my own. It's very, very difficult to just get started and learn. There's a lot to learn, especially with Battlefront, because you have to use like this bootleg third-party software to get it to work, so it's not necessarily designed to,
Okay.
Yeah. So I've made some like simple UI ones. I have made a couple character ones recently. They're not finished yet because it just takes so much work and so much time to do it. So anyways, there was that, and then I'd say from a competitive standpoint, I'm also heavily invested in that. I am going.
In like what?
In
tournaments
in terms of like skill, in terms of what the viewers are seeing. I want the viewers to show up and see this guy running some insanely awesome or, dank meme mods, but also at the same time showing exceptional, gameplay performance. That's pretty much the two main things.
So you set a high standard for your content.
Yes, exactly. Yes, the standard was high. As soon as I, came to realize, hey, my channel's doing pretty decent on Battlefront, and all I got to do is play the game and run mods, So,
what were your numbers around this time when you
in like early 21?
Right, oh, right on.
Okay, early 21. I'd say at least double digits on average.
All right.
So like pretty much when I went to that switch to PC, the numbers went up a little bit, is what I noticed.
Gotcha. One thing that has been accused is the way that you played the game has been considered toxic.
Okay.
So I noticed when you were saying you were competitive, could you elaborate more on how you were being competitive?
Yeah, so I think there's been some instances, and I'm not outright doing it every single game and like, every chance I get, but there's been some instances where people are concerned that I'm just raging my ass off at my teammates, or just yelling at like whoever's in front of my face, essentially, and that's not necessarily true. So we've had stream snipers come in. So part of the problem with this community is we've had some stream snipers come in, and I'm such a competitive guy. I'm like, oh well, fuck these guys. I want to beat them. I really want them to lose, and also ban them, and also just make them not want to show up again. All that put together. And
absolutely,
to my dismay, and I have sent out multiple personal apologies for this to a lot of individuals, but to my dismay, I have vented a little bit of my anger towards people on my team because we failed to defeat said stream snipers. So
when did that start?
That started way into it. It did not start out right away. So let's
stream sniping, didn't it?
Yeah. So let's back up a little bit and go back.
Agreed. I want to back up a little.
Yeah. Let's go back to 2021 because we're still in that year still. Okay.
Yep,
so
you're killing it with numbers. You're proud of your growth. You're doing mods now. Keep going.
Yep. So I would say by that summer, is when I probably became very well known in the Battlefront community. And that was also what I'm going to refer to as the last good year of the game. So early that year, the game is free on Epic Games. Everyone on PC can scoop it up for free. There were a lot of people playing it back then because of that. It had a very healthy, saturated player base in all the game modes and lobbies. Now, when people, who never played the game before, or people that came from console like me, come to find out, oh my God, there are hackers everywhere in this game. It's up the ass. I mean, it is just, there's people flying around the map just one-tapping you. I mean, Marcus, it's the Wild West. It's insane.
No way.
Oh yeah.
Okay. And I didn't realize it was that bad.
Oh yeah, and we'll get into a little more because it's gotten even worse than that since then.
So it wasn't hackery, and then all of a sudden it just happened.
Because what happened back in 2020 is the developers did one final content update for the game and then just pulled the parachute and dipped out, essentially.
And they moved on.
Yeah, exactly. And they traded Battlefront for shitty BF 2042. I'm sure you're fully aware of that success.
What a great success that was.
Yeah.
Man, good job.
Yep. Exactly.
Okay, so turn to the Wild West, but you're still playing.
Exactly. Everyone's still playing for the most part, and especially in the Garrison community. So Chronic is still streaming the game on the regular. But towards the end of that year, you do start to notice him kind of branch out a little bit, especially the Dead by Daylight. And also by then, multiple people have already left the game. Mr. Boba Fett, High Jedi, Ruthless Night Sister, a lot of interconnected people in that circle are now just out of the game. And that means their viewers...
Those streamers or just...
Yeah, there are other streamers, yes.
Okay, gotcha.
And that means their viewers are also out of the game, too. So you see a max exodus by the end of that year. So pretty much by the time 2022 starts, the only people left playing the game are like the diehards like me, staying loyal to the end. And
the band on the Titanic.
Exactly. Yeah, exactly. I'm going down with the ship, essentially. Part of that problem is that there's less people, I think, to sort of act as like a natural barrier to people that want to play the game and be toxic and hack and, grief others and whatever, ratio-wise, it's a lot smaller than it was earlier that year, right?
You have sharks with much fewer fish to eat from.
Yep. Exactly. So
because the fish are just people who want to play.
Right. Yep.
Right. The sharks are the people who want to make it so other people can't play. Those are the stream snipers. Those are the hackers, right?
Yep.
Like those are the people who are just there for chaos.
Yep. Exactly. So one of the positives of that, though, I did notice that a lot of Chronic's viewers, other people's viewers, actually started to become regulars in my channel because I'm still streaming the game and they still love the game. So I kind of inherited, I think, a lot of people that used to solely stick with Chronic. So since Chronic and his people sort of just dipped out of the game, it was a minor positive for me. But at a very, very hefty cost. So now we'll get into 2022.
Okay. 2022 comes.
So 2022 is when things really started to change. So I got a raid from one of my most awesomest streamer friends. No offense, Marcus, but
hey, you're not taking it all.
You're up there with him too. But this guy was a Battlefront streamer.
He has more hair, doesn't he?
Yeah. So I got raided last year by one of my most bestest Battlefront 2 streamer friends, Kovak Live.
And
I was absolutely hammered out of my mind during that stream, and he raided me, and it was a great time, and we became best friends. One of his community members ended up following me, and he ended up being such a great community member, I promoted him to moderator.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. And, he was there every stream. He was playing with me. He was subscribing. He was, he was just one of those viewers where it's like he's a joy to have, while you're live, right? Yes, exactly.
Yeah, I love that.
So hopefully we can find this information out today, but this individual went from one of my best and most trusted moderators to now banned and highly responsible for a lot of what's happened since then.
Not Kovak. We're talking about
not Kovak. No, Kovak.
That individual. Okay.
No,
all right.
No, Kovak is great. Yeah.
Okay. Tell us about it. How did that happen?
Yeah, so this individual's name, I think a lot of people in my community know him already, but this individual's name is known as Gigi Source. He like I said, he used to be a moderator on my channel. Great person. And one day, like I said, we are still, to this day, we are not sure exactly why, but one day he just kind of decided to just choose violence after he woke up that day.
Really?
Yeah, it's just really weird. So, I don't mind if people want to, bust my balls a little bit and stream snipe me. Oh, haha, whatever. But
yeah,
he did that a couple times.
If it's done with love.
Just to be funny, and I get that. Other people have done it to me too. But he started to do it where it's to the point where it's unplayable for me because
oh my gosh,
I'm over here getting spawn trapped. I can't do anything. I spawn in, he's in my face, and I'm like already half damaged. So it's like, yeah. So
let me just real quick. So stream sniper, it's pretty self-explanatory.
Yep.
But again, so essentially what a stream sniper is while we're playing video games, obviously you can see what we're doing. That is an amazing advantage to have.
Huge advantage.
So
huge.
What people do when it's malicious is they'll use that to their advantage to essentially, like C-Town just said, make the game unplayable, right? Make it so that no matter what you're doing, they know where you are and they kill you. Make it so you can't win the game. They disrupt the natural flow of what the game is supposed to do by using your stream as a way of essentially cheating. It is against terms of service. It is bannable. Like it is stream sniping. I hate stream snipers.
Yep.
Like I got no love at all. Now there's good stream snipers. They're the ones that like, they don't do things that disrupt the game. They don't help
like
anybody.
Sometimes they just want to be on camera,
Yeah, they might like teabag and spin around and let you kill them.
Yeah,
right?
exactly.
They're not there to do anything malicious. So ultimately, like that is, I just wanted for anybody who's not really plugged into streaming to have an understanding on like, there's good and bad versions of this. And it sounds like that community member, Gigi Soros, started being like toxic. Was he still talking to you? Like, did he just disappear one day or how did that evolve?
So that's the thing. It's just like one day I wake up and then he just goes from 0 to 100 and just automatically. I don't get it. I didn't say anything to him.
Like the stream before. Do you remember the stream before? Like the last time you spoke before.
The last time like he like didn't do that. It's been a long time, but I can tell you back then I was not yelling at my teammates. I was not, doing anything that would set him off to sort of justify a push for that kind of behavior. So
okay.
So
now
we're
the
pretty
first
much
time he stream sniped.
Yeah, so
we're about the first time it was toxic.
Yes, so now we're pretty much entering the summer of 2022 is kind of when this really started to pick off. And I tried negative reinforcement because I told him to stop and he wouldn't stop, okay? So I took away his mod badge. I took away his sword, okay?
I
didn't ban him. I just said, hey, you're not acting mature enough to be a moderator on my channel. I have a very, very high standard of, professionalism if you want to be part of my community, be part of my channel. And moderators, I mean, I think everyone watching would agree, moderators should not be people that are trying to be toxic to the streamer.
No,
in a bad
moderators
way.
help.
Yes.
They help the streamer. That's their whole job.
Yes.
It's you support, man. So that's a great place to start.
Yep. So I tried negative reinforcement and didn't work. So then I took away his VIP badge. It still didn't work.
So then he did it once, lost mod, did it again, and then VIP's gone.
Yep, now VIP's gone. Okay. But at the same time, which is really weird, Marcus, he's still subbing, he's still dropping bits every now and then, he's still there every stream just watching. Yeah. Like I said, it's just
while he stream sniped toxically, were you in ever conversation with him? Be like, what are you doing? Like, did you?
I tried the reason with him. Yeah, like.
And did he ever give an answer?
No.
Just didn't respond. No response.
Nothing.
No kidding.
I'm telling you, this guy is a mystery, man. You can't read him.
Interesting.
It's like,
okay.
Yeah.
So it's just the toxicity is increasing. VIP's gone, and then sorry, I missed. You said what happened after he did it again after VIP being gone.
So I was just saying that at the same time he's still subbing, he's still dropping bits, he's still watching my channel and stuff like that. And it's like, what am I supposed to do in the situation? Like, at one point of view, okay, this guy's toxic, I should ban him right here and now, all right? But the other thing is like, well, this guy's supporting my channel too at the same time. It's like, It's like he's handcuffing me here. I can't do nothing, So
yeah.
So pretty much by the end of the summer, he now has recruited people to his cause. Okay?
Okay.
So now it's not just him. At first, he was doing it all by himself. Now he's slowly building a crew up here. Okay?
Yeah. Hold on. Before we move on, I really want to talk more about how you guys were interacting during this. Like, before the war was declared, like you said, he's subbing, you said he's doing bits. What was the conversations like? Like, hey, man, thanks for the sub. Or were you like, hey, thanks for the sub, but what are you doing? Right? Like,
exactly. Yeah. Like, hey, I would still acknowledge, like, hey, thank you for the sub. I'm not saying, hey, get out of here with your, no, I'm not, doing that.
Okay.
I'm still thanking you. Like, okay. Like, if these banned people, I've had banned people come in and drop bits and on their alts, and I'm like, I mean, thanks for the bits, but bye,
Yeah.
But yeah, I still thanked him and everything and acknowledged it.
But no explanation ever was given as to why he's doing it.
No.
Wow. Okay.
And still to this day, we have not received a clear answer.
Have you received any conversations from him?
What do you mean by conversations? Like,
well, I guess to me, what's being described is like a void of interaction. I want to know more about, like, for example, he stream sniped you, pissed you off, and then dropped bits. Like, are these wordless messages, or is he communicating?
Oh, he's not using bits for TTS. No, he's just dropping the bits.
Okay.
Yeah.
And then, but no messages.
Very minimal. Maybe like an
what
LOL
were the minimal
or like
messages
like
that's but nothing. Just no conversation.
It's just like
so
no
you
like
his entertainment.
Yeah.
Okay. Sorry. It's
like I said,
it's
weird.
Interesting behavior.
It's
weird. So weird.
Yeah.
Yeah. All right. So now he's recruiting people. How did you know that it was escalating?
So the dynamics of how Battlefront works, I know you don't play it. So
I don't.
Yeah. And I don't recommend.
So, I tried when it first released, man. Those loot boxes. Oh, no.
Man.
Anyway,
actually, I'll say this real quick because I think I already told you the other night, but I have not seen the community rage this much on a situation in regards to the game since those loot boxes.
Wow.
So
I believe it.
Yeah.
Way to shake the earth, C-Town.
I know. It's crazy. So what was I going to say? So
the recruiting of people. How did you know it was escalating?
So
how Battlefront 2 works.
Yeah, so the way Battlefront 2 works is the main game mode that I play is heroes versus villains. So you play as all the main characters in Star Wars, heroes, light side versus dark side. And that's where you see a lot of the mods get created for this game anyway. So chances are any given day, if someone creates a mod for the game, it's most likely going to be a character that's a hero character. Yeah. But there's still plenty of trooper modes and, other whatever as well mods. So anyways, heroes versus villains. It's 4 people versus 4 people, okay? So 4 people on my team, 4 people on the other team, right?
Yep.
The way the lobbies work, and I still don't understand it, but somehow he managed to gain a squad of people to sort of manipulate themselves on the other team that I'm up against nearly every time I'm in a lobby.
Wow. So is Garrett, you were just seeing the same 4 names every game?
Yes.
Wow. Okay.
And apparently people have been telling me that, like, the way the game is coded, if you have a full stack with you, the game is going to send you against other full stacks. But the problem that I see with that is I looked at Steam charts the other day, and this is only data from people that have the game through Steam. You still have to account for Epic Games and EA itself. On any given day on Battlefront, there's at least 1,000+ people playing just from the Steam version. So are you telling me, out of thousands of people, you are getting into my lobby guaranteed almost every single time?
Hey, that makes sense.
Yeah.
Were those names showing up anywhere else? Like, were you starting to receive anything in chat at these times?
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
Just in game?
Yep.
Okay.
So what we think is GG Saurus joined a Caps Discord server, and what Caps is like an organized competitive 4v4 matchup in Battlefront. So like 8 people would get on a Discord call, and they'd like try to get into the same lobby as each other, then like have a little 4v4. Okay, whatever, right? So we think that the people, that environment in that Discord server corrupted him. And he decided to come after me and whiff them. You know what I'm saying?
Okay.
That's our theory. We still don't know for sure, though, but that's our theory.
That's the best you got.
That's the best we have. Yes.
Man.
So over the course of the remainder of that year, more and more people started joining, and I kept banning more and more people for coming to my chat to be toxic, and come to find out they're in my game, you know, stream sniping the shit out of me. So
how are they being toxic? So now the toxicity in the chat, what are they saying?
So BF2 has game chat in the I'm sure you've seen it before in the upper right hand corner. So you can type type your gamer words or like whatever.
Okay.
So yeah, I have a separate scene just to cover it, just in case, you know, and it's happened before.
Smart. That's smart.
Yeah,
I get you.
So you know, they make it very, very obvious. So I'm in a game. Everything's normal. I don't do anything to sort of that would justify setting someone off. I'm not teabagging. I'm not, you know, shooting their dead body, you know, whatever. And then I get killed by, you know, somebody, and then they're doing that to me, and then they're referencing in game chat on the game of what I'm saying on stream. It's like, dude, it's a no-brainer.
Wow.
You know?
Wow, that's very obvious.
Yeah. And then they would come to my Twitch chat and then, you know, drop some, hey, like, oh, you suck, like, oh, you know, get rolled, you know, blah, blah, blah. And it's like, okay, well, easy ban right there. And on any other video game out there, I think it would be safe to say, all right, probably won't see them again in another lobby. You know, whatever, right? But no.
One off.
It's exactly. It was not a one-off. So essentially what is happening here is that my ban list is pretty much grouping together at this point by the end of 2022. I'm telling you, Marcus, it's like there's an army being raised against me. Like,
that's impressive.
And some of these individuals that joined this stream sniping crew, some of them are definitely hacking. Some of them are subtle hacking, which means if you're like low on health, they'll like switch on their aimbot real quick to finish you off. And you know,
I gotcha.
And then some of them use like insane exploits against me as well. There's this one exploit,
like in-game exploit.
Yes, in-game exploit. There's this one exploit with Finn, which is the most infamous one. And yeah, I've done it before too to counter them, but they get mad at me for trying to counter them, but then they use it against me, and they already have a stream sniping advantage. So basically, with Finn, I'm sure you know Star Wars, right? Like,
yeah.
So
then
Finn,
the bad Star Wars.
Yeah,
he was the comedic relief.
So Finn has an ability that can boost his teammates around him. He gives them a temporary ability recharge and like a little bit of health and damage reduction if you stay near him. So there's an exploit to abuse that and make it permanent.
Oh.
And Battlefront failed the battle. Yeah, as long as Finn doesn't die, your team's basically invincible and unstoppable. Yeah.
Wow.
So Battlefront 2 devs failed to fix that, and that is like one of the most insane OP bugs I've ever seen in a video game. So let me put it to you this way. So you have a 4-stack on the other team. I sometimes have a 4-stack, or sometimes I'm with total randos. Okay? They're all in Discord together. They're all stream sniping me. They got me on their other monitor. Okay? They're activating this Finn glitch against me. It's like, what am I supposed to do?
Yeah,
and I'm handcuffed to that all stream.
Yeah, because like you said, it was basically every game.
Yep,
they were getting in.
Yep.
Wow.
And I tried.
Okay, so this.
Yeah, sorry. So
that's my next question.
Tried.
What did you try?
I tried everything, Marcus. Absolutely everything you could think of. So I tried, but just backing out and just getting another lobby, right? And then as soon as I get another lobby, they're right there in my face in 2 seconds again. Wow. And it's like, how are they doing this? You know? And like I said, the player base
Were you
numbers.
Reporting them?
EA ain't gonna do nothing.
They did to you.
Well, that's because Reddit got involved. Okay.
Well, hold on. We'll get there eventually. But I'm just saying. So you never reported them for doing this to you?
I mean, there's hackers all over this game, and
you
report them, and nothing happens to them. So it's like if they're not banning hackers, they're not gonna ban people for stream sniping. You know. It's true. Like,
but I would say, in a world of at least doing that, because how long was this happening, right? So
months.
You said that happened essentially for the rest of the year.
Yeah, months and months and months.
You were dealing with this? Wow.
I mean,
That's
at this
crazy,
point,
man.
it's been pretty close to a year when I've been dealing with this.
Wow.
So, yeah.
All right. So keep going.
Yeah, so I tried backing out. I tried, like, hiding my game screen until the game started. That way they wouldn't know what map I'm on and they can't, figure it out until it's too late because the game already started, right?
Yeah.
I tried. There was a mod for Battlefront that changed every single name of every single map you went on to your mom. So, so if you saw me on your friends list or just on my Battlefront profile, it would say that C-Town is playing Heroes versus Villains on your mom.
On your mom. Yep. That's
and I tried
to
use that as a deterrent, so they couldn't figure out, and it still didn't work.
If anything, now you've offended their mothers.
I probably at this point. So yeah,
Okay.
I tried everything. I mean, at this point, like, the only thing to not like be a victim is this just not play the game. I mean, what else is there to do, right? Like, what am I gonna do? I tried changing game modes. They would follow me to other game modes. These guys would follow me to the most unpopular game modes on the game. There's this game mode called Ewok Hunt, and the game is...
Oh, no.
Oh, yeah.
Not the Ewoks. Oh.
Yep.
I mean, I didn't like that one. That wasn't my favorite.
The game is purposely, like, really dark from the Stormtrooper point of view, and you're forced to stay in first person. Your flashlight has, like, a limited battery. And you have to run around.
God.
You have to run around Endor and, like, survive the Ewoks. And, like, that game is fun, like, a couple rounds, but I can't play that for 7 hours straight,
for
right?
Sure.
And they would follow me there to that game
Man.
mode. It's like, I tried Starfighter Assault, which is probably one of the most unpopular game modes in that game. It's had very few content updates. It's essentially dead. Yeah. And they'd follow me to that game mode. It's like, how are they enjoying this? The game mode is just dog shit. Like,
You are the game. You are the game at that point.
Pretty much, yeah. Wow. So, like I said, I ran out of things to try that year. Okay.
And then, so what was I imagine that changed the feel of your streams quite a bit.
For sure.
So you started chill. Where are you now? What's the energy like in your streams?
So the energy is definitely different. So I think, I kind of got a little over my head about sort of the mentality of, like, beating them, even though I'm at a huge disadvantage. Because I thought it would deter them. Oh, well, what's the point of stream sniping C-Town if he just beats us, But that theory didn't, play out very well. And there were plenty of times where we definitely did beat them. We annihilated them sometimes. Some of these guys are terrible at the game. Like, but I noticed as time went on, for whatever reason, their damage got higher and higher and higher. Their ability to get into my lobbies was near perfect as time went on. And at the same time, I'm getting more aggravated. I'm yelling at my teammates, even though I don't mean it, because I'm just mad at the situation. Yeah. And it's like, what can you do besides not play the game? So finally banned.
Was there a peak?
Yeah, we'll get to the peak in a second.
Okay, all right, go ahead.
So finally banned Gigasaurus in December of 22.
Whoa, he wasn't banned yet?
He kept subbing.
Be honest, was it only because he was giving you money?
Yeah.
Man, do you regret that decision?
And he wasn't being toxic in chat. He was just being toxic in the game. So it's like, it's a really gray area, I know.
Yeah. Did you ever come close before that time?
Yes, many times.
What stopped you? What stopped you?
Just the kindness of my heart. I don't want to ban anybody unless I absolutely have no choice.
Because were there like timeouts and?
Oh yeah, I timed him out. You know.
I feel you.
Like I said, I tried negative reinforcement and it did not work.
So you finally banned him in December.
Yes.
Okay.
So after the new year, channel is, getting pretty close to its peak. 6 months ago, we are now in a span of a year, we have gone to barely double digits on average to like 30 plus.
That's amazing, man.
Yeah, on average viewers. And that's from me just grinding away in between class and work, running the latest and greatest mods, trying to just build myself in the Battlefront community,
Yeah.
So
did the subreddit exist yet? I know we're getting to that, but I'm just curious.
Yeah, that Battlefront subreddit's been around for like years. It's
okay. Yeah. So while this is all happening, the subreddit is also chattering.
Yeah.
No, I mean your subreddit, like about you.
Oh,
Has
no,
that thread happened? Okay.
No.
All right.
Yeah, I don't think my name was ever mentioned on Reddit before April 2nd.
So this is just that tiny group of C-Town haters.
Yes, exactly.
The army of C-Town.
Yeah.
All right.
And, you know, like I said, their numbers are getting more and more numerous. And 6 months ago, I mean, we probably had well over a dozen people. So Marcus, you know how I said it's a 4v4 in HVV?
Yes.
Heroes versus Villains?
Heroes versus Villains. I'm trying to remember what
HVV,
it stood for. Heroes versus Villains. Yeah.
So there were more people that wanted to come fuck with me than there were slots available in the game.
So it was your team and their team?
No, I couldn't even get teammates because what they would do was they'd get 4 people on the other team, right? And then they put 3 on my team, and the 3 of them on my team would purposely throw the game so I lose no matter what.
And did you have proof of this?
Oh, absolutely. It's on. They did it to me last stream this past Sunday. I got all kinds of proof.
And the proof is the names, right? You're recognizing these names.
Yes.
Wow. The boldness of it.
Yep. They don't care.
Report these
they
people.
Do not care. There's no shame.
The barest minimum at least once.
Yep.
Wow. So they're just out in the broad daylight, just mugging you.
Yep.
Okay. Wow. Okay. Wow.
It's crazy.
Wow. So go on.
So we're coming up to spring break, and you know, at this point, there's a few videos out there on YouTube. Most of them have been taken down by yours truly because they're just stealing my VODs.
And what were those videos?
They're just uploads of like random clips of me getting pissed off because I'm losing because they're stream sniping me. I'm just having a moment, you know.
Okay. Was there anything other than you being pissed off? Because I don't know. I didn't watch these clips, but are you like not cussing, but are you saying any of the no words? Like,
no
did you actually do anything wrong?
No gamer words.
That's what they're right.
No gamer words.
You're just raging. You're just pissed.
I'm cussing, but you can cuss. I mean,
okay.
So nothing incriminating. Let's go that way. Nothing that could cancel me off the internet.
Okay.
So
no threats to violence.
No.
Are you just basically telling everybody to fuck themselves?
Exactly. I'm just saying fuck shit. Right. You know, God damn it. You know, blah blah blah.
Like
whatever.
You damn stream
exactly.
snipers.
Yeah. I'm just yelling at them essentially. Yeah. That's all it is.
All right. Okay.
So come back from my cruise after spring break, and I meet another one, great Battlefront 2 streamer friend. Thanks to Chef DeLorean, one of my moderators. This individual's name is Marthrines, and his community is very, very similar in terms of overlap with mine.
Okay.
And what I mean by that is there's a lot of people in his community that are banned from my channel. He had no idea what was going on. I just met this guy. Yeah. So
where'd you meet him?
Mutually through Chef DeLorean.
Oh,
so Chef DeLorean suggested me to raid him one night because he's more of like a late night streamer. And I wanted to try to keep the category Battlefront 2 after I'm done streaming, you know, keep the viewers, you know, entertained. So, you know, after I met Marthrines, really cool dude, really chill. He actually plays a game mode on that game called Galactic Assault mostly, which is the large trooper game mode.
Yeah.
And that has its own separate animal than HVV. It's a 20v20, and you know, just imagine a hacker in a 20v20 just one-tapping 20 people at once.
Oh my gosh.
So
is this all the standard hacks, wall hacks, aimbot, all that
instant kill, shit like that,
The instant kill,
yeah. And you see a lot more of those on that game mode than the game mode I played, but they're still everywhere.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Okay.
I think it's because they can just do it to more people at once, which is why it's more appealing to them. Right? I mean,
hacker's gonna hack.
Yeah.
Golly.
Exactly.
All right, so you raid him.
Yep. So I raid him, and that's when I found out, like, oh my god, like a lot of my banned people here are like well knit into this guy's community. But he had no idea, so I'm not gonna, you know, pressure him about that, right? So
they didn't all of a sudden say, "Screw this guy."
No, they did.
Oh. Okay.
So I remember very vividly one night after I raided this individual. He has every single chat message to automatically beat BTS, and to his dismay, he's a much smaller channel than mine, and he probably has like 3 mods maximum. I think he was just a little underprepared for what happened because as soon as I raided into his stream, it's just C-Town, 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 every single TTS message. And it's just, the guy can't handle it because he's trying to play the game. And it's just, it's too much for him. So he tries to shut that down. He just says, screw it, and ends stream. I felt so bad because I feel like that was my fault for, bringing myself there,
You would have no way of knowing.
Exactly. I had no idea. But I talked to him.
He found a slot in his armor that needed to be fixed.
Exactly.
Man.
So I talked to him about it. I'm just like, dude, I'm so sorry. And he's like, no worries, man. It's Battlefront. People are trolls. Blah blah blah. I can handle myself. All this. Okay. I'm like, okay, great. So I joined his Discord server, and we're still friends to this day. And I joined his Discord server, and his entire Discord server is like the C-Town hate corner. It's the Wild West in that motherfucker. It's
oh my gosh.
Like, Marcus, they took it over. They took over this poor man's Discord server because they're all banned from mine. So what I've done in the last 6 months or so is I have locked the fuck down my community, okay? If you want to join my Discord server, you got to verify your account. You got to let me know who you are, all right?
Man. Yeah.
All my DMs are friends only. Like, basically, if I'm not streaming, these guys can't come after me. So what do? They go find Discord servers that I'm in that I have no moderation power in.
Wow. That's amazing.
Yeah.
You live rent-free in these people's heads.
You have no idea. You have no idea.
If anything, they're paying you to live in their heads.
Yep.
My goodness.
It's crazy.
So, okay, hold on. I want some more specifics.
Yeah.
I'm backing you up to when you rated this guy.
Let's back up. Yep.
So they're saying C-Town, C-Town, C-Town. What are they saying? I want some examples.
Oh, like, fuck C-Town, C-Town, trash gamer, lame streamer.
Any accusations? Are they saying C-Town did this, C-Town did that?
No. It's just more a bunch of general hate. Like, unban me, coward, blah, blah, blah. Just, regular troll shit.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, interesting.
Yep.
So it sounded like you two landed on a good spot with that.
Yeah.
But how did he manage his Discord?
he honestly just didn't. I think he just lost interest.
Oh man, that's a shame.
Like he had some moderators that were absolutely incompetent to handle it. And he just, I think what he did was he just turned his computer off. He just didn't want to, deal with it, essentially.
Wow. Yeah.
And to this day, he has not really streamed in the last couple of months and now I've talked to him about this, and the man himself has said that he's got IRL things in the way of streaming.
Yeah.
I'm not fully convinced on that.
It's hard when you lose your energy, man.
Yeah.
Especially at the beginning.
I think this has to do a little bit with that at the minimum.
Yeah, you need to tell him to come over to the Markus show. We'll get him pumped up.
There we go. Yeah. So when I'm in Marthrina's Discord server, I'm just arguing back and forth with these assholes. I'm just,
You're giving them what they want.
Well, I'm trying to reason with them at the same time. I'm trying to say, hey, listen, stop being toxic. Just leave me alone. All right. You got banned from my channel for being a stream sniper. Get over it. That's pretty much the general sense of what I'm trying to say. So now we get
that polite though.
What?
Now you got to. Was it that polite?
Or it was not polite at all.
Difference. Were you arguing or were you explaining? There's a
I was definitely arguing.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
And it was not polite. Picture. They don't deserve the politeness at that point, at least in my opinion.
No, and they absolutely don't.
Yeah.
But also in a world of, do you feel like they just were getting exactly what they wanted out of you?
I think at that point, yes. However, in that situation, so we're talking late March now. In that situation,
of 23.
Of 23, yes. So now we're in 2023.
Yes.
Where this is after the cruise trip. This is after spring break. School is coming to a close pretty soon. So an individual approaches me, and we're now going to talk about one of the most high-profile characters in this case, besides yours truly. Okay.
Okay.
An individual approached me, and he said, "Hey, C-Town, I understand you have a really nasty problem with stream snipers." And I said, "Yes, indeed I do." And this guy says to me, "Hey, C-Town, if you would like, I will hack and absolutely annihilate them if they fuck with you." And my eyes lit up because every single hacker I've ever come across, even ones that weren't stream sniping me, were just toxic scum of the earth, gamer word throwers, you know, they're just there to just bring it down for everyone, you know? And this guy shows up, sees the situation with one of the top Battlefront streamers in the category on Twitch, and he wants to, like, be this vigilante or some, you know, crazy shit or whatever, right?
So like a white knight.
Exactly, literally.
Yeah.
Or a dark knight, you know. Who knows?
How did that feel? Did you know him at all before?
No idea.
Really? And then all of a sudden you just have somebody saying, "Hey man, I'll help you."
And it's something I haven't tried before, you know, because I was out of ideas at that point.
Like, did you trust him or did he have to earn it?
I guess he had to earn it simply by you know, proving his loyalty to me in terms of, like, you know, showing up and actually doing it.
Okay.
I mean, I was definitely cautious at first because, you know, this guy could have been someone that's just gonna try to fuck with me in my own games if I let him squad with me, right? So I was definitely cautious.
So he said, "Hey, let's play together, and I'm gonna protect you."
Yes, exactly. He basically wanted to act as a bodyguard to stream snipers.
Okay.
And my thought process behind it, you know, in theory, was to be a deterrent for them to not come fuck with me, right?
The nuclear option.
Yes, exactly. Pretty much. So, because let me ask everybody watching this right now, okay, including you, Marcus, and I think you'll agree with me, okay? Stream sniper or not, who wants to sit there, play a video game for several hours straight, and just get one-tapped every single time you spawn back in for the entire time? Who wants to do that? What person in the right mind wants to sit there in front of a monitor and go, "Mom, look, Mom, they're insta-killing me"? Like, who wants to do that?
Hackers.
Apparently GG and his homeboys do.
Yeah. Wow. Okay. So tell me about the first game with the white knight hacker.
So
you make the decision.
I make the decision. I go, you know what? I go, you know what? This actually might work because, I mean, like, I haven't tried this before, and the theory I just explained behind it, I don't want to sit there and play a video game and get one tap. I'm going to uninstall it and play something else, right? I'm not going to sit there and do that shit, right? So we now go to April 2nd, 2023, the craziest stream I've ever had in my entire life in terms of toxicity. I think I peaked at 80 viewers that stream.
Damn.
And half of them were banned from my channel. And we had to ban mods. Quick question. Does anyone remember the total count of alt accounts we had to ban from that stream as well? Because we set like a record. It was like close to 100. It was crazy. Like, my chat was absolutely out of control. It was insane. So basically, I go live. This individual's name is known as Kobewans.
The hacker.
Yes, the white knight hacker.
Sorry,
chat says about 105, 106 total bans from that stream.
Holy moly!
It was pure chaos. So
okay.
So GG and his homeboys show up and they want to come fuck with me, right? And I go,
real quick. Was there a reason this stream was so prevalent?
Yes.
Did something happen around it that made this stream pop right off? What happened before that? Or something
so the
happen
night before, I went to Martinez's Discord server, and I just wanted to go in there and fuck with those guys a little bit and say, "Hey,
stir some shit up."
Yeah, and I go, "Hey, just to let you know, tomorrow, I think you're gonna have some problems. I think you're gonna have a little difficulty fucking with me tomorrow. Just saying."
Interesting.
Just
saying.
Okay.
So you called him out.
I did. I called him out. I'm like, "Hey, it's over for you, bro. The game is up." So
yeah. Okay. All
right.
I
think that did a little bit of it, but I think just the stream itself and when people saw what was happening is really what spiked it. So I go live, start playing the game. Everything's normal first couple games. Stream snipers get in my lobby. Kobewans is with me.
You're playing with... Yeah, okay.
Yes.
Sorry, go ahead.
Kobewans is with me. And I go,
Yep.
"Oh, hey, look. There they are. All right, I will step out of the way real quick. All right, do your thing, GG's." And he absolutely tormented them. It was insane.
Yeah.
They all died right before my eyes. It was so, like, just so much weight off my shoulders. It was so
cheats
satisfying.
Activated.
Yes, it was just like, dude, I can actually play the game in peace to a certain degree. I can just sit there, read chat, show off my mods, and they cannot fuck with me. There's nothing they can do.
So what did he do? What did he do?
So he had the standard hacker pack. He had insta-kill. He had aimbot. You know, he could fly around with characters that weren't supposed to be flying. You know, he could do all kinds of crazy shit. Okay?
Yeah.
And like I said, for whatever reason, they just didn't seem to, like, leave at some point.
Well, you're just giving him more attention.
Well, like I said, who wants to sit there and just have that happen to them playing a video game? It's like
hackers.
I don't know.
So you essentially him acting on your behalf. That night was a war against the stream snipers.
That's when
it was hacks versus hacks.
Yes.
And so how'd that stream go? How long was that stream?
That was about 8 hours, I think. 8-9 hours. Something like that. Yeah.
Is that normal? Well, wow. Because I imagine that was the whole time.
Yeah. So Sunday nights is my Battlefront 2, PC long session, basically. It's the end of the weekend, Sunday night. I've been doing that for a while now, and people obviously are showing up, so it's a good day of the week for everyone.
Yeah.
To show up. So yeah, during that stream, this is when the Reddit post was created. And
interesting.
So now I think what happened was a lot of people were misled about what was actually happening. And also a lot of people, I think including the stream snipers, were really pissed off because, oh shit, we can't fuck with C-Town anymore. This guy's just going to insta-kill us if we try to get close. What are we supposed to do now? This is not fair. Mom, like...
I need your credit card.
Exactly. Give me some more chalky milk and cut that crust off. I swear to God, So I think it was a little bit of that, but also people being misled to a streamer is like using a hacker to be toxic to the entire community when that's not true.
Okay.
And I think a lot of people got pissed off by that too, even though that's not true. So they vented about it on Reddit.
So that Reddit post is a doozy.
Yep. Mods, can we drop that post in the chat real quick?
What's that?
Mods, can we drop that link in the chat for anyone who wants to get a quick read on it? Yeah.
That's a good call because the crazy, I'd love to bring that up and kind of go over a little bit.
Yeah, sure.
Because
absolutely.
There's accusations, right? A lot of the accusations, minus one, which we will dig much deeper into, were, in my opinion, a lot of C-Town mean, C-Town rude, C-Town hurt feelings, right? They're now, hacker aside, we're going to put a pin in hacker for a second. Outside of that, we also have to put a pin in Padme for a second, because that's the other accusation that I feel you truly need people to understand the context of that, because the Padme thing is ridiculous.
Oh, yeah.
In my opinion. We'll talk about the hacking, but so this subreddit was created after that Sunday, April 2nd.
It was it was like halfway through stream, and it was popping off while I'm gaming.
Yeah. And then what that subreddit is, just we're getting the link, but catching people up, is it is a book. It is an essay of C-Town is bad. Let's get him. And I'm saying there is calls to deplatforming. There is calls to like literally let's ruin this dude's life. And you're telling me that subreddit was the result of essentially the war was... That's so crazy to me. Sorry, I'm piecing pieces together.
Yep.
The war in April essentially gave these stream snipers the fuel they needed to get people who were not involved to hate you.
Yes, exactly. They essentially used Reddit to turn the entire Battlefront community against me because they're pissed off because they can't fuck with me. That's what it is.
Because it was, it was big, but it was a small war at first.
Yes.
It was groups against group.
Yep.
And then it became C-Town against Battlefield.
Yes. It was literally C-Town versus a handful of people a year ago, and now it's C-Town versus everyone that's not banned from his channel.
Wow. So when you first agreed to the white hacker, I want to call him something. White
Knight?
Hacker.
Vigilante?
White Knight Hacker. Let's call him WKH. No, that's even harder. But so did you think, all right, before I agree to this, there might be consequences? Or were you so caught up in the war at the time that you were just like, thank God I have help and I just want help? Right?
Yeah,
Like, where was your mind at when you accepted the help?
my mind is that I am desperate. I want to play the game in peace. I am sick of these people harassing me. I'm sick of them coming to my chat and doing toxic shit in my chat. I'm like I said, I have a high standard for my community. I don't want any kind of that bullshit in my chat. I don't want them coming to fuck with people that are friends with me. I just don't want them in my circle. I just don't want them there. And I cannot force them to not be in it.
Were you worried about the community's perception of you using a hacker? Just in the generals, not necessarily against them, but just in general, using a hacker.
You know why, Marcus? Because there are hackers, like I said, all over this game. They're everywhere. I mean, and no one gets banned. No hackers rarely get banned.
That's crazy.
You know, so it's like, you know, it's just another hacker. You know, it's like it's in theory, my thought process, it wouldn't make no damn difference because there's hackers everywhere in this game. What do you want? Like, oh, you found another one. Great job. Here's a cookie. You know, like.
Has your mindset changed at all about that?
A little bit. So I guess we'll just say this out and frank right now. It didn't work.
Very true. If anything, it's the complete opposite of work.
It did not work. As I hoped it would. I figured that would just be a one-time ordeal on that stream. They would never ever come fuck with me again because bodyguard will just show up and you know,
bodyguard.
Throw them out again. So, you know.
Yeah. Was there any other instances besides that April time that you used his services? No, that sounds like you paid for it. Used his protection.
Yeah, so
because I don't believe you didn't pay for it, right?
No. So let's clear this up right now as well, because the Reddit post also suggests what I'm denying right now. Okay, and I did not reach out to him myself. I did not go around looking for hackers to come, you know, do this. I didn't do any of that. This individual, Kobewans, came to me all by himself because of his observant mind of the situation, and just offered to help me, and you know, out of the kindness of his heart, essentially, is what I gathered from it. Let's just lay that down right there. C-Town did not have any intention to purposely recruit a hacker to fuck with the community. That's not the intention of this right here. So
you feel like it was more of a lapse in judgment, or do you stand behind using the hacker?
If you have a game where there's absolutely nothing you can do against people that are griefing you to the point where it's unplayable, you can't enjoy the game. They're spawn killing you. They're handcuffing you to the entire list of lobbies all stream. If there's a certain point, and I'm a big believer in this because this is what's been happening to me. There's a certain point where it's perfectly okay to fight fire with fire, because what else am I supposed to do? Just not play the game? I mean, how can I, like, Marcus, tell me how I can play the game in peace without them in my face, without using their own weapons against them?
No, I honestly, so if you want my opinion on the hacking, we'll wait for that one, because like you said, in your situation, you really had a handful of options. You had, and one of them is really off the table. You want to be a Battlefront 2 streamer. You want to succeed in this venue, right? So I definitely can say that I understand why you felt fire with fire in this situation was appropriate. Now, where I stand in terms of using a hacker, as much as I am a believer that sometimes the only way to stop violence is with more violence, I am not a believer that if you feel something is destroying something you love, by doing that behavior, even for a good reason, is still just cycling the perpetuating the cycle. Now, with that being said, you're in a rock and a hard place, man. And that's why, like, I don't judge. I'm not here to judge. I'm here to analyze the situation. And that's where, when I think from a black and white stance, I don't believe the hacker was the right call. Because fire with fire in this scenario, you're the one that got burned.
Right.
You essentially gave the enemy what they wanted to prove that C-Town is a bad person. Now, we know you're not. But as you learned, people only care about the act, not the person.
Exactly.
Right? So because you did the act of hacking, even to defend yourself, look at public relations right now in terms of people being attacked on subways. a good example. It's not necessarily why somebody did a bad act. It's did they do the bad act?
Yep.
Now, retrospect's easy. It's easy to look back and say, you did right, you did wrong, bad C-Town goods. No, that's not what we're here to do. It's more with the totality of the situation. I definitely could say I understand why you did what you did, but I do believe that there is a degree of wrong there that you do owe some people an apology for.
Okay.
It's kind of but I say it with love and no judgment at all, man.
Now, in terms of people I owe apologies to, are you talking about the people that are trying to stream snipe me, or like?
No.
Okay.
This is when I say owe an apology to, I truly mean more of an ownership of.
Okay.
Right? Like ultimately, I do believe there is a group of individuals who fully empathize with your situation, but are disappointed that you chose to use something that they feel is destroying their game. Regardless as if they're right or wrong, because I believe you truly were the victim in here. You were tempted self-defense, and unfortunately, it didn't pan out the way that you hoped. But that's where I feel you owe a little bit of understanding to not the people who are attacking you, but to the people who feel like because what you did, their game is now worse.
Okay. Yeah, so let's address that
more
real
what
quick.
I mean.
Yeah, so I'm really big on not promoting bad behavior. And
I believe that.
And I think what has happened in the last couple months, I do not condone it, and I don't obviously recommend it to any other streamer that wants to try to deter stream snipers that way, obviously, because of what happened.
Learn from you.
But like I said, the intention is not to make the game worse. The intention was to just get toxic people out of my face and let me play the game in peace and just not, you know, and just not have this happen to me anymore. Because let me also explain this to everybody. So I don't want to leave the game because, not just because I love the game. Yeah, the game is great. You know, I've had great times on it. There's, you know, plenty of mods for it. There's still mods being made for it. And the game has lost support for 3 years. At this point, the modding community on Battlefront has given us, the loyal players that are still left, more content than the developers ever gave us, which is crazy. So looking at it, because I'm an econ major, as you know, and some people watching right now may know, as an econ major, I don't want to leave the game from a business standpoint, because after I saw Chronic and a lot of other Garrison members leave, some of their channels just tanked the shit after they left Battlefront. Okay.
Gotcha.
Chronic still did okay. Chronic did it right. He sort of branched off and kind of transitioned into another game first. Some people just flipped the switch and expected to retain their numbers, and obviously that didn't, you know, work out well for him. And I don't want that to be my channel. I want to keep growing. I don't want to go back down. I've come a very long way in terms of growth in the last 3 years, and I don't want that to happen to me. So there's, the business standpoint in terms of channel growth, I want to keep growing. And also, I love the game and I love my community. I don't want to, I don't want to leave because you're just letting the terrorists win. That's promoting bad behavior right there.
Well, and you want the thing you love to flourish. If no one's playing, no one's streaming, it's only hackers, the game dies.
Yeah, exactly.
Right? And like, you don't want a game that you love to die. And then the business point, I get that 100%, man. You have found a game that works for your brand. You like raging, and the good raging, not, I didn't say that as a negative.
Yeah.
You put on a good show, losing your shit when you're playing Battlefront. It's a good show. It's fun, right? But if you're not being allowed to do your job, at some point you have to fight back. And that's, I have always known that. And that is why it's so nice for you to finally really tell people what was in your heart, man. Because I think that's the part that got lost. I think people forgot what your intentions were. And because you were so caught up in the fight, you never really got to calmly tell people, listen, like I needed this to stop and I had no other options.
Right.
As much as it might have been wrong, your heart was never in a bad place. Hence why we're here, hoping to find a resolution and to allow people to air their grievances.
Right. And I would just like to challenge anyone in chat right now or anyone watching this afterwards. What would you have done? You have two options here. You either A, leave the game, or B, just endure the torment for 7 hours straight. You can't. There's no like middle ground here, unfortunately.
Yeah.
So it's like, you know,
because it's such a small game. I mean, 4v4. So I mean, if you have 4 stream snipers, there's no like, oh, it'll be okay, we'll push through. It's like you literally, there's no playing the game at that point.
Exactly.
So now your stream becomes, you're a stream sniping stream.
Yep.
That's what your show's about. It's not about you playing Battlefront 2. It's about you fighting stream snipers.
Yeah, it's about me getting my ass kicked all day and all
that's
night.
not what you want to do.
No, exactly. That's boring for me. It's terrible for me. And, you know, I'm over here sweating my dick off in the lobbies. My hands are killing me at the end of the stream. I'm probably going to have arthritis when I'm an old man, you know?
Well, the small twitch movements.
And it's like, oh, man. It's just...
So the subreddit was created. So
yes.
That was a huge branch, but I felt it was really important to address.
Yes.
So the subreddit gets created.
Yes.
Now you are dealing with the subreddit.
Yeah,
Let's
so the subreddit,
there.
yes. So I read it. No pun intended there. And there were a lot, and I mean a lot of absolutely outrageous and ridiculous claims within the verbiage of that post. There were people
name a couple.
So for example, the main one, there were people calling me a hacker, like I'm the actual one doing it. And that's not true at all. That's not true whatsoever. That is complete bullshit. That is absolute lies right there. Okay?
Have you ever hacked?
Absolutely not, and I never will.
Okay.
Never.
I had
absolutely
to ask.
Not. No.
Good for you, man.
If someone else wants
Nobody
to do it,
should.
if someone else wants to do it in the name of defending me against toxic people, by all means, go for it. But I'm not going to complain if someone wants to go after people against me. Why should I? Why should anyone? You know?
So you still believe that now?
Yes.
Like if another hacker defended you, would you, and you found out about it?
There are hackers defending me when I'm not even streaming right now.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Wow. Would you tell a hacker not to if they asked?
No, because I can't control anyone, you know? Because if I tell him no,
true.
You know, what's stopping him from just doing it anyways?
Well, it still keeps you in your beliefs of not being a hacker, though.
And then the other issue is that now I'm creating a negative relationship, and that's one more person to potentially come fuck with me. And I don't want that either. So yeah. I'm pretty much forced to just do the lesser evil, I think, at this point. Because if I go to, like, everyone that's ever defending me that's hacked and, like, whatever, and said, hey, you know, fuck you guys, you know, I didn't tell you guys to be this toxic, blah, blah, blah. All I'm doing is just inviting them to come against me. So, you know, there's...
Well, I think it's less about being the toxic and more about making a stance on your belief on what your beliefs are for hacking. Because ultimately, like you say, you can't control other people's behaviors, but you can have a stance on what you think is right or wrong.
Oh, I mean, in generally speaking, hacking, it's toxic. It's chalky milker bullshit. You live in the basement with your mom if you hack. But
neckbeard.
This is this is a very, very different instance. This is like a one of a kind situation. This would never have happened on any other video game.
That's a fair point.
You know what I mean? Battlefront is just a different breed, man. It's, you know, if this was Fortnite or Apex, Marcus.
Oh, they wouldn't even.
Exactly. It wouldn't even get as far as it got.
They wouldn't be able to do it.
Yes.
There's some hackers, but not to this scale.
Yeah.
They would be gone. Like, it actually matters if you report hackers in other games.
Yeah, people in those games that hack do definitely get banned for the most part. And they're not as common either. So, and stream sniping in Fortnite, I mean... 100-person battle royale, like the odds. I mean, yes, I know Fortnite has a way larger player base, but regardless, Battlefront still has thousands playing worldwide. So just the math behind it is it doesn't make any sense how they're handcuffing me. You know? So
I guess I don't want to speak for you, but to quantify what I kind of heard, would you say it's a fair statement that you believe, in general, hackers should not ever hack?
Yes.
But because they are so prevalent, and then because of this situation being such a war of attrition, who essentially can last longer, you or the stream snipers.
That's what this is at this point. Yes.
Yeah, you feel it's appropriate that if people are on your side, they use the same tactics. It's the morality of that gets a little muggy. Is that fair?
Yes, I think so.
Okay.
And, I did kind of look myself in the mirror in terms of morality and ethics. And at the same time, though, there are other people that are stream sniping me and also hacking, and nobody's mad at them besides me.
Yeah.
It's like everyone's putting this burden of blame on me, and all I want to do is play the game in peace. And then when they come fuck with me and I try to do something to not, get fucked with, it's all my fault.
Isn't that fucked up?
It's like, it's not right. So,
you know what I call that? The burden of being good. It's easy to be a criminal and it's easy to be a piece of shit. It's really hard to do the right thing when faced with such a consequence, right? And again, this isn't a matter of judgment, but I'm saying to you, your struggle, you're a good person. You believe and you have morals and integrity. And it's a hard thing, I imagine, to see when somebody is not being a moral person. Like what these people are doing to you it's terrible. Mm-hmm. And now you, as the person in the fight, what do? Like, do you just let them punch you? Do you fight back? Like, I get it, man. It's such a shitty place to be in. So how have you kind of, I don't want to say moved on, but moving forward, what is the situation looking like now? Because you said in March, we stopped talking in March, right? So what has your experience been like since April 2nd, since the subreddit? Basically coming between then and now.
Yeah.
What's kind of been going on there?
So back then I did have some pretty decent security in terms of my social medias and my channel and my Discord and stuff like that. But due to the massive outrageous claims on Reddit, so besides the accusations, you had people labeling me a racist. You had people labeling me a homophobe. I mean, they're just drawing all the cards out that makes someone look bad on the internet. And none of it's true.
Yeah.
I mean, like, come on,
Have you ever met you?
Yeah.
Come on.
So I'm getting hate mail DMs and all of my remaining social media accounts, Twitter, Discord, even Twitch Whispers. Who uses Twitch Whispers?
That's like, crazy, man.
And then people started to go into affiliated Discord servers that like I'm connected to, like communities that I'm friends with, and they were going in there to fuck with me because they know I'm in there and they want to torment the people that are friends with me. And that's when the disparity really started. So the next morning after this Reddit post, I get an email from EA. It's a Monday morning, and they say
the next day.
Yes. So they say that my account on Star Wars Battlefront 2 has been banned. And let me pull up the verbiage real quick for everybody to read, because I've read it before. Oh, Markus is going to disappear for a second, guys, because I'm on another tab, so I'm sorry.
No.
Hang on.
Bad Markus. So, all right.
Actually, I'll just drag it over. There we go. That's a better idea.
So clearly something happens when you report people.
Well, so here's the thing, Markus. If you go back to the Reddit post, the community manager of Battlefront himself commented on it and said, hey, we will investigate this. This Reddit post, from what I understand, got 3,000 upvotes. And the comment section was just people raging their asses off.
Well, I saw that.
Yeah.
A lot of had nothing to do with what was happening.
Exactly. So I think these guys managed to mislead the EA developers, the EA moderators themselves, based off this Reddit post. Because here's the verbiage right here. So, Markus, after we just explained to what happened during the April 2nd stream, right?
Yep.
Let me know if you agree with this verbiage that they're using to apply to my account, okay?
Because you know my opinion on this, but let's hear it.
Yes. So, we have banned your Battlefront account. You broke our rules.
Tim, read it.
If you, and I quote, this is all bulleted points on their verbiage per their TOS, Section 6, use software that interferes with or disrupts an EA service or another user's account. Bullet 2, use undocumented features, exploits, or cheats in-game that disrupts an EA service or another user's account. Bullet point 3, use software or cheats that disconnects other users from the EA servers. Did I do any of that myself? I'm not talking about Kobewans. I'm not talking about any other character I've ever come across in the game. I'm talking about, did C-Town ever do those exact black and white, clear as day, any of that on stream, ever? Yes or no?
I can't give you a short answer, but I could give you a really good analogy that I think might poke a hole in your logic.
All right, let's hear it. Yeah.
Who's responsible, the gun or the person pulling the trigger?
Definitely the person.
Just so if I forget his name, unfortunately. Kobewans being the weapon, the instrument of hacking. If you say go get him, and you pull that trigger essentially, and then based off of your order, because you even said in the beginning of the thing, I said go get him. So based off of your instruction, that gun used software that hacked and modified the user's experience. So again, I ask you, is the gun responsible or the person who told the gun to use the system?
Well, here's where it gets technical in my opinion. So I know what you're saying, okay? But I think Kobe is the person and the software Kobe's using is the gun. And I'm the guy that's getting the hell out of the way because I don't want to get shot.
So if you hired a hitman to kill somebody who was making your life terrible, are you responsible for that hitman's actions?
Yes, but I didn't hire Kobe. Kobe volunteered.
So in the world of technicals, you might win in a court of law, but in the court of public opinion, do you see how people could look at that?
Oh, absolutely. And I don't agree with
being
them.
the one responsible. Yeah.
Absolutely not.
So that's just kind of
I would dare them to endure the amount of torment that I've received from these individuals and then be offered that type of help. And I dare them to, without knowing any of this was going to happen, obviously, because I didn't, right? So yeah. I dare them to put themselves in my shoes and say, what would you do? Would you just leave the game and let the terrorists win? Or would you endure the torment? Or would you say, maybe this guy might help me?
Yeah. So no, that's the question.
I am arguing a technicality because they have a terms of service. They are all about fine print, black and white, all that stuff. And what they're saying is that I did what Kobe did. Kobe did not get banned, but I got banned. So, and also all the other hackers involved here, to my knowledge, did not get banned either.
Well, true. And if nobody's reporting them, but again, I ask the questions because ultimately you make a good point, you know, and when it comes down to the actions of the individual, that's really what it is. And making your intentions clear, I feel like is the most important part because then people get to choose. Do I agree with C-Town? Do I disagree with C-Town? And the one thing I have to finish that with, just because you disagree with C-Town doesn't mean that you try to ruin his life, right? Like if you don't like the way he does things, I truly say move on.
Yeah, I don't know what happened to like, if you don't like me, then don't watch me. Like what happened to that? Like, can we talk about that for a second? Like, what happened to just not watching streamers that you don't like?
No, I agree.
I don't do that.
That's a whole different topic. That's a whole different topic for a whole different situation.
Yeah.
But I see what you say, because at the end of the day, we could talk about technicals and specificity and but at the end of the day, what is actually happening? C-Town did something, honestly paid a price for it. Now, why do people feel so vindicated to continue punishing you? Even if it doesn't matter what side you land on, hacker, not hacker. Why do you still deserve to be punished when you've already been punished? Is that a fair question to the people? I think so.
Absolutely.
Will you ever reach a point that you deserve to be forgiven? I would say yes.
Right? Absolutely, because it did not stop there with the ban. It's still not stopped as of today.
Exactly.
It has gone
you said just 2 days ago,
way further than what I ever expected it to go. So I guess.
What made you want to do this? What made you want to finally say, listen, let's peace?
Because it has escalated to one, getting my account banned for hacking when I was not hacking. Two, for people trying to cancel me off the internet. There's a big push to get my accounts, like my Twitch account, Discord, whatever, just anything to my name, getting that banned off the internet. There's a big push for that. And now...
Just off of everything.
Yes. And now...
That's nuts.
Yeah, the people trying to get me off the game in general, too. So now there's people trying to get me doxxed to the point where my identity is at risk, like my legal identity, and also my physical safe being is potentially at risk. I get to go to TwitchCon this year looking over my shoulder because of this shit.
Do you know what group is still... So, it started small, one individual, GG Soros.
Yep.
He gained support, and then he gained support. Has that huge support... like the bad stuff, has that narrowed back down to a small group?
It has narrowed by, as far as I know, definitely one individual. So, some people have decided to take advantage of all this, and there is a hacker clan on Battlefront, and they have decided to take advantage of all this fighting and whatever. And there's people going around doxing other people. We call it the doxing wars. So I'm not the only one that's been doxed. And as far as I know, my first and last name and approximate location is the only known thing right now. But other people, and this individual was one of my stream snipers against me. Other people have been doxed to the point, first and last name, address, birthday, literally everything you need besides like a social to either A, find out where he's at, or B, just, steal his identity. This individual, Marcus, and we're just going to leave this one floating for people to think about it, okay? So the night before this infamous stream happened, when I was going around boasting, saying, haha, it's over for you guys. I have a secret weapon now.
Calling him out.
Exactly.
Yep.
This individual said, if Kobe, goes with me, he will get my account banned, okay? Now, I saw the information about where this individual lives, okay? This individual lives in Sweden, okay?
Wow.
Guess where EA is headquartered, Marcus?
I'm guessing Sweden. That's sus.
Something a little interesting there, isn't it?
Well, but didn't you say that the main honcho saw your Reddit anyway?
Yes,
so
but what if
he's
the one that made the Reddit post? Now, that's a whole lot of what if, but...
Well, yeah, you don't want to live your life in the assumptions.
But let's just leave that floating out there. So if someone threatens to ban my account the night before this goes down, he lives in he lives in Sweden where EA is headquartered.
I think that's a little bit of a reach, C-Town. The lizard
you sit
people...
that on a jury, they're going to be thinking about it during deliberation. You know what I'm saying?
That is very true. That is very true. So let's get back. Let's put our feet back on the ground.
Oh yeah. So and also one last thing. So this individual has ceased to exist in terms of messing with me and my community because of he's been doxed.
So I know we're not using names, but we got to keep people straight.
Yeah.
Okay. So when you say this individual, you're talking about the person from Sweden?
Yes. He is known as FYP. That's his username.
Oh, I didn't.
Yep.
Oh, okay. We could have kept the name secret, but
not his real
FYP
name. His username
was
is
the
internet.
one that. So the one that said, when you were saying, hey, we're going to war tomorrow, that person, FYP, said, I'm going to get you banned.
Yep.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure I knew who you were talking about.
And then 24 hours later, I'm banned.
Interesting.
Yep.
So from Battlefront?
Yes.
Or from... Okay.
Not from EA, because we played Apex the other day, remember?
We did. We did.
So my EA account still exists. It's just I can't play Battlefront online.
Man. Okay. So now what? Now what have you done?
So
you're banned from Battlefront.
Yes. So then
what?
The following weeks ensued a lot of harassment, and I had to lock down every social media account to my name, Twitter, Twitch, Discord. I had to implement a verification system on my Discord server, which I said about earlier, where you can join the server, but you're not going to see any channels. Unless you verify your account, and your account's not going to get verified if you're banned on my channel, obviously. So, the only people in my server are people I want in there. It used to be just kind of an open, whatever, never have to worry about it. But at this point, I can't have it like that anymore.
Struggles of success.
Yes.
Yeah.
So a few people from the garrison kind of caught wind of this. Okay, so now let's jump over to some of the I guess sort of the byproducts of the situation.
Yeah.
So, I mean, I guess it's time to talk about the big man Chronic himself, the guy I've known for nearly 3 years now. So this individual, he was streaming on his regular days during all this, toxic drama war shit. Had no idea what was going on, and I was keeping it out of, their bubble. It has nothing to do with them. I don't want to,
Yeah.
So during like my time as a student, I always had him tabbed. I always had a lot of people's streams tabbed when I'm doing homework. I got 2 monitors, right? So when I was lurking on his stream, people found me in there lurking on his stream and they came after me in his chat. I never saw what they said. Of course, Chronic's mods took care of it in 2 seconds.
Yeah.
No big deal. He gets trolls all the time too. It's whatever, right? So later on, he reached out to me in DMs and said, hey, why were there so many Battlefront, weirdos looking for you? And I explained to him everything that was happening and whatnot. And then I showed him the Reddit post. And I don't necessarily agree with his judgment, his rationale, whatever, but he basically skimmed it over and said, hey, man, in light of everything going on right now between this post and people coming to my Discord server and my Twitch chat just to try to fuck with you, just don't come back for a while. You're not banned, but just don't come back for a while. That really hurt me right there, because...
And he did it. Do you feel... I feel...
I didn't have a chance to explain to him.
Yeah, respect. That would have hurt, man. After he sent that message, did you try to see if he would hear you out?
I didn't reply to it.
Yeah.
I didn't reply to it, so I just...
Well, didn't he ask you not to? I'm trying to, why didn't you try to clear things up?
I'm just not going to try to fight him. I'm not going to argue with him, There's no sense, because his mind was clearly set.
So I have to fight you a little. So how come you felt so emboldened to fight the people who were trying to destroy your life, but
because
not emboldened to...
Because Chronic's not trying to destroy my life. Chronic is trying to...
Well, we still care about the friendship.
Yeah, and as far as I know, we're still friends, but I'm just not allowed to, interact with him in his community. That's pretty much the implication. So he told me to leave his Discord server and not come back to his chat, even to lurk, until further notice. It has now been over 2 months. So I haven't heard a whiff of that. And like I said, it hurts me because, yeah, I understand a few people came to your community and kind of spread this over to it, and you contained it. You have a great mod team, but it's like, why are you punishing me? Because I did not facilitate this intentionally. And he's not the only one.
Do you think he'll ever reach out to try to...
I'm going to send him the VOD of this.
Yeah.
And just, hey, I'm like, hey, watch this, please. It's really important, and just see what he has to say. So, a few other people, and I think you definitely know about one of them because you brought it to my attention. So,
yeah.
Now, some people in his garrison social bubble kind of went an extra step further than Chronic. Okay, so during the remainder of the month of April, like I said, it was just a very difficult time for me. Finals are coming up. The drama, the hate is just being spread like wildfire. I'm still streaming, but my chat is just chaotic as fuck. It's just insane, right? So I receive a message, excuse me, from this Chad individual across from me right here.
Investigative journalist.
Yes, investigative journalist here. Just to inform me, hey, did you see this tweet? And I look at it, and another individual by the name of Taco Rob, very, very long-time friend of mine, for whatever reason, had absolutely nothing to do with the situation. No trolls came to his chat or whatever. No one bothered him. He has nothing to do with this. Chronic, tiny bit to do with this. Taco, zero. Absolutely nothing. Publicly denounces our friendship on Twitter. Weird champ. Can we get some weird champ spam in chat right now? Just weird champ. Like,
because when I saw that, honestly, I reached out with like, oh my gosh, like I got to check on C-Town. I was like, this is probably going to catch him out of left field. And I genuinely wanted to check on you, man, because I just knew you were getting it from every angle. And friends doing like public canceling of a friendship. That's the best thing. You remember on Facebook when people used to change their thing from single to or whatever?
Yeah. It's like that.
Like, that's what I felt. And I was like, wait a minute, what's happening right now?
I mean,
why is this happening?
Taco and I were really close.
You were buds, man.
Like, it makes no sense. I did nothing to the man. Yeah. So, after you brought that to my attention, which thank you, by the way, because I had no idea. I don't check Twitter every day.
I didn't want you to get blindsided, man.
Exactly. So I confronted him about it in DMs politely. I dropped the link and said, hey, is there an issue? Like, I was trying to get some info of why, he did that. And it basically just turned into just a lot of just random, like, weird, just like, he's talking about his channel and his problems and just other things.
Numbers.
And I'm just like, Taco, this has nothing to do with our friendship. What are you talking about? And I don't know. I mean, it's his right. He can be friends with whoever he wants to be, but it's at the same time, it's like, dude, you just threw away a perfectly good friendship over nothing for stuff that has nothing to do with you. Like,
I mean, how have you been taking these hits, man?
Pretty bad. Just Taco, I mean, how awkward do you think it will be, even if Chronic does let me chill around his community again? How awkward is it going to be for me to see Taco in there?
Yeah.
Agreed.
Because it's rocking a hard place again. What do? Walk away or like just have it never be the same way that it was before?
Yep.
Well, but I say that to say this. This is how you make it not awkward. You do the hard part. You have the conversation, right? And that can be a super hard thing to do, but also it's got to be with somebody who's worthy of being awkward with. Because I believe, I almost call him Dr. Disrespect. The director Chronic, I mean, he did it I feel he left a bridge to be open.
Oh, yes. Like, out of everybody, yes, he definitely did it the best way.
Man,
yes,
it was so
absolutely
respectful.
Yes.
But then other people, I mean, so you said Taco.
It gets further than Taco.
I was going to ask, so what other fallout was there? So
another streamer by the name of Harland, also pretty, tight within his Chronic's inner circle. I left a lot of Discord servers during this time, including his, because I didn't want more people to find more Discord servers to start more bullshit in. Okay? After I found out what happened in Chronic server, I'm just like, you know what? Let's just play it safe for the benefit of my friends. Let's leave every Discord server connected to the garrison for just their benefit, because I don't want to risk anything. How good of a friend is that? I'm looking out for my friends, right?
So good.
Right?
So good.
So
that's true, though. It shows intention, man. It shows what you're trying to accomplish.
So I go into Harlan's chat one night to drop the Discord command to join back in by the end of that month, because I felt the situation was at least under control to the point where, like, other communities weren't really in danger of this nonsense. Yeah. I believe about 30 days after this all started, I believe it was at a certain point where it was safe for me to kind of re-engage with community as again. Yeah. So I go to drop the command and I'm banned from his chat. So I can't do it. And I was like, what?
Wow.
Huh. Weird. So I DM'd him on Discord and said, hey, just kind of explained to him like, hey, figured this situation with Battlefront just kind of, under control now. Everything's, a lot better. And I was going to start reconnecting with a lot of people. And for some reason, I'm banned from your Twitch chat. Is there a reason for that? Homeboy goes off on me. He is all pissed off. He has this entire twisted fantasy that all the people on Reddit are believing that I'm racist, I'm a homophobe, I'm a pedophile, I'm this, I'm this, and that. And I'm trying to explain it to him, and I'm like, dude, you got it all wrong, man. And he's like, see, this is your problem, C-Town. You're a narcissist. You think, you didn't do anything wrong, blah, 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 blah. And I'm like, Harlan, this has nothing to do with you, dude. Like, what do you want
this
from me?
This is not us.
Yeah.
Like, that's the thing. Like, so before that happened, you two had no conversation at all about it?
Nope.
He unilaterally, without even hearing you out. I mean, that's nuts to me.
Exactly.
Man.
So I feel like I was cheated, in at least in an explanation. And, you know, I already gone through it with Taco. I wasn't going to try to reason with this guy.
Oh, true.
You know,
yeah.
I haven't known Harlan as long as Taco, so there's absolutely no way I'm going to get Harlan to come through on this. So it's like, all right, whatever, man. So he kept saying kind of
friends.
He kept kind of saying the same things, calling me a scarlet, brain-rotted mate, and he would spell mate with M number 8, you know, and say, oh, C-Town, I've seen the screenshots. I know this, blah, blah, blah. I know everything. And I'm like, oh, do you now? Oh, yeah, sure, dude, you know. And I'm just kind of, you know, sitting back, having a beer while he's just, you know, keyboard warring me. And I'm just like, all right, Harlan, like, what do you want me to do? He's like, C-Town, screenshots or get out. And I'm like, so let me get this straight. You want me to come up with a screenshot that invalidates the ones that you believe that don't line up with, like, everything about my account and my presence in Battlefront and all that. And I didn't get a response.
Huh.
So, I don't know, man.
Damn. So I use this word lightly, but you're just desperate to explain yourself. You just want people to hear your side of the story.
And that's the whole point of the stream. Because no one's letting me do it in DMs.
Man. Well, so if you feel, I feel pretty good about, so we're basically at present right now.
Yep.
And then we really want to hear from y'all. I mean, I don't want to cut you off. If you have things that you still have to want to divulge.
Yeah, I still have a couple things, definitely.
Okay.
Yeah, so.
But just prefacing, so probably soonish, we want your questions.
Yes,
and I want,
chat. So guys, get your questions, get your statements ready. I have some people that want to come on comms with us and say their piece as well. Trusted people. So guys, get those ready. So one more individual who was a moderator on my channel. Of mine, yes. And I believe you know her, Markus. Mary Redacted also followed the same path as Harlan, unfortunately. And I didn't even try to reach out to her. I noticed I was banned in her chat, and I'm like, and I know she's close with Harlan and Taco and all that, and I'm like, not worth it, bro. Not worth it, bro.
Yeah.
So
that's
I was like, all right.
Because I've only had positive interactions with, you know, Mary and your community. And I've just, every time I've come into your community, everyone's just so cool.
Yep, exactly. And that's, like I said, that's how I want it. And that's why I ban people that are toxic. You will not last very long in my community if you're toxic. So, you know. So
I mean, is there a hope that with this, you could get some of those people back?
Yes. At the minimum, Chronic. I mean, he's the most important one, you know?
True.
I hope Chronic watches this full into the end and realizes, oh, damn, C-Town, like, he was attacked by the entire community. Like, C-Town was punished for being loyal to the game to the end. Like, he is riding this wave. He is sinking on this boat no matter what. And this is what happens to him, you know? So,
well, and one thing, you always have to remember in these type of situations, though, it's very important to kind of talk a little more to a person's concerns than your explanations. Because at the end of the day, that's really what you're trying to change, is that individual's perception. And the only way to really get their perception is to let them say the things that you might not, which is why we're doing the talk at the end.
Yep.
But you got to let, if someone says, C-Town, you hacked, like, you need to, and I believe you do this, but you need to continue to let people, but I guess, believe that, even if it doesn't necessarily go against the truth, because the only way that you can change their mind is with actions and time.
Right.
And because, like you said, where do you pull these magic screenshots out of? Where do you put, like, you've tried to provide as much evidence as you can, and now all you can really do is what we're doing now.
Yep.
We got to let them vent, right?
So
we got to let them.
Yeah.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
Let me explain the screenshots now. So there's one of them that I think you're aware of, and a lot of people are aware of.
Which?
So there's a screenshot from 2018, 2019. Okay, and there's an account on there that says C-Town, and it's got one of my bullshit Bitmoji emotes as a picture. Okay. On there, and it's saying some crazy wild shit about shooting pregnant women and you know, all this other Padme shit.
Padme.
Yeah, it's insane. It's wild. Okay.
Okay.
So here's what I tried to explain. Here's what I tried to explain to the community, to Harland, to basically anyone that called me out about it. Okay.
Okay.
Look at when I started streaming. Look at my Discord's account age. Look at all this, all that, and match it up to those dates from the screenshot. We're talking before COVID here. We're talking 2018 and 19. C-Town was playing video games back then, but he was not on the internet. He was not streaming. He was not invested in Battlefront 2 in the years 2018 and 19. Okay, so yeah, just try to match that up.
A fabrication.
Exactly, and Kobewans has actually proved it. He replaced C-Town on that that picture. Okay. And he can put anyone on there he wants, and he showed me how easy it is. He didn't even use Photoshop.
Oh, so easy.
He used what is it, the inspect element trick or whatever on Google Chrome. That's what he used.
Oh, wow.
So it looks identical. Like you can't even tell it was Photoshop because it's using like the web page software to do it instead.
Yeah.
So
you're telling me that the entire pregnant Padme never happened. You never requested a mod. You've never, in no world did you ever want a Padme mod.
So generally, yes, but not in that weird, crazy fashion. Yes.
Okay. Clear it up.
Yes.
Tell me the whole Padme situation.
So
beginning, middle, end.
So let's go back to 2021. Okay.
Let's clear it up. Yeah.
So let's go back to 21. And when I joined like the PC community. Okay.
Gotcha.
So I'm in the official Battlefront modding server, which, by the way, is one of the most toxic Discord servers I've ever been in before. Okay. You get shunned down for everything in there. Okay.
Yeah.
The Battlefront community has this form of tribalism to it. So there's like the PlayStation players, there's the Xboxers, there's the PCers, and then there's the modders as well as PC players. It's like two separate ordeals. And the modders that make like top tier, high quality, really nice mods, whatever, they're actually toxic assholes. Like, they think that their shit doesn't stink and they're better than everyone because they make dope ass mods. Okay? So I'm in there, right? And I'm speculating a mod of Padme to be made for the game. Okay? And we're talking about her different outfits that she could have because, you know, some characters have multiple skins, so you can, for example, so Lando, I main him in the game, right? Lando has 5 skins, so if you wanted to make a character to replace Lando, you could do 5 different outfits for that character.
Oh,
you know what I'm saying?
Gotcha. Yeah.
So
like 5 different setups. For him.
Yes,
Roger.
exactly. So obviously, for anyone that's seen the movies, Padme's had a lot of different outfits across all 3 movies, right? So, we're talking about the infamous Geonosis one. You know, like the like.
Oh, where she gets scratched.
Yeah. Like the crop top. Yeah.
She's somehow fighting that demon monkey that just wouldn't kill her.
Yeah.
Even though it could have immediately.
Yep.
But
so
anyway,
then we get to the outfit where she's on Mustafar. And that's the one where she's pregnant, and that's literally all I suggested. I didn't say I wanted to shoot her and do all this crazy, you know, weird fucking creep shit to her or whatever, right? I was just trying to narrow down the outfit so people aren't confused. Like, hey, I'm talking about the outfit when she's pregnant on Mustafar. That's it, okay? Like that's literally it.
That's all that happened?
Yes, that's all that happened. And you know what people did in that server? They got pissed off at me for suggesting that.
Just because you made a request?
They said it was a terrible idea. Fuck you, C-Town. I'm a goated modder. I don't have time for these, you know, simpleton things, blah, blah, blah. That's like their mentality. It's like, if you don't suggest a mod that they like are like interested in making, you're wrong. And fuck you. I'm telling you, Marcus, that's the dynamics of this community. Like.
Interesting. So they used, wow. Now, so I knew the Padme thing was stupid. I had no idea it was this level. So you're telling me the only time and only instance of this Padme thing happening was you asked for it in a mod and they didn't like it. and then that was you wanting to shoot pregnant women?
Yeah, because what happened was I got into an argument with them about, the legitimacy about requesting it, right? And ultimately I got banned from the server. I don't feel bad about it because it's a toxic server, so who cares, right? At this point,
well,
it was over 2 years ago. Who cares?
Okay,
right?
All right.
So yeah, so they ended up banning me. And guess who's a moderator in that server? Literally all the top tier moderators in the community. They're all, it's all this little round table. You know what I'm saying? So there's
So you have all of these immature people just basically hate you.
Oh yeah, and Marcus, some of these guys are grown ass men. Some of these guys are older than both of us. These are grown ass men, and I'm a college student. They're doing this to a college student.
Wow. Well, you gotta step one, stop fighting them. Stop engaging them, man.
I think at this point it's not feasible, but I'm the type of person that wants to fight back and just defend myself.
I know you are. I get it. But at some point, being the bigger man, being the adult, is not fighting back.
Right.
I mean, and you know that. Because that's what a part of this is. Like, you're not bending over and taking it. You're saying, listen, let's all grow up and let's be adults. Because it's the time to be an adult.
Yep, that's the entire purpose of the
ownership.
Stream. Yep.
Man, there's ownership to be taken, and I feel like you've really explained yourself well. Like, your intentions, you explained where you land, you explained where you believe. Now it's really up to people to decide if, after knowing this about you, now it's up to them if they want to be in your life or not. Because you need to see if C-Town's good or bad. I believe he's good. I mean, I truly do. His intentions have never been negative. His intentions have never, even when he's fighting and doing the things we may disagree with, at no point did he go in with a black heart in the hopes of making the world worse. He wanted the situation to improve, even if he did it in a way that you may not agree with.
Desperate times, desperate measures. That's what I can say about that,
And that's life, man. Shit happens, and we got to figure out what to do with it. So, I mean, ultimately, where are you at, man? Like, now it is June, and school's out. We're pushing forward. What do you hope to accomplish? So let's say this goes to bed. Like, are we just going back to Battlefront?
Absolutely.
Like, do you really hope to get back to
I hope at some point,
kicking ass?
Yes, I hope at some point we can put all this behind us. My banned toxic people that I don't want to talk to or associate with, just, not come back, leave me alone, go do their own thing somewhere else. And I can just keep playing Battlefront in peace and just keep doing my thing and keep growing and keep being a successful streamer. That's best case scenario. Okay. Now, worst case scenario is a little dicey here because, like I said earlier, there's some doxing going around right now. Okay. And that's over a video game.
Gotta stop, man. It's never okay.
And so, like I said, my legal identity is potentially at risk here because so far they have my first and last name and approximate location.
Man.
I'm going to TwitchCon this year. I mean, with these guys, after everything you've heard before, Marcus, with these guys, who knows? There might be someone there waiting for me. Who knows? I can't be sure,
And that's where is the war worth it, right? And that's where I think you're making the right decision, man. Yeah. I was really excited to have this interview, and I appreciate you answering all the questions. I feel like you didn't duck anything. You're here to explain yourself, and it's been really nice.
Yep. And then
is there anything else on your heart?
Yeah. So there's another high profile character that the community is using against me for whatever reason. And we'll talk. The
community being Battlefront community.
So this individual is also not liked very well on Battlefront. And this also goes back quite a while. He is known as High Elf Archer. I don't know if you've seen him in my chat before. I'm sure a lot of people watching right now are very familiar with him. He also plays Battlefront on PC. He has been a longtime supporter of mine. He has now recently been promoted to VIP. Longtime subscriber, drops bits every now and then. He's there almost every stream. And, that by itself, Marcus, why would I get rid of a viewer like that, right? Now, there are some accusations going around about him being some pedophile or some crazy shit, okay? And similarly to my situation, it's all stemming from a bunch of bullshit screenshots and him just not being liked by the community. So how hypocritical would it be of me to ban him based off of that when that's literally the exact same thing that's happening to me right now?
There's no evidence.
Exactly. Well, there's some screenshots, but,
I mean, I feel you. Tell him to come on the show.
I asked him to if he wanted to write a statement or something about it. I haven't. Dude, I think he's watching right now.
On the show. I'll let him express himself. I'm not here to judge. I'm here to listen.
So here's my issue with the screenshots, right? Besides the fact it's probably a bullshit screenshot. Okay. First things first, they're from a long ass time ago, and they're older than his Discord account. Okay. So there's problem number one. Okay. Problem number two, if they were really concerned about a grown-ass man trying to get with a minor, where's the police report? Where is the effort to help this potential person? Where is that?
Effect.
Exactly.
Bystander effect. Everybody else thinks somebody's doing it.
I had no idea until this happened.
Explanation there, right? Is so someone gets stabbed in the street. There's 50 people that see it. Not a single person calls the cops because every single person assumed that the other person called the cops. It's a wild phenomenon. They actually train it out of us in the military, believe it or not. It's the whole see something, say something. But that's just because I like talking about off-topic topics. But the point being is that's a different story for a different time, but it's tough because it's easy to lie in both directions. It's easy to accuse and it's easy to claim innocence, right?
Right.
And because I really have the details, I don't have really an opinion.
That's the thing. I don't have the details either. So
yeah, and if you don't have details, why make an assumption?
Exactly.
That's my thing.
Exactly.
If you don't know, don't get involved. It's not your situation. We all want to protect children. You always protect children, but you protect children when you know that you're actually protecting them. We are not hate mobs with pitchforks who just need an accusation to go kill Frankenstein. That's what happened to that poor monster. Everyone just assumed he was a monster because they said he was. And then look what happened, man. King Kong, all the best. Yep. They were innocent monsters that were attacked because of a misunderstanding. Now, with that being said, there is bad people, but don't just assume everybody is bad who gets accused of being bad.
Right.
Someone tried to ship me because of you on Twitter. I still don't know who he was shipping me to. But I got tagged
I remember that tweet
because I commented on something of yours that I'd ship this guy. It's where are you shipping me?
You're going via FedEx or UPS, Markus?
Man, you better overweight ship that thing. I expect first class. But it's in the world of morality, man. I think people need to stop pretending that it's one way. We need to really go back to I don't like and I do like, and then have a good life.
Exactly.
Right. So, and that doesn't mean pedophiles, but getting back on topic, you should have evidence. If you're going to hate somebody, have a good reason to hate somebody, right? You gotta be chill, man. Yep. You gotta be copacetic.
And I will say this: he is definitely the weirdest person I've ever met from Battlefront on the internet in general. He is weird. He says the most weird champ shit I have ever read in my entire life. However, he has not been toxic whatsoever. Mm-hmm. In my chat. There is a huge difference between toxic and just weird, right?
Being weird.
And after everything that's happened to me right now, why would I get rid of anyone that's not being toxic?
Well, exactly, because there's no time for it. We don't have enough energy and time in our lives to deal with people who aren't interested in making their or our lives better. For the people who want to burn down the world, man, see ya. Right? And so the bringing up of the ban, one of the accusations against you was that you were just banning people, and they said that was wrong. That's ridiculous.
Yeah.
That's ridiculous. That's like saying I had a barbecue and I didn't let people in my backyard who were assholes. I don't care if I'm at a barbecue. You can't come over and eat my chicken if you're going to be talking shit about me the whole time. And that's essentially where we're at with the internet. These streams are our barbecues, man. If people want to eat, they got to bring something to the barbecue. You can't just come eat all the cornbread and leave. It's rude.
Right.
So
I feel like he's an example of these guys hating me so much They are burning a forest down and just using anything they find to make me look bad.
Seriously. Hence the hacker. That's a perfect example, dude. They're looking for you with a microscope. Anything you do, they will use against you. And that's why, unfortunately, the burden of being good, remember?
Yep.
That's kind of the less than fun part. So,
yeah, that's pretty much the main points I wanted to cover. We covered the stream snipers, the doxers, the garrison members, high-profile characters. Oh, Padme. Now let's talk about Padme. Yeah, screenshots. Now let's talk about one more topic, and then we'll move on to questions and comments and whatnot. So there's a handful of streamers that also play Battlefront that are not with me, okay? And I think,
as in against you.
Yes. And I think this is a very important thing to address in the community because I was saying earlier about tribalism here. So I guess we'll first start off with an individual known as Small Town Games, okay? I have never heard of this guy before since this happened. Never knew he existed. He streams the game on PC. I guess he did his own thing before he found out I existed. And this guy essentially promotes hate, toxicity, attacking, misinformation, whatever against me. And I have a couple theories behind that. So first things first, let me just tell everybody real quick about this guy. He is a grown-ass 30-plus-year-old man, okay?
Hey, watch it.
Well, that's not Markus.
30's the new 20. Sorry, go ahead.
He is that old, starting beef with a college student streamer.
Oh, my gosh.
That has nothing to do with him, and he purposely involved himself in it. And I think one of the reasons for it is because he sees me as a rapidly growing Battlefront streamer, and I am like tough competition for him right now. So I think he's trying to get me canceled so that way everything can return the balance. I feel like I've disrupted the balance of the force, so to speak.
Do you have any evidence of that?
No, but that's just my theory because the guy is so keen on canceling me, and I did nothing to this dude. I had no idea who he was. And it's like, why?
So how is he...
What's that?
How has he attempted to cancel you? Sorry, I'm curious how he has attacked.
So like while he's streaming, I've been told this by various people. I'm living rent-free in his head. He's complaining about me when I'm not even there. He is talking about the Padme shit. He is talking about the hacking shit. He's making up all kinds of bullshit saying, oh, I'm getting stream sniped right now. C-Town must have sent them after me because he's not streaming right now. So he told them to come after me. Yeah, he's doing all this wild shit. And I'm not even there. So, and then people from his community have came to my chat to come fuck with me and my people. And that's why I say all this tribalism shit. I mean, it's like, dude, I don't even know you, bro. Why are you trying to fight everybody?
How is this good for the community?
It's not.
How does Battlefront 2 benefit from this? Right? Because that's all these people you imagine are in the community of Battlefront. So in what world is any of this making it better? I would say almost none. Like this is wild, man. This is almost like clout chasing. With not, you know what I mean? Like people who do hate content. Like it's like Battlefront has become that. It's like, if you want to be a streamer on Battlefront, you got to be caught up in all this bullshit.
Yeah, you literally have to like out toxic someone else to be successful.
That's crazy. Like, why is the community, I guess, supporting that is the big, because again, I don't watch Battlefront, but as
I couldn't tell you.
You know what I mean? Like if there were games I watched and it just was that the whole time, as a viewer, I'd be so turned off.
Yep.
Because like, this is what you guys want to be talking about instead of, BD8 being a chicken.
Yep.
I mean, come on. I don't know. It's a form of entertainment.
Yep.
People love reality drama, reality shows.
Yep. So Kobewans, the vigilante white knight, whatever, someone that tried to help me, started to go a little too far when Small Town got involved. So
that was the one with the Discord, correct?
The Discord?
Small Town? The one that got taken over?
No, that was Martinez.
Oh my gosh.
Martinez is out of the picture at this point. He has not interacted.
We've moved on. Okay.
He moved on.
All right,
this kind of...
Martinez is sleeping.
Yes.
Taking siesta.
Yes.
All right.
So Kobewans, the white knight, the vigilante, the hacker, whatever, kind of started to go out of my intention with him. He kind of started doing things morally strange. So Small Town is another individual that has been doxxed pretty decently. And we're thinking Kobe did it, but we don't know. It might have been someone else. Who knows? It wasn't me. The guy thinks it's me, but it wasn't me. And he also thinks that I'm like commanding Kobe to go after him and fuck with him and stream snipe him and just torment him. It's just wild, man. Like,
so just
Kobe
war.
Kobe is no longer part of this community because of the doxing, because of attracting negativity to my chat, because people were coming to my chat just to talk trash to Kobe because they don't like hackers.
Oh, wow.
And I don't blame them, but it's like, dude, DM him. Don't bring it to my chat in front of everyone. They just want to fight people, it's like, and so just
they're
between
your chat as a battlefield.
Yes, exactly. So between all of that, I just couldn't with him anymore, and I had to cut him loose and said, hey, man, I appreciate, what you tried to do, but you've been taking it too far. You're attacking other streamers. You're potentially doxing people. You're hacking against random innocent Battlefront players. I've gotten reports of that. It's just too much, man.
Again, yeah.
And like I said, that was like later last month, and apparently Small Town is still getting victim of being stream sniped by hackers, but he's putting it all towards me, and it's not true.
Yeah,
and he thinks I'm the one facilitating it, and it's not.
Yeah,
like,
because you can't yell at the criminal, you yell at the cop. Well, that's a bad. I wouldn't consider you the cop in the situation, but the point being, you're not the one committing the crime, but somebody is, and they're pissed at the criminal, and they're saying like, "Well, I know this some bitch has some sort of react." Because did you play with him?
Never.
For longer than just April 2nd? Not Small Town.
Oh, Kobe. Yes.
How much did you play with him in reality?
Probably several times. Because
what several?
Like
months?
Several streams.
Oh,
so I'd stream the game once a week.
10? Okay.
So basically,
I'm just trying to get a rough idea here.
Yeah, so basically throughout the rest of the month of April and then a little bit in May.
So 10 or more, 15 or
10,
less?
I'd say 10-ish.
Okay.
Quote me if I'm wrong, chat, but that's what I estimated as.
When he was he using hacks this whole time?
Yeah.
Only when you were being stream sniped?
Only when I was getting stream sniped. So I went in there mentally saying, if he fucks with anyone that's not, I'm jumping ship. I'm out. I'm getting on the lifeboat.
You expressed that?
I told him in DMs, like, hey, listen,
because I think that's important, man. I think that,
like I said, I had a code, and he broke the code, not me.
Yeah.
And he broke it. He broke it when he was not with me, allegedly. I never saw him do it, but multiple people are saying that, like, on the May 4th event, Star Wars Day, he went to the larger game mode Galactic Assault and fucked with a bunch of people in there. But
do you feel that you deserve any of this though for playing with a hacker for so long?
No, absolutely not, because we're at this stage, we're basically playing tug of war. I want them to stop stream sniping me. I want to play the game in peace. They want to keep fucking with me. They want to keep being toxic. They want to keep tormenting me. Okay? And so we're at this constant tug of war where it's like, who's going to cave first? And Kobe's at least making it a little easier for me.
Okay.
He's an extra person to pull the rope, right?
It's definitely murky, man, because ultimately it's the hope that you're, wrong. Because what Kobe was doing is wrong, period. But the hope was that he was only using his cheating for good purposes.
Yes.
And I'm hearing that essentially once that was no longer the case, that's when you said done.
Exactly. Absolutely.
Is that a fair?
Yes, absolutely.
Okay, so what was the line that made you
The line was me
Kobe
losing one of my most trusted, amazing moderators. Her name is Halconize. She HGLICON?
Yeah. Oh, I remember that. I remember that name.
He was belittling her in chat on Discord. They were arguing about the stupidest fucking thing in the world. And then he drops the fat shame on her, and she dipped out. And I was like, oh, fuck no. So that crossed the line. That was the last straw right then and there, is the fact that I woke up that morning and looked at my Discord channel and saw that bullshit. I was like, no, get the fuck out. No.
So
I
it wasn't
reached out
actually
to
anything
her.
he did.
I reached out to her. She's doing fine. She just wants to take a break. It's too much for her. I don't blame her. Because, I mean, she was going to work in my chat during the streams. I mean, she's banning people left and right. Not just her. You know, most of my other moderators, too. They're actually, at one point, Marcus, we had a little mini competition between who could get the most bans in chat. That's how much it was happening. I mean, I'm telling you can't make this up,
That's a lot of bans.
Yeah.
That's a lot of bans. Because these are all just new accounts, right?
Yeah, they're just
like,
alts.
Boom, boom,
yeah.
boom.
And we know it's so obvious. I have the ban evasion thing toggled on, so we know that's them, you know.
So it wasn't anything that was actually hacking related that made you stop playing with him. It was his disrespect of your community members.
Yes.
Interesting.
But just
I'm
everything
trying to
else.
find where your line is.
Well, everything else leading up to that too. It's just I was trying to be as lenient as possible because I just want these guys to leave me alone. And Kobe's so far has thus been the most successful attempt, even though it still ultimately failed. Because, like I said, I tried backing out and getting other lobbies. I tried hiding my screen. I tried changing servers. I tried everything. I cannot get them out of my face. So
desperate man does desperate things.
Yeah.
Huh. Damn, man, that is such a bitch. It's still tough. I mean, because at the end of the day, it's just facing the consequences is what it kind of feels like. Because I really feel like I know where you stand. You know, like I feel like your intentions are really important to you, and you feel like your intentions have always been good and pure. And I have to be honest, I feel there's a little bit of a blind spot to why people might be disagreeing with the fire versus fire. I don't know.
I understand where they're coming from. Yeah, I understand, but
so
I just don't agree with it. Yeah. That's basically, and they don't like that I don't agree with it. That's what it is. Yeah. And
that's really what
it is. And during the month of April, there was a push to say, "Hey, C-Town, stop squatting with a hacker." And you know what I would say? Okay, fine. Stop stream sniping me then. And it's just this back and forth, you know, tug of war. And it's like no one wants to cave. So it's. But
who was the one saying stopping using stream snipers? Was it
me?
The people you respected or the enemies? Right? Because ultimately you want to adjust your behaviors based off of the people that deserve it, right? So your community, your friends, the people you care about. So were they the ones that were saying, "Hey, stop playing with this hacker," or who was saying stop playing with this hacker?
So generally speaking, the Battlefront community itself was pushing me to stop playing with Kobe, but as Kobe broke more and more layers of ethics and morals, that's when more and more of my community members told me to stop. Okay. So originally, for the most part, my channel, I mean, I'm sure there's individuals right now that will definitely agree with me saying, "Hey, C-Town, getting Kobe to fuck with them? Holy shit, I'm laughing my ass on. Fuck them. That's amazing." You know, like people were down with that idea.
Careers at risk though? Because that's my big thing. Do other professionals who have consequences and skin in the game, do you think they would give you that same advice?
I don't know. I mean, I looked at the verbiage on TOS. I'm not the one hacking, so I'm good.
You gambled. I feel you, man.
You know what I'm saying? Huh. I am arguing all technicalities in terms of the hacking because it does not say it on the verbiage. So
if hacking was allowed, you would feel comfortable.
No, I'm saying if squatting with a hacker to stop stream snipers was specifically covered, I would be guilty, right? I would totally agree with everything. You guys got me, blah, blah, blah. But no, it does not say that, so get good.
Because get good. Because, I mean, I think that last statement for me had a big impact in the now, stop me if I'm incorrect, but stop thinking that I am okay with hacking in general.
Exactly.
I am okay with hacking when hackers are attacking me. Is that appropriate to how you feel?
Yes.
And then outside of that very specific instance, do you feel hacking in general is wrong?
Yes, absolutely.
Okay. I mean, I think that's fair, man.
Absolutely.
Like I really want to get to the bottom of your core belief because it matters. It's not the same. Thinking that it's okay to fight fire with fire is different than thinking with, well, technically TOS says hacking's fine, so fuck it. Like, that's a totally different situation.
Well, TOS says that hacking is not fine. But
I know. As an example.
It's only applying to the streamer, though. And the streamer is not the actual one doing it. That's what I'm arguing right now.
Yeah.
You see what I mean?
But again, people have to agree or disagree with you on that one, right?
Right.
So, yeah, man, I get it. I do. I get both sides. I feel like it'd be interesting to see what the questions are, right? Because I actually had somebody come in who has two questions for you.
Oh, excellent. Okay.
So I'm not rushing you. I just want to make sure we're staying.
Yeah, exactly.
You know.
So
do you
I
have
guess
anything else to?
Yes.
Disclose?
So we'll quickly talk about 2 more streamers. I know I saw some messages saying, "Hey, they're not your enemies." I don't agree with that. But we got 2 more streamers, both grown-ass men as well. And they are building their communities in Battlefront off my ban list. And their Discord servers are just as Wild West chaotic as Marthrena's was. It's all just a big C-Town hate corner. It's ridiculous. It's crazy. I mean, I go in there, it's all GIFs of me. They're starting to upload videos of my VODs on YouTube. They're stealing my emotes. Like, it's just, they're obsessed with me. It's actually really creepy. Like,
that's wild.
It is. And, you know, these guys, so it's their channel. It's their right at the end of the day. But it's like, dude, how are you okay with this as a streamer in charge of this community? How are you okay to let this be the foundation where it's a bunch of people that got banned from C-Town's channel, and that's the only reason why you have followers? Like, how are you okay with that? So both of these individuals, I'm Bullish and I Simply CD, they also got stream sniped by GG and his goons. And you know what they did, Marcus? They pussied out and just joined them and just welcomed them to come torment them.
Oh. How's it working out for them?
I mean, I guess...
Did they get bored and move on?
They're not having problems like I am, but the fact that they surrendered, just, you know, what does that say about them?
Picking their battles. I get it. I get it.
And also the fact that you're using a ban list to build yourself up. Like, come on, dude.
That's wild. Playing the game and just using you as hate farming content like we talked about before, I definitely disagree with that. How you handle immature adults is, I mean, that rule's pretty universal. You don't engage. I mean, as much as it's so hard to turn the other cheek, it's just proven time and time again. All these people want is attention. That's it, man. And unfortunately, they found tons of attention through you. And that's where I think this moving forward idea is truly the way to go. I mean, you have to fight the battles, of course, but there's no real other option when it comes to people who don't use logic to determine how they go through life, you know, because these people got nothing else to do than fuck with you. That is their job, their hobby.
Yeah.
There's no logic there. So the only way that you can truly kind of move forward from this is what I said since the beginning. You have to address it. And that's what we did here, right? But then after addressing it, is you have to move on. You have to, like, I'll use a good example. Dr. Disrespect, we cheated on his wife, right? Like, I don't know if people are familiar with the story, but short version, the way he handled it is he admitted it. He apologized for the parts that he felt he needed to apologize for, and then he pushed forward. And he didn't he engaged, but with the same message over and over. We're moving forward. We are improving, and this is not what my stream is about, right? And ultimately, it was through that unified message of, I'm not giving you guys any attention. I've addressed it. I've moved on, and we're moving on. It's that what I've found has been a lot of times the best way to move on through internet drama. Because the more you feed that engine, man, it's just going to keep turning and keep turning. It's like, do you think that you'll still be engaging after this interview with anybody in regards to your attackers or your, you know, the
I think I don't have much of a choice in the matter, to be honest with you. I think my next stream coming up on Sunday, they're going to be there and they're going to be trying to be toxic again. You know, hopefully not, but the idea behind this stream was to sort of, you know, call for everyone to come together and say, hey, here's the line. We don't cross it. Let's just, you know, but I don't think I can reason with these guys.
So in a world where you can't reason with them, how do you plan on moving forward?
The only practical way, which I believe you're one of the people that suggested this, is to not play the game. You're not the only one, Marcus. Other people,
I know you hate that though, man.
Other people in the garrison even have suggested that. Mike Naders, for example, I was talking to him a while ago about the situation. He's been very supportive in general, and he's just saying, hey, C-Town, listen, man, I know you love the game. I know it's your channel. I know, you know, it's been your baby, but dude, Battlefront is toxic. Just play something else, man. I'm your friend. I'm just, you know, and I understand where he was coming from. He was trying to look out for me. He knows what I'm going through because he deals with a lot of trolls on Dead by Daylight. And, you know, I feel like he understood what I was experiencing.
Yeah.
And it's
the nature of the success is also part of it.
Yeah.
Because you're growing, because you're becoming a bigger deal as a streamer with more of the pool. Part of the toxic nature of streaming is something you're going to have to also learn how to navigate.
I think so. You know, I've been dealing with trolls since day one, but I think I think the issue here is that only because it's Battlefront 2, the only reason it's gone this far is because of the dynamics of this game and community. If this was any other game, they would not have gotten away with this because they wouldn't. It's not possible. It's in, like, let's say Fortnite, okay? That's a game I played a few times recently, okay? How hard would it be to pull off everything that's happened in the Fortnite community? You know what I'm saying?
I mean, no, their reporting is good. I've seen people in my own games get banned live. You know, I mean, step one, I would say, is definitely start reporting. I mean, there's no reason not to. I don't know what the in-game reporting is for Battlefront.
You just click on their username on the scoreboard and, you know.
You got banned. Like, I know you feel there's extenuating consequences, but ultimately, if you're not doing everything in your power, you can't say you're doing everything in your power, even if you don't think it'll work.
So,
right? Because,
yeah, Marcus, so before all this war shit started, you know, I'd encounter a hacker usually once every stream throughout my...
You should report them every time.
Well, that's the thing. I used to. And I end up seeing them again at some point. So it's like, it's like, you know, I'm beating a dead horse there. Yeah.
Nope, it's still the right thing to do. The same reason why you never throw trash on the ground ever is because it is always wrong. The same reason why you report a hacker every single time is because it is always right. Even if it doesn't work, even if the system is broken, doing the right thing every single time is the only way that you can truly say that you did the right thing. Everybody can justify it. Everybody can say, well, because of this, I did this. Because of that, I did this. At the end of the day, the ones who truly can say I did nothing wrong are the people who did nothing wrong. And it's a hard standard to live to, man. But it's the truth. It is the app. You can never claim for the rest of your life that you have never engaged in hacking or with a hacker. You, no matter what, no matter how much you justify, no matter how much you explain, you forever played with a hacker who hacked on your behalf. That is the reality that happened. Right, wrong, or indifferent. That is why doing the right thing is so important. And I know it sucks, man. I don't mean to judge, but that's the path forward. That is truly the path forward. Because any moment you hack again, you've literally lowered yourself right back to the people who are attacking you. It's wrong. It's not right, but it's unfortunately very true.
Yeah. So, I mean, I guess at this point, you know, I don't know what's going to happen on Sunday. I don't really know where to go from here in terms of like physical steps because
move forward, man.
Well, yeah, socially, yes, move forward. But, you know, what's going to happen to me on Sunday when I boot the game up?
True. And that's the hardest part.
Because I'm just afraid that people are going to look at this and just be like, I still hate this guy. Fuck him. I'm going to still snipe him.
Yep.
And I already threw away the only weapon I had against this that ended up being out of control. And now, once again, I'm back to square one out of ideas, and I don't know what to do about it. And that's really what's been pissing me off lately, and that's why you're hearing about and seeing all these videos of me raging my ass off because I'm basically being tortured on this game. Like it's mentally exhausting. It's physically exhausting. My hands are killing me because I'm still trying to beat him for some reason. So it's just, I don't know what to do now.
I would say the one thing that it sounds like you haven't tried
is
stop
leave the
fighting
game.
him. No. Stop fighting him. You're telling me now your hands hurt so hard because you're fighting with all of your energy in these streams. You have something to prove to these people. I'm going to destroy this enemy. You can't. This isn't a real battlefield. No matter what, the only killer of these people is time because they have all the time in the world. So you as the individual, I'm not saying it'll work, and I understand why you don't want to, but the only thing you haven't tried is stop fighting them. That doesn't mean engage. That just means you ban. You ban and move. If they are completely making the game completely unplayable, your only option is to pivot. That is the truth, man. If a road's closed, no matter how much you want to, you can't go through it. And that's the shittiest part about this, is that if this doesn't work and nothing you do stops him from stream sniping you, when you're out of options, what's left?
Leave the game. That's it.
Leave the game. But that doesn't change that you can still be successful. It just means that right now, the methods for you to be successful are not in your control. It's terrible. But when we really look at the reality, man, you can either fight until your fingers hurt and still lose, or you stop and pivot and try to do something different. And I think that is not a decision that gets made on a flip of a coin. I think that's a decision that you take every stream. Your goal doesn't need to change. You want to be the best Battlefront 2 creator that exists. How you get there is going to be unique until this particular situation dies. And I just don't want you to feel like you are I don't want you to feel like you are trapped, because pulling your head out of it, you have tons of options. There's options you want and options you don't. But I don't want you to stop fighting. I want you to change the way you're fighting. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Because it's so you shouldn't. I don't need you on the front line with bloody knuckles and just all of your energy going towards, when you're streaming, I mean, fighting these fights. I believe there's smart, tactical ways to fight. And we can talk about more specifics offline.
Right.
But ultimately, you're not alone, man. You have a community full of people who care about you. You are not alone in the general scheme of the fight. We just have to figure out how to make each battle smoother. Does that make, you know what I mean? Like that? Because I realized at first it sounded like I told you to just quit. And because I don't mean that at all. I mean, stop fighting their war. For example, they're doing guerrilla tactics. Burn the fucking forest down. Now, I don't mean that literal, like with rage. Don't let them hide anymore. Don't let just, you know what I mean? Don't fight in the jungle if that's where all your enemies are killing you. Bring them out. Get them where they're not comfortable. They're very comfortable in Battlefront. If you take them out into the light, they won't have power, right? So there's another way to defeat them, is you dry them out like a slug on a sidewalk for a couple of months, playing something else while only doing limited, smaller streams of Battlefront, so you don't get defeated, you don't get burnt out, and you're still streaming. And ultimately, these people, they don't get fed anymore. They're going to die of starvation before you quit.
So that's kind of my only worry. So there's also a couple other byproducts that are gonna be a factor regardless of what they do to me during stream. So as of right now, I've been getting graciously supplied alternate accounts to keep streaming and playing the game. Only problem is that they get banned every stream, and get this, it's for the same exact reason as my original ban.
Man. It just really seems like that reporting system works really well.
I've been talking.
What are the chances? You're the only person the reporting system works on.
So that's the thing, though. They're reporting me for something I'm not doing, and it works. But then when you report something on someone that they are doing, it doesn't work. That's what I've noticed on this game's community. And I've talked to a few people about the dynamics of like the anti-cheat and how the system works and everything. And it looks like it is heavily based on the number of reports. So
interesting.
I encounter a hacker myself, and me and my followers are probably the only one that report the guy. But then this group of people, which have dozens by now, I'm getting way more reports for me. So I think the system is picking it up as, oh, this guy is hacking because look how many people are reporting him. Yeah. So that's a possibility right there. We don't know for sure, though.
Yeah. Well, especially because you're not reporting them. So you don't know if...
Well, I used to, and it didn't work.
Oh, fair enough.
You know what I'm saying?
Because I don't know, right? Like, I'm only familiar with...
Like, the relationship is inverse.
Band games. You know, because I get it, though, man. I'm only asking the questions, right?
Right, yeah. And like, I just feel like the relationship is inverse in this sense.
It feels like it. It honestly feels like it. But I would, still try, I guess. But again, what do you do? At the end of the day, it's the same name. You know it's the same person. It is very strange that it works against you so well and not against others. But, I mean, do you have any evidence of, like, calls of mass reports? Sorry, I couldn't find the word.
Well, the Reddit post is an example.
Oh, true.
I mean,
now there's the same
3,000
people
upvotes, so at least 3,000 votes, right? In theory?
Yeah. And then when you make these alternate accounts, they're reporting. They're
reporting the shit out of it, yeah.
Huh.
And that name of the account has no C-Town in there or nothing. It's just
So they would have to be sending in clips of you. So as that person.
Yeah, so that's another thing.
Unless so
apparently there's a Discord server with an EA moderator contact in there. And in theory, now I don't know this for sure because I've never joined the server, I've never seen it, but in theory, you can send a clip of someone hacking, doing crazy shit and show it to him, and he'll just blindly ban the person. So
have you done that?
No, because I've never seen the server. I don't even know if it exists.
Oh. That'd be a good place to see. Look at all these options.
So, but here's the thing, though. Ain't over. Here's the thing, though. What if people sent that EA moderator clips of Kobe and said it was me?
Yeah. You'll never know.
We'll never know, but like this is just something to think about for the community, Like there's a lot of circumstances surrounding this that just doesn't make any sense.
Yeah.
Something's not adding up here. This is like the O.J. Simpson case. Just something's not adding up here, It's something's weird.
Well, and it's exactly because from what I hear, it's it seems as if people are utilizing the systems against you and they're working very well. And the systems you've tried to utilize against them are not. Like it's the same people coming. They're not getting banned. Even if they make alternate accounts, those alternate accounts are getting banned. It just... Yeah, what a game.
Very weird,
what a community. It is very weird. But I mean, it's life. You're a content creator, man. Controversy and content creation go hand in hand.
Right. Yep.
Especially the more successful you get, because more people see you, and the more people you're exposed to. I mean, as you grow, stream sniping isn't going to get easier. Mm-hmm. It's only going to get smaller. Doesn't make it right, but I guess it's good training for the future.
Well, I will say this is probably going to be a while from now. There will be a point in time where we do get a new Star Wars shooter, and I can throw this game in the garbage bin. And I promise you, as long as it has a healthy developer and community, this will not happen. So it might be 10 years from now. It might be 6 months from now. Who knows?
Yeah. Hey, fingers crossed, man. I had so much hope for Battlefront 2 when it first came out, and I broke my heart. All I wanted was a Star Wars shooter that was modern, and it just, it killed me when that game came out. Granted, I haven't played it since, but when it launched, I will say
it is a lot better than launch, but there's still, as you found out today, there's still a lot of problems,
man,
and unrepairable problems, obviously.
Are we ready for the people?
I think we are. I think we're ready for questions and comments, guys. So I think I guess we'll start with people that actually want to speak.
Voice.
Voice?
We'll start with the voice people.
Yeah, okay.
Because I think that's the most appropriate.
Okay, who is up first? I see Chef DeLorean and Orangutan in the queue, but is there anyone else that wants to speak that can be trusted? So banned people, sorry, you're not. Sorry, dude.
And then just some ground rules real quick. Do your best to not talk over each other. It's very important to let each other finish each other's thoughts. Keep it respectful, keep it honest, and that's really it.
Yep.
Express yourself.
So here, I think we're gonna start.
And while you do, I have to tinkle so bad. So I'll be right back.
Gotcha. All right, guys. So I guess we'll start with Chef DeLorean.
My eyeballs are floating.
Yeah. So guys, I think we'll start with Chef DeLorean. He's one of my most longest time moderators and one of the very few that have stayed loyal all the way through this from beginning to end. And he's experienced a lot of drama himself just by being my moderator. So I would love to bring him on here and see what he has to say. He and I have had a lot of conversations, especially late at night, about this, and it's been going in circles for a while, and I understand where he's coming from and everything. So let's bring him on and see what he has to say. So Chef, I hope you're listening, but I'm gonna drag you into the call now. So let me move him. Chef DeLorean, can you hear us?
I can hear you, yes.
Okay, perfect. All right, go ahead, Chef. The floor is yours.
Start
by introducing yourself to everyone so they know who you are and what you do in Battlefront.
My name is Chef DeLorean. I make mods for Battlefront. I've played this game pretty much since its launch. Started on Xbox, obviously. Went to PC when the game was free. Formed a Discord with my friend Exquisitor to help people to learn how to mod the game. Then I eventually became a modder. Now I mod games and I got Patreon. So my whole thing with this game is just, I want to do my part to keep it alive until Battlefront 3 comes along. So, and yes, I have had lots of conversations with UC Town.
And what have you experienced just by being a moderator on my channel? Just in the general atmosphere.
I'd say just mostly it was the VOD that went viral on Reddit. Oh, kids were like calling me a hacker and all these things, and I think it gets down to that solution that I use is the solution for you going forward, which is just, if you make it a big deal, then they're going to make it a big deal. So, people will throw sharp barbs at you because a lot of times they're not even thinking, or they have no, viewpoint. They don't really have context because they haven't seen the whole situation. But then if you give them that reaction that they're looking for, like, oh, F you, dude, I'm not a hacker, blah, 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 then they're just going to be vindicated. They're going to be like, oh yeah, this guy really is, because the way he's reacting. And I feel like, while it is annoying, and I had obviously zero to do with it, less than zero, other than, playing with you or whatnot. I had no control over what you do and what you don't do. And so, of course, it was annoying for me, but at the end of the day, things on the internet do die down, it went away after a couple of weeks, whatever. And so I think for you, like we've had with the conversations, the biggest thing is how you handle them. Okay. I think that's a big deal. That is because that's what they want. That's what they need. Otherwise, you're just going to be boring, and they'll leave. They'll go find someone else to stream snipe. Because it didn't start out that way, right?
No, it didn't. It gradually got worse and worse and worse because I kept fighting more and more and more, thinking that they would, ultimately feel embarrassed and failures. And, that was my mentality behind it because, that, we played together, for a long time. We have shitted on them so many times. We had a 4-stack going many times. We did some things. We Finglish. We did whatever we had to just beat them and just say, haha, you stream sniped and failed. Get out of here, loser. And I figured eventually they would be like, well, all right, I guess C-Town is the better man here because we just suck because we have to stream snipe. That was my whole mentality behind it back then.
You think that's the mentality of stream snipers?
I guess I assumed
P9, man.
I guess I assumed everyone involved in this was a logical human being, and I was dead wrong.
Baby.
So
how do you feel now about that?
about everything that I've tried to do.
No, just do you think stream snipers respond to logic?
No, absolutely not. Especially this community, especially Battlefront. Maybe another game community. Maybe Fortnite has more logical people, slightly more, but definitely not Battlefront. They're on the same spectrum as like Rust and, you know, other toxic games out there that have, you know, like I heard Minecraft on PC is apparently insane. So they're on that same level where it's just like you can't reason with them, you know?
I got to quit, Chef, if you don't mind if I ask you a question real quick.
Shoot, go for it.
So with knowing C-Town way better than me, I mean, I love you all, but, you know, I feel a big part of the struggle is the idea of letting them win or letting them give up, or not, or as C-Town giving up. Do you have any suggestions, or like, what's the best way to ignore people who are essentially just spitting in your face of what you're trying to do? You know, like what's a good method for C-Town to try to not feel like he's surrendering, but also,
I mean, at the end of the day, he's got to decide whether or not he is, you know, obviously everybody wants to win, right?
Yep.
It's not reasonable to think that you're going to win every time. And I don't think that C-Town thinks that, but a high percentage, right? Like win a lot.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, definitely.
But
yeah.
In this game right now, the way it is, as long as it's been out, and it's literally the only game in town that has blasters and lightsabers interacting in the way that HVV does, especially, and even GA, that people say this game is casual. It's not casual. Okay. There's so much subtleness on the back end as far as like just the way, you know, think about it. There's lightsabers, force powers, and blasters all interacting in 4v4 in a 3D realm all at the same time. You know how fast that moves? And so basically what I'm trying to say is you need 4-man Discord. You need to have communication, because if you want to win against your quote unquote stream snipers, now most of the stream snipers that stream snipe C-Town, I know most of them. I've been playing this game for a long time. And I can tell you that a lot of them are Caps players or former Caps players. Caps is basically competitive Battlefront.
Yeah, that's what we talked about earlier.
Okay.
Yeah.
So in order to do that, Marcus, they've figured out how to, like, literally you have 8 people in a call now on PC. They did it on Xbox too. So you're basically getting the servers. So your timing, you're going 3, 2, 1, start. The captains start on both teams. And what you're trying to do is get the same map, right? So that you can play against each other. They got that process down to a science. Let me tell you. That's part of the reason why it's easy for them to get in C-Town's games. Because they're literally pros at doing just that alone.
Yeah.
But my problem with it is the ratio statistical chance behind it based on the average number of players every day. That's my only issue with how they're so good at it.
But did
yeah,
you
but
take
whether
their
they use hacks or they don't use hacks, which I really, whatever. At this point, does it matter?
No, it doesn't, but I would like to know. I would like to understand how they're doing it, because maybe that could be an option that we can address for the future to sort of deter them.
I mean, up until this last update, which came on the May the 4th event, it was pretty easy to queue into someone else's game. Now it's a little different. But I think that's worrying about such a small thing for you, that I feel like focusing on what's going to get results for me, for you, is all that you should be worried about. Figuring out how they get into the server or get into your match, whatever, dude. That's not going to help you, I don't think. I see where you're coming from and trying to figure out a way to counter it, but that just skirts around the real issue, is like how you handle them once they get in the game. You said before that CD and Bullish like stooped down to their level. Well, I don't really think that was the case. I think it was them being the bigger adult. And once he did that, he became friends with them and it wasn't a big deal. But if he would have had a acid reaction to it, be like, fuck you, dude. No, like, basically instigating, right? Like keep throwing gas on the fire. Now he's pissed and it becomes a tug of war. And once you do that, now you have a forest fire. It should have just been a little fire.
My issue with them,
though, fire out,
yeah, Chef. My issue with them though is the fact that their communities are being built off my ban lists, and I've banned some of these guys for very good reasons. Some of these guys are the ones going around doxing me. I'm sure you've seen it. Obviously, they have made account names on Battlefront with my first and last name. They're typing it in game chat for the whole world to see. They're following me with Twitch account alts with my first and last name in it. Some of them have directed violence towards me in their Discord servers. It's just not okay,
I get that it's not okay, but what I'm trying to tell you is how to beat the game, and you don't, for whatever reason, haven't made that choice to do it that way. And I understand that that's not the easy path, but there is no easy path out of this. Like, this has been going on for a year or more.
Roughly, yeah.
So obviously, and like a Pied Piper that had one rat, now it's more than 100. And they're not rats. Let's just say that. I talk to them, so I know them. Okay. At the end of the day, it's going to be about you pivoting, to use Marcus's words, to doing something different. Because what you have worked or what you have used as a method to get them to stop stream sniping you has not worked. It's literally gotten 10 times worse. So if you keep doing the same things and it's getting worse, or you're doing new things and that thing made it worse, not even neutral or better, then I think that you have to just do something radically different,
Okay.
That's all.
Do we have a year, man? Does anyone have any statements from either Simply or Bullish on what they have to say about some of their community members behaving towards me? Because I would like to get what they have to think about that, because the doxing, the threats, the toxic stream sniping, whatever, I just don't know how a streamer could be okay with having someone in their community that's doing that to a fellow Battlefront streamer, especially.
Well, they are private Discord, C-Town, so it's not like a public.
Well, no, I mean what they're doing to me in game. Because, like I said, they're making Battlefront account names with my first and last name.
I've talked to Bullet. She has nothing against you. It's just that I think you're so deep in the weeds and you've been so tortured and tormented by these guys that you're not thinking straight, to be totally honest. We've had multiple conversations about this, and I want the best for you. I want you to succeed. I've been there since viewer 3. So I know I've seen your channel go from 3 to 50. Half of them are stream sniper followers, whatever. But you have to look at the reality of the situation and then, do a 180.
It'd be a shame if you fought a war until you lost. You know what I mean? You're fighting so hard right now, C-Town. You're swinging because you're being attacked, and you've been being attacked for a long time. And ultimately, if you've been fighting blind for so long because all you can do is keep your breath about you, it's easy to see how the fight may have. It's easy to not see that the fight may have changed. And, it's everything you come back to is but what about this? And you talk about a different battlefield. Well, what about this streamer that I have to fight? What about this subreddit I have to fight? What about EA that I have to fight? You're fighting on so many fronts that it's a shame to see you fight so hard against an enemy that you could argue can't be defeated. They can be look at North and South Korea, just as an example. After that war, man, That line moved less than like a mile and a half after a multi-year, multi-bloody, dead war. The only thing that changed was a border. And that's ultimately, I feel, what's happening to you, is you are fighting so hard that at the end of the day, even if you win, you're just going to be a bloody pulp with nothing left. You're fighting an idea, and you're just bigger than that. You're better than it.
Well, unlike North and South Korea, I actually do have a treaty up on the internet right now. If someone wants to drop the link in chat right now, the intention is to get the people directly involved to sign it, but shout out to people that just signed it without me asking them to, people that just aren't even involved at all, that support me, that just want to sign it. There's conditions on there set for myself, for the stream snipers, for the doxers, other streamers that are, you know, spreading hate about me, whatever. And it's essentially an agreement between everybody in the community that's directly involved in this. Because I want this to stop. It's gone far enough. There's people getting doxxed, and their lives are potentially going to get ruined over this nonsense. So, including myself. So it's like, you know, it's my last resort to sort of peacefully end this. I mean, if I can't end it this way, then, you know, it's been real, guys. You know, it's like.
Do you feel that the option for moving forward is the same regardless? Either they sign it, they don't. Ultimately, the decision to move forward is you have to be the one who moves forward.
If they don't sign it, and if the conditions aren't followed by all parties, at the end of the day, I still have my bomb-ass channel. I'm still going to be streaming.
Exactly.
They can't take that from me. I have not broken any form of TOS. They might have a little bit of pull in the Battlefront community, but they have absolutely no pull on Twitch. They don't know anybody that can finesse a bullshit ban like they did on Battlefront. They can't. I think they've reached their ceiling on their canceling ability at this point, and I think they're angry about that. You know, I think at first when it, you know, back in April when it first started happening, they were just like, yes, let's keep going. And then now we're at the point where it's like they can't do too much to me anymore. So I have a feeling that there's just going to be some people that are just going to, you know, read the treaty that I offered and just laugh at it and say, fuck C-Town, you know?
Yeah.
But I got to try. I got to at least offer it. So, yeah, I think going forward, I'm going to, you know, do what I can to keep my composure and just try to ignore them. But, man, it's going to be tough because, you know, let's say I see them in my lobbies, right? Well, and I've already been through this, but I back out, try to avoid them, try to pivot, right? I get another lobby, and then they're there in my face, and then that's not entertaining for the viewers. People don't want to see me just back out of games halfway through all stream, you know? It's like no matter what I do on the game, besides like playing single player, I can't win. I can't be successful to the fullest by continuing to play the game. That's my main concern right now.
And there's different ways of winning, at least for the temporary, because if you're fighting them and they want you to get pissed and have a reaction, learning a new skill set that allows you to react better when they're in your games, like figuring out a way to make it so, okay, hey, we got stream snipers. Now winning the round isn't the objective because you're up against, an unbelievable, unfair force. But finding a way to survive them coming into those streams and stream sniping you, that is a much more realistic outcome than them changing their behavior. Because ultimately, you're the only one that has control over your actions.
Right.
And then, Chef, I think you're still there. I mean, this is your time.
I think we have a
I just didn't want to talk over
I
you.
think Graves wants to say something. So, we got people.
Me, Markus and C-Town, is that C-Town and I have had multiple conversations, both just me and him, and both him and Graves and other people in the community. But I feel like we're just spinning our wheels. Because we've made the same suggestions, but then C-Town, you just kept telling us like, well, what if it doesn't work? Or, I can't guarantee that. And then your account and, what if they don't show up? I can't have 8 people. They're all on comms, all on Discord the entire time. You say stuff like that. And it's like, that's dejective to us because we're trying to be the ones being there for you, and you won't even allow it.
Oh, I know you
and
are.
Like,
yeah, I know. And
I
it's
mean,
just
I can see it. Dude. You have to admit, like, if this was South and North Korea, well, I have passports and full clearance on both sides. Okay, so I see both sides. And I feel like if you did that and just had better communication and I think also another point that should be brought up in this is that is another complaint is that you yell at your teammates from time to time, especially if they're in there or even if they're not, even if we're up like by 18 points sometimes. And that is it's like a boss yelling at you and you're in a restaurant and I'm a chef and I'm yelling at you in front of the customers. It just feels like bad, because no one wants to get yelled at when you're on stream with a Twitch streamer, especially.
Yeah, and believe me,
especially when they're just trying to help you.
Yeah,
you know what I mean?
I have not enjoyed any bit of my rage on this game. Like, I can't imagine what my blood pressure has been lately.
Well, the thing that I have learned on this game is like during the game, let's say they're on average 10, 15 minutes, any amount of communication, because this game is very sweaty now. It's insanely sweaty most of the time. Any communication that's useless or just bitching absolutely screws your chance of getting momentum, which is what it's going to require to beat, especially the Stream Sniper team or anyone that's actually on this game at this point is pretty good. And so if you're just bitching your face off because this guy's getting, get this fucking Vader off me, that's not useful information. You know what I mean? And it's also like, it's not said in a positive manner, which doesn't motivate your team. So if you have positive communication, like, and are respectful to your teammates instead of yelling at them, I think that would help. And trust me, I know I have my own anger issues. That's how I can figure out, okay, C-Town's got rage issues, and I get it because I can identify with that.
Well, I think I've just been pushed to my breaking point.
Because this game can be super frustrating.
I think, Chef,
it can make you blow your lid very easily.
I think I've just been pushed to my breaking point, Chef. I've really run out of patience, and I've just had I've had enough. Like I don't think I have anger issues. I think it's just I'm just getting pushed to my breaking point.
When it comes to this game, you do. But also, I've seen you when you were playing Rogue Squadrons or whatever. You were yelling at your teammates there too, and bitching. And there's a point where there's like a good form of entertainment with ragers, right? Like Dr. Disrespect, right? That's one form of rage, but that's entertainment because he's doing it with comedy and skill. Whereas yours, that is like an invitation to bullies and people that want to stream snipe you because of the reaction you give them, right? They're not laughing and not being entertained and actually learning something from Dr. Disrespect because that's how he is. With you, it's a lot different. And I feel like...
Do you have an example, Chef?
Huh?
Just like an example of an event. I just want to paint an appropriate picture if that's okay.
Yeah. Paint.
No, I meant do you have an example of C-Town?
Oh, you mean like
a bad rage moment?
There has been no lack of them. I mean, if you watch his streams and they get in there and you pay attention to every word, which is what now he's got it up to that level. Everyone's hanging on every word since they're literally making blurbs and MP3s and videos, and we're talking everything, soundboards, you name it. So obviously they're all over watching everything you say, right? Is going to get judged. And that's just part of being on Twitch as well as a streamer. You're on stage, you're live,
being judged.
Yeah,
You're judged.
But my
That's
issue
part
with
of it.
all of that is, like, as far as I know, the only people that think what they're doing is cringe is just people in my community. And my gripe with the Battlefront community is, like, why don't you guys think that what they're doing is just absolute just cringe? Like, you know, I don't get that.
I think a good amount do. But here's the other thing. You have to worry about stuff you can control. Is that something that you can control? Other people's opinions? F no. You have no, so you are literally wasting mental power on something that it's like walking outside and saying, I hope the sun isn't out today. And every single day it comes out, and you're just wasting energy on that because you can't control that at all. The only thing you can control is who you are and what you do and what your decisions are. Because after that, people are just going to make their judgments. Mm-hmm. No one's going to be a politician and go around lobbying for you, C-Town, because that would be exhausting. And it's not even fair. People have the right to have their own judgments and minds made up with what they see, what they feel, what they experience. And that is the beauty of free will, to be totally honest. Like, trying to like tell someone that feels that way, they're not going to listen to me or anyone you're not going to convince them because they saw what they saw. The only thing that would change their mind is if you turned a new leaf and turned this negative situation into a positive. That's what I think the best people in life is like. It's not that you go through the hood and get jacked. It's not that you experience negativity, bad stuff in life. It's that you literally, how you handle it. And I mean, you can walk out of that situation like a champ or a chump. That's your decision. Because it's already happened to you. Now you can figure out how to like turn it around, right? It's sort of like what Bullish and CD did with their stream sniping issues because they got stream sniped.
Yeah, but
Why aren't they after them like they are after you? Well, they quote unquote turned it around and they like made friends of them. They, as you say many times, they big brained it. They thought, I'm thinking outside the box. And it doesn't matter internally what you feel, because those feelings are all the negativity that you're experiencing by just going through this conversation. It's stirring that up. And if you don't control that fire, if you don't tell it to go back to where it came from, then it's going to own you, my friend. Trust me, it will.
So I don't want to do what Bullish and Simply did, though. I don't want to be known as the streamer that just let a bunch of stream snipers just dominate him. I don't want to.
Well, CD and Bullish aren't known that way.
Well, they are to me.
But you're known as a streamer that rages and they have all these soundboards and like the legend is true. Which one would you rather have?
Neither, honestly. Because it's a loss in my book either way.
Well, sometimes
so what's the win?
Sometimes it's a lesser of two evils.
I guess really the win was just to follow Chronic and all his other community members and just leave the game back in 22, 21, one of those years.
What's the realistic win right now, though? Because the past is locked in.
The realistic win is to leave the game, but I don't want to do that.
No, for you, how would you define if you were to win this war against the stream snipers?
Oh, well, essentially figure out some kind of way to physically force them to not be able to fuck with me in the game. That's how I would win in my ideal world.
So there's no peaceful solution here?
Well, that's still a peaceful solution.
Force is peaceful?
Well, force meaning like preventing them from fucking with me in Battlefront in a non-lethal way.
What about not becoming the... What about not being enemies?
Force? What do you mean by that?
Like doing something where like they can't get into my lobby and fuck with me.
Oh, it's impossible. That's so unrealistic. I mean, multimillionaires can't stop stream snipers. What chance do you have?
That's true.
Well, I think the problem though is like you're comparing me to like other streamers that are playing games with a way better dynamic of the game and community though. Like, you got to compare me to another Battlefront streamer that, like, had this level of problem, and we don't really have one.
We don't need to compare you to anybody. It's your own individual situation.
Well,
because ultimately the results of others is not the results of you. Your individual solution on how to stop stream snipers is yours. Finding the best solution for your individual situation, it doesn't have anything to do with anyone. Like Chef was saying, is you hold all the power. We talked earlier about how these people, how you live rent free in these people's head. It is definitely the same. You just want to fight, C-Town.
They're living in your head and vice versa. Yes.
Fight. It's just, we're trying to tell you is fighting hasn't and isn't working. And as much as your pride and indignation, I think that's the word I meant to use, wants you to fight, it really doesn't seem like it's the option that will let you win. This is the war on terror, man. You're fighting an idea. These people will never logic, and I don't know them. So playing in the middle, every fight has resulted in a loss for C-Town. It sounds like it. And when you fought every fight that's legal and illegal, and you've lost on every front, why still fight?
I guess honor, dignity, pride, whatever.
Do you feel that you're maintaining your honor, dignity, and pride in the way you fought this war?
I to a certain extent, yes, because I believe their ultimate goal, Marcus, is to either A, bully me off the game, or B, cancel me off the internet.
Absolutely.
And I am refusing to let that happen with everything I've got.
Yep. So that's why it's a unstoppable force meets an immovable object situation. But the problem is that they're not a streamer. You are.
They don't have stuff to lose. They don't have a career to lose.
Nothing to lose. They're playing with house money, and you keep giving them more. So they come back for more, and then they give some of that house money to their friends. And their friends come, and then they make house money, and then they give it to their friends. And that's why their community is growing, because they're playing with house money, and you're playing with nothing. I think you could certainly do the team thing, and it could be really good for you, and you can get back to good old C-Town.
So, and I did think about that, but I know, Chef, we've already been over this, but there's some reliability issues here, and also these are the type of guys. So, Marcus, the guys against me, these are the type of guys that if you play a game of soccer with them, they will move the goalpost and manipulate a win in any chance they can possibly get. So, Chef, I know your idea is great in theory, but my issue is that I get in a 4-man stack on Discord, we're sweating our asses off, it's a really close game, blah, blah, blah. And when the game gets close to the end, they move the goalpost somehow by either A, subtle hacking or using some bullshit exploit or whatever to just force a win on their end. And I don't want to do that for nothing. I'm done giving them the time of day to face them in a lobby. Going forward,
you're already doing that anyway.
Well, no, I've been trying to back out as much as I can, but the problem...
I know, but you still... Do they stream snipe you every single time that you play the game, yes or no?
Yes, absolutely.
Okay, so nothing you have done, including trying this strategy, would prevent that. So that's not even what it's about anyway. It's about you starting to deal with it in a better way, which is going to start with, okay, I get it, you want to win. Well, you have zero chance against regulars without a Discord, because you have a 4-man team and you don't have a Discord, and at the game state right now, you have no chance because they're on comms and you're not.
I don't feel I have a good chance either way, Chef. That's what I'm trying to argue with that idea.
Well, that is part of the problem, is that's like a mentality. If that's your mentality, then
never change.
That's what's going to happen. Do you think millionaires think, oh, I might get there? No, they think they are going to get there. They fake it till they make it. They envision it, and then they make it happen. They write down their goals, and they do it. Right now, you need a plan, and you need to get... I think what it is like it's more serious than you wanted to get. You want to just play the game for fun, but also at the same time you're hyper ultra competitive. You don't like to lose either. And so those are two opposite sort of factors that are like, you know, make you conflicted.
Well, and think about the self-awareness. By gaining that self-awareness, how much easier it would be for you to understand, like, all right, this is why I almost freaked out. Like, because you're going to feel the emotions no matter what. We're not telling you not to feel anything, but it's managing those emotions. When you see that stream sniper come in and that rage blows up in your mind, being part of being a successful streamer that has 60 plus people, it's only going to grow, is controlling that rage. I mean, you're a performer. That people downplay what being a streamer is. It's 4, 5, 6 hours of performing in front of a group. The mental energy that takes is huge.
It is.
But learning the skill sets to mitigate the negative parts of the job, that's it. I mean, people come in and I use Doc just because it's on my mind. People come in and still tell him, hey, have you screwed anybody, cheat on your wife recently? Just the other day, someone in COD said, hey, Guy, it just brought up, hey, said his name, Guy Beam, and then brought up him cheating on his wife. If you plan on being successful in streaming, that is your life forever. Now, granted, that's different than 4 people coming in on one specific game, but the point is you're going to have enemies, and learning the skill set to handle it is so much more important than figuring out how to stop it.
Okay.
Because it will never be stopped.
No, that's a fair point, but my main concern is just like they're in my face and I can't do anything about them.
Yeah.
I'm
what
handcuffed.
Chef say, you need help.
I'm handcuffed to them the entire time I play Battlefront, and there's nothing I can do besides not play the game. That's my main issue with this, and that's why I'm getting so mad because I can't do anything.
So are you willing to step up your game and go to the next level? That's what it is.
I don't think that's worth it.
You want to stay in the triple? Do you want to stay in AAA, or you want to move up to? You know what I mean?
I don't think
it's
worth
move
it.
Up to the majors.
I don't think, marginally speaking, it's worth it because I'm just done giving them the time of day. I just want them to be gone.
But you keep saying that, but like you give them the time of day.
Well, there's a certain point where I'm forced to, because if I see them in the live, I'm going to back out. That's giving them the time of day, right? Like that's acknowledging their presence, right?
So I think
it's like it's unavoidable at some point.
You're sick of the situation. That's what it is. And what I'm saying is, okay, when you're let's say you do decide to play against them, well then they're all over you. Well, of course, that's what the stream snipers are gonna do. But if you had 3 other guys in Discord or whatever with you doing call outs saying, you know, Kylo's coming, whatever it is, that's gonna help you. Because when you have communication cues, just like a general in the army, imagine no communication. How far would that get? It would go nowhere fast. You need it.
You have to change your tactics. You're fighting on the front line. And like he said, they're on the house money. You are an individual who is looking how to win each battle. Like, I love that analogy with the colonel. You truly need to evolve your mentality to, you're not fighting individual battles anymore, C-Town. You need to figure out how to win the war. And a lot of times winning the war doesn't mean destroying your enemy. And it's really important, I think, is the more we do this and you pull yourself out of it, you have a much bigger war on your hands that you need to be able to fight rather than just this one group of Battlefront people. Because a year from now, 2 years from now, you've moved on and you're still successful. You just have a new front. Instead of fighting on Battlefield, now you're fighting on Dead Drop. I'm hooked on Doc today. But the point is like learning the skills is so much more important than winning the fight. You might have to take this one on the chin so that you can ultimately succeed to a higher level down the road.
I think
you don't have to do it alone.
Is that gaming in general has just evolved, especially with the pandemic. That got everybody in Discord. Now they're used to that, and they already had that with Xbox game chat and whatever PlayStation has. So that, think about that, because I know people on my Discord server, they play other games and it's sweaty there too. Every game is sweaty. Marbles on stream, I've told you many times, would be sweaty if at all possible, because that is just the way it is in gaming culture right now. If it's a FPS shooter, it's gonna be competitive. And if you don't have a Discord, there's plenty of teams that use Discord and communicate, and you ain't gonna beat that. It's just not gonna happen.
Look at Apex when we were playing the other day. And I understand with the stream sniping is a bigger aspect to what this isn't just normal games with normal.
Yeah, this is not a normal situation at all.
Right, but the situation would eventually pop up in another game is my point. You wouldn't have the stream snipers, but you would still have the situation where you're going to get your ass handed to.
Well, and I'd rather take that than what I'm dealing with right now. I mean,
that's what
I get that, and you have that option, but you're still going to have that, and that's the centralized root of the problem, is because if you had good because you always keep saying, well, what if that's not going to work? I can't rely on people to show up there, 4 people the whole time. But it's like, okay, you built your stream from 0 people to 50 plus on average. You can build a team of 4 people that are there reliably.
Absolutely.
And also, I also told him, Marcus, he needs to gather through Discord a team that can out stream snipe the stream snipers. Then he could have, you see what I'm saying?
Yeah,
they have their 4, and let's say C-Town gets his 4, right?
Okay.
So he's got his squad. He's searching for a game. Well, the stream snipers are searching for that game too, right, Marcus?
Okay.
Well, C-Town can get a B squad, right, of 4 guys that are also trying to get in his game. So let's see which one is better at stream sniping him, because if he gets his own community members in there that's quote unquote stream sniping him, now he's got a custom 4v4 and he can sit back, crack a beer, relax, and not worry about those guys for at least one game. And it could be more, could be, I don't know, right?
That's like a great example. You turn that into an event, C-Town. That's how you defend yourself.
I know.
You do that for a month or 2. Stream snipers, they don't even get mentioned anymore. And when they do get in, you don't rage. I know it's so hard, but that's the skill set, right? It's like you have to do the things you don't want to do until you can do the things you want. I know you don't want to do community games. You just want to play. But unfortunately, because of your unique situation, you got to do unique shit, man.
Yep.
So the concern about setting up like a private lobby, or at least manipulating one, is going back to what I was saying earlier about how easily they just manipulate themselves in. I mean, who's to say that they don't have some kind of software that will just boot out B squad, at will? And
but until they do, don't let the assumptions or the what ifs control your behavior. React to each event as it happens.
Yeah, don't put a monster in the path that's not even actually happened yet.
My concern is like the long run in this, though, because I've tried so many things right now, and I'm just worried that this is just going to be another failed attempt, like the several ones before this. So it's just I'm just trying to think practical here and just come to terms. That's
not a failed attempt if you get 3 other guys in Discord, because going forward, do you think that gaming culture is going to get less competitive in general or more competitive?
It's going to get
If you go on to Battlefront 3, is it going to be less competitive or more competitive? It's not. It's going to be more competitive as we go. That's the way it's going to be, C-Town. So my thought for you is, get good with getting 3 people in Discord for this game. And when you move on to the next game, you'll be that much better at it. You'll be that much practiced in like giving good call outs and all these things. Because if you don't, it's going to be the same problem again in a different game, because you're a competitive person, ultra competitive person.
I feel like, considering
you
the fact
are you not?
That we know that EA is never making a Star Wars multiplayer shooter ever again. I am very confident.
That would be fine.
We're not talking about the important part. That has nothing to do with anything. Because eventually, what if you're streaming from the brain chip that's stuck to your prostate? Like the future, the what ifs, the how comes, the who shouldas, the what notice, none of that matters, C-Town. Not a single thing. You got to stop saying but and start just doing. I keep doing what you've been doing. You got to keep doing. You can't say, well, I'm not going to do this because of that. Because that is how you get defeated.
I'm gonna
That's
try
how you
it.
become tired.
I just want to go in knowing that there's a possibility it's not going to work. Because last year, after I was trying all the first handful of things, I was not doing that. I was going in thinking, oh, this is gonna work this time. Oh, this is gonna work this time, and it wasn't. And I think that's contributing to how angry I've been getting because I've just been trying all these different things.
Yeah, but look at it like this. Okay, you getting a 3-man Discord together with you as much as possible up to the point where you build it up where now that's reliable and there's a waiting list, and then you have your team B and now there's a waiting list for that, right? Until you get to that point. Just think of it like this. You have a car, right? And you're going down the road. Well, the 3-man Discord is a turbocharger. We're going to add that to the engine. Is that going to make it worse or better?
Well, better.
It's not going to make it worse. It's going to make it better. Now, is that going to guarantee you a victory every time? Is that going to guarantee them not getting in? No, but once you get your B team, that would make it harder. You know,
I'm sure it would to a degree.
You got to chip away, homie. You can't get this big mountain that you've built up down to the ground in one stream. This is going to, as I always look at it like this, however long the problem's been going on, that's how long it's going to take to get back to neutral. And then the repair starts. That, in my opinion, and in my experience in life. So if it's been going on for a year, then you're going to have to be on best behavior C-Town with this new thing for a year. And that's just the way it is. And if you don't have that mentality, maybe you'll get lucky and it'll come, your resolution will come earlier. But
if you don't work towards a resolution, it will never come.
I mean, I'm going to try everything,
I don't want to,
that's been suggested, but like I said, I'm just.
Stop saying but.
Yeah,
that's the first thing we'll fix, C-Town. We got to stop with the butts. Chef, I don't want to cut you off. I also just want to make sure we're moving forward. Is there people waiting?
Yeah, there are. There's a bunch that are waiting, yes.
Someone Chef, can definitely take the mic from me.
Well, I was just going to ask, Chef, if you just kind of have one final statement, and if you wouldn't mind if we could possibly move on, that'd be awesome.
Oh, yeah, dude. Someone get on deck. And
yeah,
I really appreciate you, Chef. It was very honest.
Chef. Thank you, yes.
I agree with so much of what Chef said, C-Town, and you have a wonderful friend here. And I hope you never forget that, because Chef, that was from the heart.
No, actually,
it was awesome, man. It was awesome.
You know what's crazy about this whole thing is that in the last 2 months, I found out who my real friends are, and I found out who the fake ones were. Some of them were moderators that are no longer part of this channel. Some of them were just fellow streamer friends that, either A, have a fragile alliance with me right now, or just straight up cut ties. So
fragile alliance.
Yeah, I've come to be cursed with a lot of knowledge recently about this.
Well, cursed and blessed, because finding out who your friends are is a pretty wonderful thing.
That's one thing, but also think of this, C-Town. The ones that are doing all that stuff that is against you, understand that they probably have their own issues, which is why they're taking it, quote unquote, out on you, right? Maybe their dog got killed. Maybe whatever happened, their girlfriend broke. Maybe they just, failed out of their school, or they got fired from their job, or whatever it is. And they just saw an easy target like you and just took it out on you because they're deflecting their pain onto you to make themselves feel better. And when you look at it like that, like, I feel like it's just, doesn't allow negativity to ever creep up, because if you give it a space, it will absolutely grow and grow and grow. You do not ever want to put a focus on that, in my opinion. You know what I mean? And I think you can do this. Just focus on the things that you need to, and don't waste time and energy on shit you can't control.
I love it. Thank you so much.
Definitely am doing that.
Yeah, thank you, Chef, for the statements.
I really appreciate you coming in, man.
No problem, dude. May the force be with you.
And also with you. Well, C-Town, that was Chef. A wonderful I feel like that was very honest, and he's a good man.
Yeah, no, he's been with me since the beginning, and he's been, the backbone of my moderation team for a long time. He's been the backbone of my channel in a sense, because he's actually supplied me a lot of the mods that I've ran on stream to generate content for the channel. So he's a big part of this community, and he's one of the very few modders of this community that is not toxic. So, he's one of the good ones.
A lot of times friends will tell you what you need to hear, not what you want to hear.
Exactly, yes.
And that's how you know they're a good friend.
Yep.
All right, so what are we... Let's talk about...
Yeah, we're waiting for some people to say something. Bullish has been trying to get verified in the server. I keep telling people how to do that, because the way my security system's set up here is, you have to link your account and go through the prompts and all that. So I don't know if he figured that out yet, but...
Well... let's while we're waiting, is there anyone else who wants to talk? Does anybody have a text or a chat?
Any chat messages that you guys can type real quick? Any brief statements? Anybody in chat, by all means, go for it right now. I'm looking at chat.
I just have a quick question. Does the name Fulcrum ring a bell?
Yes.
They very politely, I'll mind you, they asked, may I ask C-Town why I got banned from C-Town's Twitch channel a few weeks ago? I was never implicated into stream sniping and almost didn't know your name before the Reddit post.
Does he know? That was the question. Know who banned him?
Fulcrum, if you know who banned you, please share. It sounds like, I guess, just go on. What do you got for?
Yeah. So sometimes, I have people inform me in DM saying, "Hey, saw this message from this guy about you. Take a look. Blah blah blah." That possibly could be a reason. He could have commented on some of the YouTube videos out there about me. Some of them have been taken down per copyright strike, things I've been dealing with YouTube. There's all kinds of factors why he could have been banned, but I can tell him that we've very few occasions banned someone accidentally or for the wrong reason or like whatever. So
do you accept unban requests? Like, do you... All right, better
if they're
question.
Legit, yes.
Do you have a method that you would suggest people who feel they've been banned?
Yeah.
How would you like them to
so send the unbanned request and explain your side, because a lot of unbanned requests that I get is just a bunch of nonsense hate saying fuck you C-Town, blah blah blah. So if you can stand out from those and prove yourself that you were wrongfully banned, okay, we'll take a look at it. But,
right on.
Like I said, I have, like I told everybody earlier, and you, Marcus, I have a standard on this community that
yes, absolutely
needs to stay, because there's very few Battlefront communities out there that have this, professional, positive environment standard. So, and I want to leave it like that.
And I'll just, it looks like Graze. If it was an accidental, shoot me a DM on Twitch or Discord if unable to send an unbanned request.
They should be turned on, but yeah.
Yeah, easy peasy.
Yep.
Okay, well,
Bullish needs to go into the only channel he can see and click on the settings for my Discord server and hit linked roles, and it should prompt him from there to get himself verified.
Okay.
So sorry about that, guys. Like I said, I know it's a pain. I know it's annoying, but I think everybody watching right now can agree that it's a very legitimate security, concern right now on my servers to have that implication for my server. So
okay.
Yeah. So do we have any other questions in the chat? I'm not seeing anything on my end.
Fulcrum, my suggestion for you, Fulcrum, is to reach out to who's the moderator that just said that? Graze.
Or any of them, really.
Because those questions seem more specific to your situation. So yeah.
And also, for everyone watching.
Question,
oh yeah, what is it? No, go ahead.
Well, it's just a quick follow-up. I was wondering, and his second question, I was wondering if this ban was coming from a misunderstanding or from Kobe disliking me for my implication into the hackers.
It has absolutely nothing to do.
I don't think Kobe's a mod anymore.
No,
right?
Kobe, no. Okay. It has absolutely nothing to do with Kobe. Kobe didn't tell me to ban anybody, whatever. Any person that I banned for, not something they did that I witnessed myself, more than likely came from someone that reached out to me and warned me and said, hey, I saw this individual say something this about you. Hey, I saw him do this, blah, blah, blah. Hey, I don't think this guy is down with your community. Those off-stream type bans.
Hey.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And,
I mean,
like
the big takeaway is, go ahead.
Like I said, it's just a good reason, especially what's been going on. There's a very good reason why I'm just, I'm not blindly doing it. That would be hypocritical of me. I definitely do a quick, verification check and see if it's legit, and for the most part they are. So
yeah. I mean, the nature of having a big stream with tons of viewers is that sometimes bans happen that might not supposed to be, but as the viewer, you have to fight. Same as you, C-Town.
Yeah.
As the viewer, if you want an outcome, you gotta go. You gotta message what you're doing here, message Grays. There's ways, because at the end of the day, you said you banned 150 people on one stream. If you're doing that much, sometimes stuff falls through the cracks.
Sometimes, you get a runaway mouse and they accidentally click on an instant username. It is what it is, That could have happened too. Maybe he was there when that went down, and, it's possible,
easy.
Right? So, unless you know, and you out there, who you are, unless you know that you deserve the ban, I think a reasonable person can send in a pretty legitimate unban request and saying, hey, and we can look at your chat logs too. We can see,
yeah, exactly.
You know what I mean? You can explain yourself enough where it might be legit. So,
and then I do have another question. We did address it, but I think it's important that, we let people get their questions out.
Yep.
But Big B asks, can you ask C-Town if he has any regrets after associating himself with a known cheater like Kobe? Again, we did talk about a little, but I think it's fair if you would kind of answer that question.
And my regret is not morally speaking. My regret is simply the fact it didn't work. If I knew ahead of time it wasn't going to work, I wouldn't have done it. That's literally
hindsight,
it.
huh?
And everyone knows why I did it, because the game was unplayable for me. What do you want from me? Don't stream snipe me. Like what am I supposed to do? Not play the game or endure the torment? I mean, I got desperate. Sue me. Cancel me. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Well,
I'm going to follow that question up again, or Big B's question with, would you do it again?
No, absolutely not.
Or would you? Yeah. All right.
No.
I like that. And then, so that's it for questions for me. And the only other question is, again, more kind of like under the hood stuff, but Fulcrum's just trying to figure out how to get a hold of Grays. Ultimately, we have an individual here who's trying to figure out how to get back in the good graces of your stream. So
and
the best advice, Fulcrum, is what? I don't know, C-Town. What's the best
reach
advice
out to the moderators. Reach out to Grays. Reach out to anyone with a green sword. Reach out to the moderators.
Twitter, any of that. Well, okay.
Well, my Twitter DMs are on lockdown, so I don't
Everything's
recommend
on
that. Yeah, my end's on lockdown. What was I gonna say? And fair warning, because we've had people sort of beat around the bush to finesse the unban request system.
Yeah.
And I ended up banning a guy like 6 months ago that made a video about me, and made it into a soundboard and all that. And I didn't see any toxic messages in his chat log. So he ended up claiming, oh, I just made it for fun. It was going to be a TikTok. I didn't mean it to blow up and, ruin your reputation, blah, blah, blah. So I unbanned him out of the kindness of my heart. And then a little bit later, to find out, he's in Simply's and Bullish's Discord servers just trashing on me. So I'm warning everyone right now that wants to get unbanned that might have been an accidental. I'm gonna find out if you're against me or not. Just so don't do it if you know you're that person. Don't do it. I'm gonna find out. I'm not stupid. Okay.
Yeah. And we're also gonna work on him not being so bothered by that, so it doesn't affect C-Town. That's the second piece.
Yeah. I just want to keep my community free of people that.
Yes.
That's the whole
is your
point behind
job.
It. Yes.
Your community is where you can worry about that. Other people's Discords is where we're gonna try to have you pay less attention to, but we've already addressed that.
Yep.
Any more questions? Any more calls?
I'm scrolling right now, seeing if anything
I'm
worse.
seeing Bullish.
Hey guys, if I missed something because chat's been flying, just repeat it because I'm scrolling right now. So
I know your community's awesome, C-Town.
It's taken a long time to get it this far. I've come a long way. I used to The other day, Chef, not the other day, this was a while ago. So I'm on this YouTuber's channel. His name's Frankie. And this is a positive one. So the guy made like a Battlefront mashup meme video or whatever, and I'm in it.
Okay.
And I'll show you the video. And you look at my level back then, and I was like a level 300 something Lando, which is pretty low, because the max is like 1,000. And you know that video was like, I think it came out in like early 22, something like that.
Okay.
And back then I was doing like a handful of people on average per stream. And it's like, wow, I was in this guy's YouTube video, and I was a tiny little streamer back then, you know?
Baby, look at you now.
Yeah, exactly.
You're killing it, man.
Yep.
You're getting numbers we all dream of. So keep doing it, C-Town.
Yep.
Don't let this be the downfall, and we're not going to let you.
Okay.
All right?
So I think
is Bullish
ready? Bullish is
seeing...
ready. Yes, he is.
So,
I see him.
Before, would you mind introducing Bullish?
So we talked about this individual earlier. I'm not on great terms with him right now.
We're gonna keep peaceful.
We are gonna keep peaceful. And you know, we'll see what he has to say. But basically, just to remind everybody, I don't agree with his sort of opinion and judgment and rationale on how his community members are treating his Discord server and their view of me, and how he's okay with it. Because there has been threats, doxing, you know, harassment, everything in the book essentially. And he's just kind of okay with it. That's basically the main gripe now. So let's pull him in here and see what he has to say.
We're gonna keep it peaceful.
Yeah.
I don't. If this divulges into an argument, I'm gonna stop it. We're all gonna discuss like adults and hear each other out. Deal?
Yep.
Okay.
Sounds good to me.
Let's do it. Bullish coming in.
Let's move him in. All right. He should be able to hear us now.
I can hear you guys.
Okay.
Hello, Bullish. Thank you for coming in, man. I appreciate joining us today.
Yeah, how's it going, Marcus? Yeah, I heard you. I'll keep it mature and everything. Not planning on.
We all will. We're all grown ups here.
Yeah. So where do you want to? I mean, you seem like the moderator, Marcus. Where do you want to?
Well, so essentially the point.
What question do you have first? Because I know he mentioned a lot of stuff previously, so I'll just answer.
Definitely. So I would like you to address the accusations. I think that's very fair. C-Town got to say things that I feel you should be able to address. Ultimately, what I would ask is we're going to let you explain kind of your condensed situation. But the whole point of this is we ultimately want people who feel that there is a redemption, that there's a path to it, that they get to express themselves, right? Like, and I don't mean redemption. I saw you Twitch. Okay. Redemption as in the friendship, the relationship. Like, these people are talking to you because they care. If they didn't care, they would just tell you to go fuck yourself and move on, right? So the point of this conversation is like, I feel like if you have an opinion to share, and clearly C-Town respects your guys' relationship enough to let you talk, that you should be able to express what you feel about the situation. So that's kind of, I know it's very generalized, but I hope that kind of clears it up.
Yeah, no, I appreciate that.
Yeah.
Yes. So I mean, I guess we'll start with kind of, well, what accusation we want to address first? Because
I would love to know. So what do you ultimately feel C-Town did wrong?
Well, I don't have.
I know there's a lot to it, but what is your ultimate problem with this situation?
Like, I guess I never really took like a strong stance on it.
Okay.
Like, I kind of just let things happen, and I guess that there was the accusation going around that I had a server built off a ban list. Correct? Am I correct in saying that?
Yeah, I did hear that.
So let's talk about that first, because that can sound like I am actively making an effort to build a community in opposition. Well, first off, history of streaming. I haven't streamed actively in a long time. Why? Well, I have a full-time career, and it's exhausting. I streamed during COVID because I was stuck in my apartment by myself and had nothing else to do. And I had the time at that point and the energy to do it. Now I don't. And so before I even knew C-Town or even was involved in the Battlefront community, I already had 3.8K Twitch followers. I already had like I mean, my Discord dipped a little bit because I stopped streaming, but I had like up to 900 people in my Discord. So it wasn't entirely built off of a community to try to go after somebody. It was already big. And, you know, you can make the point of like, okay, well, let's look at who's currently in it. Yeah, there's a lot of people that have stream sniped him. But did they join the server did they join the server after they started stream sniping? A lot of those guys I already knew. A lot of those guys stream sniped me. Like, a lot of those guys, literally every time I would go on Battlefront, stream snipe by them. And I had my friends I would play with that were in my squad that would tell me like, hey, you got to ban these guys. I'm like, I'm not going to ban them. Like, it takes that. There's only a few things that can get me to ban you from my Discord, and it's pretty extreme. Okay. So, I didn't ban them even when they were sniping me. And so naturally, a lot of the competitive players happen to be the stream snipers. Why? Well, because they get bored of playing general public matches. So they're the ones that are happen to go out and sniping streamers. Well, I started to gravitate towards like, I want to get better at this game and I want to kind of play with those competitive players. And so I started playing with them. And so they started being part of my community. And
oh, wow. The stream snipers did.
Well, not because they were stream snipers, though.
But the individuals who were stream sniping over time eventually actually became a part of the community.
Well, it's because they were not for that reason, though. They were part of my community because we played that caps, as was mentioned earlier, which is like the competitive 4v4s. We played that, but also we just played in public games together. But I liked playing with the more competitive players. The more competitive players happened to group into the snipers. But
do you mind me asking, was there during this time that you're speaking of, was any of that toxic stream snipe, like, because obviously they stream sniped you, was the toxicity level, I mean, I would argue equivalent to what C-Town was receiving?
No, it wasn't. I mean, they would like troll. They would troll me. Honestly, the funny thing is they would troll the people that were in my squad more than they would troll me, because people in my squad reacted back to them, right? Like my friends that were in my squad reacted back to them and called them, said they're terrible and everything. Okay. I didn't do that. Like I held my composure when I was streaming, and I didn't like call them trash. And like when they actually beat me, I was just like, well, I got smoked. I would kind of make a joke out of it. Like I had a Boston accent character when I streamed, and I'd be like, "Hey, you guys smoked me. Like, what is this? What are you doing all days, huh? Get off your couch." You know, I'd make jokes about it. And yeah, sure. Like they probably didn't they weren't friends with me, but like I'm not gonna ban them. And like, because I figured, well, if I ban them from my community, they're probably just gonna be more fixed on sniping me. And at the end of the day, why do people snipe? Like, can you stop snipers? No, I don't think you can. It's just a natural part of competitive gaming. And especially in a community that is not super massive. The game I got popular in was a game that wasn't like a super competitive game. And so it didn't matter if people sniped me or not, because it was like a almost like a Gmod type community-based game, right? So it didn't matter if people sniped or not. And so when I got to Battlefront, I realized, I'm like, well, if they're gonna do it anyways, like getting mad at them, trying to call them terrible, and to be honest, like, what if they're better than me, right? And a lot of them are. They're genuinely good players at the game. Some people happen to hack, but that's not the people in my community. And nobody encourages that. A lot of the people in my community that happen to snipe, they're just good players, and they get mistaken as having hacks. They like are very good at this game. So I did not actively try to build a community off of them. They were just people I was already playing the game with, and I liked the competition, and I wanted to be friends with them. So I kept them. And second, I have a philosophy. I'm just not going to ban people unless you're posting bad photos in my Discord. I'm not gonna do it. So
I would like to interject here.
Yeah.
So I know Battlefront's a different game and everything, but I believe the threshold to like not being able to do anything about stream snipers is a lot different compared to like a game that's still getting support like Fortnite. And I feel like that the people streaming Battlefront are pretty much at the mercy of whoever wants to squad up and fuck with them. And I also have a question. Are you only drawing the line on who gets banned based off of like bad photos and that's it? Everything else is fair game?
No, it's just an example. I mean, I didn't expect to have to go into all the specifics, but that was just an example of something that stands out strongly to me. And I've already made there was accusations that people were doxing. I already made a statement in my server: don't dox anybody in here. I announced that to everybody. And
that was actually going to be my question.
Yeah, I literally pinged everybody. I said no doxing here. Now the photos of his name that were going around, it's because somebody had a YouTube channel, and when he copyright striked his video, it said this video has been copyright struck by blank, and they just so that's public. At that point, it's public. Like it's like you go to the video and and like I thought about it for a second. I was like, well, it's just a public like reference to your name at this point. And but like there was things I deleted that I saw, and I was like, that is like you actively going out and trying to dig up the information versus a public reference. Like if I had my Facebook linked to my Discord, I can't go accuse people of doxing me when it's linked to it. And I think some people found it through like a public Twitter that was linked to him somehow. I don't know. I never dug into the details of it.
It says C-Town and that's it. I don't have anything.
I never dug into the details because I didn't support it, but I made it clear to everybody. I made it clear to everybody, don't do this. Now, if there's ever an instance, I have like 700 and something people in my Discord. If there's ever an instance of something happening, it's hard when there's like a message every second seeing it. I try to get people to delete it if they can, but I'm working during the day and I might miss something or a moderator may miss something, but we've like done a pretty good job of making it clear no like private information is to be exposed here.
That's the concern.
Were you aware of how he felt about all this, C-Town? I mean, to me, I'm hearing someone who had intentions of, he has a line, same as you, but ultimately, once that line was crossed, he still did what was considered right. What do you feel, I guess based off of what I've heard, has anything changed about your perception on how, I apologize for forgetting your name.
Bullish. Yeah, go ahead.
Bullish, I'm sorry, Bullish. Has anything, I guess from what you've heard, is any of this new information? I'm not sure how much you guys have talked prior to today.
So I don't necessarily agree with the line. Some of these guys, in my mind, crossed the line way before Bullish determined that. And also the behavior is not limited to the Discord server. They have exhibited this behavior anywhere they possibly can towards me. And it's the same people in that Discord community. And that's where I have the issue where he has been told by me and a lot of people that they're doing it. And I see that as not doing anything to them. It's just not caring. That's the concern. And as far as like the copyright strike, using that to figure out my name, because it's weird because my YouTube name is also C-Town. So I don't understand, I feel like there's more to that.
But don't you have to put in your name when you issue a takedown?
As far as I'm concerned, that's confidential, isn't it?
I just saw that. I just saw the screenshot and it said this video has been copyright struck by.
Yeah, it shows all the information. That's why the copyrights, that's a different conversation, but the copyright system is very broken because as an agitator, you could literally, so say you have super successful YouTube. If I wanted to mess with you, I could submit a DMCA. You have to fill out a bunch of stuff and vice versa, but it's a way to get information. People have done this in the past.
Oh, so you're saying they're like using something to dig me up that way? Like,
oh, dude, that is one of the easiest ways
I don't
to get.
So they like broke like a security barrier in theory.
No, not at all. But literally, the system as it's designed is how that works because DMCA is a legal action.
Right.
The DMCA is, and with there's a legal action, it requires reporting of specific things. I got all this. We could talk about that later because that's a whole different can.
I was just trying to get those videos taken down ASAP.
Of course.
Because they're stealing my VODs and uploading them, and it's like, And those are also some of the same people in Bullish's community as well. And it's like, why, like, but basically my question is like, why do you associate with these people if you know that they're doing this to someone? That's basically the main gripe I have.
Yeah.
Well, that's not the reason I'm associating with them. Let's just be frank with that. I don't associate them because I want to see them attack somebody. And second, in my opinion, because we talked about the escalation of people sniping more and more on you. I mean, your reactions fueled it. And so at a certain point, it was like, well, if he's just going to keep fueling this, he's going to have to work it out with them. I'm not going to punish them because he has a problem with them. Like, they're in my community for different reasons. They're not in my community, and I shouldn't have to run my community based on what other people's communities have set up or are set up. Like, if somebody was breaking the law, like, doing something horrendous, okay, well, that's when it starts to become a problem. But I just saw this as like bantering. A lot of these people are kids. A lot of them are like young teenagers. And so to me, it's just kind of comical to see all these kids just going all this banter back and forth. And, I was like, well, I was stream sniped too, and I dealt with it. And I dealt with it in a way that was, in my opinion, the best way to deal with the situation. It was just to say, hey, you got to accept this is going to happen, and you got to man up and be like, well, what's a more clever way of dealing with this? And I came up with a clever way of dealing with it. And if you want to hear that, I'm happy to share it. But
I already know what you did. Yeah, that's obvious.
No. It's what is it? I'll tell you. Tell me.
You just became friends with them. You just let them sort of just do what they wanted to you, and then when they were finished, that was it. But I have
no.
Too
That's
much.
not. That's not it. So, what it was I seek after competition in this game. I don't like to just go on and like pub stomp people and play low level players. I like finding good players. And so when I do my next streams, it's going to be, hey guys, come and snipe me. And what we're going to do is I'm going to have a team, and there's going to be snipers sniping me. Once my team loses, I know all these snipers, and I may not know some of them because some of them may be random people from Battlefront, but I know a lot of them. And once my team loses, I have an agreement set up with them that my team's going to swap off, sniper's going to come join me, and we're going to keep going. Now, am I going to have to deal with losing? Yes, but I'm going to keep things fresh by having a team that rotates. I'm going to invite the snipers to play with me and against me, and I'm trying to create a healthy community by doing that. That was my solution of dealing with it, not to just like kind of fight back to them and call them names and because that's just going to fuel them wanting to push back more and more. You can't push against that. And a lot of these guys are great guys. Like, I've got really good friendships with them, and they're not horrible people. They're a lot of them really smart and doing good things in life. Some of them, not that far in life yet, but they're getting there. And so like, it's just how you decide to deal with it. And that was my solution, and it's worked.
Do you start? I gotta have a question. If anyone has a comment about that, C-Town, you good?
Oh yeah, go ahead, Marcus. Yeah.
C-Town, do you feel that Bullish's the way he treated you changed at all, or just the people that in his community that he was allowing to treat you poorly?
So I think he indirectly treated me.
No, I'm talking about directly.
No,
was
not directly.
He ever...
No.
Okay.
Not himself, but just the people in his community. Definitely yes. And I think.
And is it
what's that?
Is it appropriate to say that it sounds to me like one of your biggest issues with Bullish at the moment is you feel that when the world was against you, he didn't stand up for you?
No, it's not even that. It's the fact that...
I just wanted to check.
It's the fact that his community is sort of like a safe house for all these people that don't like me, all these people that are spreading all this misinformation about me, all these people that are harassing me, it's all one big clown car, essentially, of them. That's my issue.
Well, so let me address that really quick. So
yeah, of course.
It never used to be it never used to be. I'll be open. My server has like all the time in general chats, people posting copy pastas of things he said. There's people posting gifs of him. I just let it run, right? But I one, because I just there's no point in me moderating that. Like I let it go. But that never used to be the case. Like that literally has only happened within the last like I would say month and a half, or maybe a little longer, month and a half, 2 months when this started. Yeah, so around then. This never used. I mean, you'd see like little tiny messages of it, but it's never as crazy as it is now. But let's go into why that started to happen so often. It started to happen so often, and I don't need to go into the details unless we need to go there. It started to happen so often because C10 would join my server and get in fights with them. You join my server, get in arguments with them. They would both say a bunch of like harsh stuff to each other, and get in fights. It would be C-Town versus all those people that would snipe him, and he was just fueling it that way. And so that by doing that time and time again, it just caused people to keep reacting like that and almost wait for him to come over and start picking a fight again.
So it became essentially C-Town became the entertainment.
Yeah, exactly. And so it's not my problem that like he's going to want to come in and start picking fights with them. Like I'm friends with them because I'm friends with them, not because I'm trying to build a server against him. I've already made my point clear that I already had a server. It's already had a big stream following. Like, had nothing to do with that. I wanted to find competitive players in the game. Competitive players happen to also stream snipe. Some of them, not all of them. I'm not going to kick them out because somebody else has a problem with them. Now, if they were doing like really bad things, okay, but they weren't. They were just children doing trolling and banter, and he fueled it. So, like, of course, that's going to be the result. I mean, what did you think the result was going to be?
Well, I think we've already been over that, and unfortunately it didn't work.
To beat him.
But, you know, I would like to have a cross-examine question for you again. So, in theory, let's say you did ban, you know, everyone, you know, that's been doing what I've been saying they're doing against me. What sort of percentage of community would you lose by that? Just roughly, not to be exact, but like what percentage of community?
Well, I'll tell you. So I have like 700 and something members right now.
Well,
maybe
active.
Like I don't know how many are active. I mean, I don't know how to gauge that, but maybe like I don't know of what degree of the ones like. In the last SARS level sniping, or like what level sniping are you talking about? Like they sniped you once, or like
any level in the last 60 days, any level of someone that has been active.
Maybe like 30, 700.
Okay, so you'd lose. So in theory, you would remove 30 active people, and then what?
And then what?
And then how would your community sort of exist from that point?
I would miss those 30 active people because they're my friends.
So, hold on, we're getting into the point. Let me try to re-get this back in. I feel the ultimate accusation here was C-Town feels that you hate farmed based off this situation.
I did.
I mean, I'm not. I'm making a real blanket.
No. Yeah. I like okay. That's
C-Town,
to the point. The accusation.
Do you feel that way is somewhat accurate?
Not like from his original before this happened.
I'm
talking, more of a recent
community. And then from what I heard, Bullish. Sorry, I keep forgetting.
It's fine.
You said you're not actively streaming at the moment. Could you elaborate just a little more? And then I have kind of another thing to put on top of that. So how active is your streaming community, or do you just have
my Discord? Well, I mean, I haven't streamed in a while again, but
very active
probably will.
Discord community.
My Discord's pretty active, yeah, because we play Battlefront together.
Gotcha.
Like we play Battlefront together during the weeks, at nights, play other games together.
Gotcha.
And that's why we're there.
So a more social, like you. Is it fair to say that right now a streaming career?
Yeah, I mean, I might stream coming up sometime, but like, and when I do, I'm gonna invite them all to snipe me.
Yeah.
I don't want to be a hypocrite here. I'm trying not to be a hypocrite.
Yeah.
So it's like I will invite all of them. Come snipe me, and when you kill me, teabag me, please.
Well, that's great content.
Well, it's because I'm gonna make jokes about it and such. Like that's.
Yeah.
But like, do I hate? Like nobody likes losing. I'll tell you that. Like I'll admit that nobody likes losing. But people will tell you in my Discord when I'm in not streaming and stuff. Like I've had some pretty crazy rage moments when I'm in pubs, getting mad at people killing me.
Yeah.
But it's just like when I'm in the stream zone, I'm gonna try to kind of pull it in and be like, all right, let's make this entertaining. Let's make this exciting. Like I'm gonna, that's my take on it. But like right now, or for the past few months, it's been focused around like, hey, we're here to play Battlefront together. That is kind of the central focus of it.
Yeah.
And also we run caps in there. So.
And with understanding kind of the group dynamics, the little that I do, if you were, this is a thought experiment, just to kind of help.
Yeah,
I want to ask C-Town's question a little better. And I mean that with love, C-Town. Just in a way that
I already thought about asking it a better way. I'm sorry. I was trying to get
No,
out
it's
point.
good.
Yeah.
So essentially, if you were to, in your Discord, this is a hypothetical world, but you make a stance like you're either with C-Town or against C-Town, either in or out. I feel as if C-Town is trying to understand at this current moment, would that essentially make your community go away?
If I agree to that, well, one, I don't think questions are binary in life.
No, 100%. That's why I'm trying. I think
questions.
It in a way.
Yeah, no, yeah, no, I get how you're framing it, but I've never liked questions like that.
I hate.
There's a philosophic principle of like, there's never just two yes or no binary answers in life. There's always a third, fourth, fifth, and so.
Well, there's reality.
And there's exactly. So asking it like that is so like. Let me explain something.
Yeah, go ahead. Sorry, go ahead.
The whole time, a lot of them were sniping C-Town. I made it clear to them that I was still friends with C-Town up until there was this whole drama fallout, and that just happened during the stream. I don't know if it was addressed or not here, but I was still friends with him, and I did tell them I would not snipe C-Town. Now, if they want to do whatever they want, they can do whatever they want, but I'm not going to participate in it.
See, the binary question got us there because that was kind of what I was going to ask.
And they still all stayed. No, they still all stayed. They didn't have a problem with me, and they knew that I still talked to him, and I just told him like, you guys, and I just kind of watched as a third person, as like an outside observer, and I just kind of laughed at the whole situation, and I just kind of laughed at how it's just how I kind of dealt with it. It's how I kind of approached it.
Okay, so let me rephrase my question. We're kind of veering off a little bit to what I was trying to get at. So basically, said 30 people that you claim are relatively active. Let's say you are like, oh my god, these guys are so toxic to C-Town. All right, you ban them all. How does the active player base in your community go from there? That's what I'm trying to get at here. I'm trying to
point? What's the purpose of the information?
The relationship between this whole tribalism and unfair competition in the community. That's what I'm trying to relate it to, because I have a feeling, and correct me if I'm wrong, just like I said about small town earlier, I have a feeling that there's maybe a part of you that just doesn't want to ban these guys because that's your entire following right now. And you'll just.
But I don't stream though, so.
Yeah, but there'll be no one to play caps with you because you banned them, and on Battlefront, like your Discord will be non-existent. They won't be active anymore. That's what I'm trying to see.
Let's rephrase the question. No, there would still be people in there that would be active, but let's rephrase the question of like, not just I'm banning these labeled snipers, I'm banning these friends because that's what they are. Like they're not just snipers. They're not just people that. Like they were friends with me before they sniped you. They were friends with me before I knew you. And so like it as a person, it's kind of like, I mean, I don't take it. It's really hard for me to take offense to things, but if I was softer, I would take offense to like, well, geez, like you're telling me to ban these people that I've been friends with longer than I've known you, because I mean, like that doesn't fit. Like that doesn't fit right. Like,
well,
and my server would still be active.
But why are you still friends with them after learning everything? And these are all facts here. It's very clear that like I said, 30 plus people in your Discord server are clearly out to get me off the game. They're out to torment me as much as they can.
No. Because you said the 30 of anybody who's sniped you at one point, not as diligently, clearly out to get you.
Okay, then how many
we said
people...
we said the 30 was of people that had sniped you at some point.
Okay, well, let's talk about the 30 that are actively, when the last 60 days or so, actively trying to get me canceled. How many is that?
Oh, I don't think any of them are actively trying to get you canceled. I don't know the people that reported you. I don't know who reported you. I don't know who is trying to cancel any Twitch. Have I ever submitted a Twitch cancellation? No. Have any of them? I'm not aware that they have.
Oh, I'm not saying you're doing anything. I'm just saying you're like just brushing it off and just ignoring it and not, considering.
I'd say took a different stance, because one thing we talked. Sorry, Chef, you have something to say, but one thing that we talked about earlier, C-Town, was ultimately you believe that what you did with Kobe up to a point was okay, and anyone who disagrees with you on that, bygones be bygones. It sounds very similar that Bullish, as much as he has opinions either way on the topic of you, he ultimately did make a stance that I'm not going to pick a side or do something because this is what I believe, and C-Town is the one who is the one responsible for handling it. Because I'm not hearing anything that it sounded like Bullish fostered this. Like, he didn't make a chat in his Discord that said, screw C-Town chat. Because if he did truly know these people before, I mean...
He's just allowing it to happen. That's my problem.
Well, it was further fueled by your actions, by going in there and prodding them and poking them. It's like, you poke the beast, what do you think is going to happen? Like, it's all these people that are against you, and they never used to post all the copy pastas and the emotes. That never used to happen.
Well,
but when you just go out and get up in their face, and I'm trying to be mature here because I don't want the discussion to have to go to this level. But there was a lot of things you said to them that were very low, and we heard a lot of accusations of what you claimed they were doing to you. It was reciprocated. It was 100% reciprocated, and I have all the logs of it. And I'm trying to be mature and professional here, so I'm not like pointing all those out and saying, hey, let's bring attention to it. If we want to, we can, but that's up to you.
So
I think the end of...
Yeah, I have a lot of good information that a lot of people in there are 100% out to cancel me, and they will not stop as long as they are breathing to get me off Battlefront. I have very good information that confirms that, just to let you know. Also, I saw a lot of Clovers join your Discord server when this whole nonsense really hit the fan.
Clovers?
Yes, when a new person joins a Discord server, they got the Clover next to their name. And I saw a lot of those join, and a lot of those people are the ones against me.
Yeah, a lot of those people were Kobe making alt accounts to come and post IP grabber links in my Discord.
No, I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about people that are
that's
that
what
I
it was.
know.
A lot of those Clovers.
I
banned
disagree.
That guy so many times.
I know some of them were Kobe, but I know for a fact, because I recognize the Discord accounts, they're not alts. They are the main accounts of people that I know that do not like me, and they got the Clover next to their name. So they weren't originally in there.
What if they joined because they wanted to participate in the caps? You don't know if they joined just to purely snipe you.
We don't know either way, but it's kind of a weird coincidence.
And I can tell you that a lot of them joined because that's around the time I started doing caps.
And ultimately, though, did any of that get directed towards you from Bullish? Because Bullish doesn't have control over who joins. Obviously, different ideas on if you feel he should ban somebody or not. But one big thing to think about is think about how many people disapproved of you using Kobe. And ultimately, you let that behavior go on until a certain point but how is that any different than Bullish allowing people to discuss things in his Discord? You see, like, because morality, it's so subjective based off the individual. Really, I think it's so much more important is what did Bullish do? How did Bullish treat you? And not necessarily what did you hope Bullish would have done for you.
So by himself, nothing. What I would have hoped he did was be more like Marthrines, who we talked about a while ago. So this sort of chaotic Discord Wild West server used to be Marthrines', okay? When he decided to leave the internet because the situation just was too crazy for him to handle, everyone kind of migrated over the Bullish's server, okay? And Marthrines, I have some posts from Marthrines himself and even talked to him. Marthrines was not okay with anything they were doing or saying about me. The guy is obviously acting as a friend, where Bullish not so much, because he's just kind of brushing it off and not really, at least trying to minimize it. I don't see a whole lot of effort in that point. That's the difference. That's where I have the problem, was that a fellow Battlefront streamer, Marthrines, saw all this go down. He's like, dude, why are all these rando weirdo trolls messing with my boy C-Town? That's not cool. And he sent a bunch of messages in, and to his dismay, he had a very underprepared mod team and everything to handle it. I don't know about Bullish, but the effort just isn't there. That's my problem, is that Bullish is not acting like he's a friend looking out for me. That's my issue.
Did you ask him?
So
I attempted to many times.
So
sorry, Bullish.
My question is, why would I have to go out of my way for that when you're actively provoking them back?
Because no one's doing anything about them. Like, it could have been stopped very early before I even started bickering with them. It could have been stopped a long time ago.
How you doing, you old pirate? So
well,
good.
Yeah, and that's on you.
So, in terms of what, like being just merely existing in the Discord server, or like
of stopping it.
Well, I can't. I don't moderate your Discord server. Right? There's nothing I can do
No,
about it.
No. This is not going into my Discord. You said way back. Like way back, this didn't happen.
Before the situation, yes. But once the Marthrines' server was sucked dry of entertainment, yours was now the new one, and I don't see a change since that happened. That's my issue.
Well, but at that point, you were going in Marthrines' server and provoking them, and then you start going into my server and provoking them.
Well, I was trying.
What was the catalyst?
So I was trying to remain in Marthrines' server and be a part of his community, and I was getting notifications spammed up the ass, and I couldn't exist in there without being bothered. And
you can just mute notify. I have all. Discords
you're right,
muted.
you can, but it's at the same time I log into Discord and I got all these unmentioned notifications just on my server list, and it's like, guys, leave me alone.
Well, no. So if you uncheck though, mention everyone me, it won't even tell you that there's a ping.
Yeah, but the number is still there. I mean, you can see it. You can
see
people
doesn't
are
show
tagging
the number.
you.
Like I have it on other servers, and it won't show me the number.
And then the other problem is I can't vibe with the people in there that aren't toxic towards me with Marthrines and his homies, because they're in my way. So it's like.
Well, yes, but like what I'm saying is, what was the initial catalyst that started this all was the response to them sniping you. Why did they not do this to me as much?
Well,
they
why did
sniped
they?
Me.
Yeah, but why did they snipe in the first place?
Because that's the nature
Yeah.
of gaming.
You're asking why is murder happening?
Why is psychology a thing? Psychology, people they play a game, they get good at it. Okay. They get bored of doing the same old thing over and over again. So what do? They look for something new. They go try to find a streamer and they want to be seen on his stream. Like Markus said earlier, sometimes they just want to be seen to be seen. They're not doing anything bad. Sometimes they want to actually like kind of own you and get the publicity there. Be like, oh, this guy so-and-so is smoking me. Like, and to them, it's a pride thing. It's like, oh, wow, all my time and effort into this game is now being shown, and I'm, being
but
showcased.
I don't have to stream.
Yeah, and then some, exactly. So like, that's exactly what it is. And I thought about that for a while, and I was like, okay, you can't stop sniping. You're not going to. Like, it's just that it's like
not 100%. I think
it's
we
like
can
trying to stop.
Yeah,
but and it's like also it's like, why don't we just change the perspective, change the paradigm here? Why don't we just shift it into something good? Why don't we try to make it like, okay, look, the game's a competitive game. By making friends with snipers, inviting them to snipe, I'm going to get better at the game. I'm going to lose some games, but I will be able to control my frustration more. And then if I make friends with them, you know, like if random other snipers that they've never seen before, maybe they might want to start joining and help me. But at least we're not going to have this crazy, irritable back and forth that this has kind of bled into.
And think of the peace of mind you would gain.
Exactly. So that was what my thought is. It's like, it's not my fault. It's not my fault my community did this. It's like, and what am I gaining from this? I'm not gaining anything. I don't even stream. Like, I want to play Battlefront with people in pubs when I get off work after working 11 hours a day. So like, I don't gain anything from this.
It really shows. I mean, I would hope. Sorry to speak for you, Bullish, but I feel like you wouldn't be here if you didn't give a shit.
No, yeah, no, I told everybody. Like there was a point for me where I just kind of was sitting back and observer, and it's like, this is crazy. Like it's just the reactions here that are fueling all of it, and like I you know, maybe there's some people out there that truly want to cancel you, but honestly, I would go off to say 99% of these people, they just want a reaction. They don't want to cancel you. If they cancel you, who are they going to get a reaction from?
Yeah. They can't stream snipe you anymore.
Like they can't stream snipe you anymore.
That's the thing. The average bear in this community does not think rationally like that, right?
Well, I think
they'll cancel me and then just be like, well, shit, we canceled them. Fuck, what do we do now? We're stupid. Like,
well, I don't think that's true.
I think we ran over it earlier. I think the average, especially on Battlefront, the average, you know,
that's a hasty generalization, though.
In Battlefront, has a really non-logical mentality.
Anyways, that's a generalization.
Hi players, this is John Boyega, and this is Star Wars Battlefront 2.
And it doesn't do you any good. You don't gain anything from that knowledge, even if it is true, which is unlikely. But like, what do you do with that realization? The only thing that you do by making that statement, C-Town, is give you an even higher mountain to climb. Like, just that shift in mindsets alone would give you more energy to be able to endure what you feel is what is an attack. But if that mindset shift doesn't ever happen, man, I just worry you won't ever breathe.
I think the problem, though, is that if this was any other game, the sniping issue wouldn't be as bad because...
Well, no, I agree, because I streamed another game, and I didn't get sniped.
You can't reduce it 100%, but I think it's a pretty reasonable request to do well over 50% reduction, and you can't do that on Battlefront.
You can request all day, but you have no power over that at all.
Yeah.
Talking
in any
about
other game you
thing.
do, but not Battlefront.
Well, no. So let me go to other games, because I came from another game. Okay, I didn't touch Battlefront streaming until last year, and like that was after COVID. That was when I was already back in the office. So like in other games, the other game I played that was kind of like a Gmod type game. It's called SCP Secret Lab.
That's a good.
Yeah, I got partnered with the game studios. It was a crazy, ridiculous community. I know the game creator.
SCP is very cool.
Yeah, it's a cool game. But like that community now, if you're thinking about yourself and you're realizing like, well, I'm really competitive, and because I am too, but I can't handle the reactions, or I don't want to deal with the constant sniping. Like, there are games out there like that game that I started where I rapidly grew and got like a really fast, very dedicated following in it. And you know, if that's where you want to, if you don't want to adjust dealing with the snipers, like that's always an option. But like, if you're going to, there's no, like, you just have to cope with it, that you're going to get sniped in Battlefront, and you're going to get, and that's just the way it is. Okay. It's not like in other game communities. The reason why it would be harder to snipe is purely because of the amount of players. It's not necessarily the dev teams. It's like, there's so many people playing Fortnite that to try to get into somebody's game, it's not, I mean, it's doable, but it's very difficult.
Well, and here's my point I made earlier, Bullish. You know, yeah, Battlefront has a lot less players than Fortnite. I looked at Steam charts the other night. Any given day on Battlefront, just solely the copies sold from Steam is over 1,000 people, okay? That's still a lot of people to get through to get to my lobby, like on the first second try. I mean, that's really sus. You gotta admit that's really strange.
Well, it's not though, because how we do caps is we just queue at the same time.
Yeah.
There's no private games on caps. Like how we do the competitive 44s is we're both in a VC. We say, okay, 3, 2, 1, go. We hit queue, and we'll have to do it maybe a few times, but eventually we'll get the same match. We'll get the same lobby. And when people literally, this is how easy it is to get into a lobby in Battlefront. I will have I usually at night have 10 to 15 people or 10, 15 people in my Discord call. Like if I'm playing and streaming, one of them is going to snipe me. At least one of them is going to snipe me and get into my game within a handful of minutes. If you think Star snipes me all the time, he'll get into my game very quick. And all he has to do is just wait for somebody to leave, and then he just queues immediately. It's as easy as it is.
Well, here's my problem.
I don't know why the queuing does that, but it does.
Here's my problem, though. So I've been in lobbies where no one was on the other team stream sniping, and the game was very well progressed about halfway through, and it wasn't really a huge gap in between the score. I wasn't being toxic and doing anything that would say, all right, whatever, I'm going to leave. And I've just noticed sometimes that these people just randomly just get forced in this lobby that I'm playing. Because why would that person on the other team just randomly leave? It doesn't add up.
You want to know how you do it? You just constantly quick search until you get the same map. That's all you do.
Yeah, but the lobby's already full. That's what I'm saying. So how can they get in?
We know what's the question here? Because we know you're being stream sniped. There's no ifs, ands, or buts.
The question here is basically how ratio-wise. I did the math. All right, so 1,000 players on average through Steam, probably more through Epic copies because the game was free on Epic 2 years ago, and EA maybe half and half between the Steam and Epic. But basically, the point I'm trying to make here is that there are thousands of people still playing this game worldwide on average throughout the week. How are they bypassing that ratio-wise to guarantee themselves in my lobby? How are they doing that? Because they couldn't do that on PlayStation. All right, I did a PlayStation stream the other day, and it took those guys 2 hours to get into my lobby versus 2 seconds. So explain that.
It is the accusation that they have some kind of hack to do this?
Yes, some of them.
That's not true.
Well,
they don't, and I'll explain why they don't. I've seen them do it. They are just relentless with trying to queue into your game. That is simple as it is.
Have you seen what's on their computer?
I don't know.
You're focused so much on the wrong part, man. You are trying to fix homelessness by talking to every homeless person that exists. Do you understand how much of an impossible fight you are trying to take on right now? You are trying to make stream sniping stop in a game that will never, ever stop stream snipers.
I'm not trying to stop it 100%. I'm just trying to...
You are, though.
No, I'm just trying to be able to play the game in peace generally. I don't mind dealing with one every now and then. That's how it started out. I'm not saying
Absolutely.
I'm not... But the fact that I am...
Every part you go back to is what other people should, could, and would be doing.
Well, the fact that I'm handcuffed all stream...
It sucks.
I mean, you don't get that on Fortnite.
But you do, though. It's bigger, and you have to be a bigger streamer for it to happen. Have you ever, any of these big guys lands on a building? You have 30 stream snipers landing right on top of them. So granted, you're a smaller streamer in a small game, so it's easy for them to get you. A huge streamer in a huge game, they're going to have the percentages, I bet you, are pretty the same. 130 people out of 100 in Fortnite versus 4 out of 4 in a game that has less than 1,000 players.
No, I don't think. Less than the same, based off what I'm experienced, because.
But at the point doesn't matter. The point is you're trying to stop something that you can't stop at all. You have requests of people to help you stop this problem, but your requests are being sent into the ether. You're talking to people who can't stop stream snipers because, for example, I'm in the hypothetical world, but
you are
Bullish bans all of these people, you really think they don't just go somewhere else and keep doing it? You're trying to stop problems that won't fix your problem.
Well, no, but at least, you know, Bullish and I can remain friends. I mean, because he supports me.
Why couldn't you before?
Because I can't get behind a guy with these kind of people in his community. I'm not.
Hi players, this is John Boyega, and this is Star Wars
And that gets more to the
Battlefront
crux. You
2.
see how that's so much different than trying to stop Steam snipers? This is about you and a friend who are trying to reconcile your differences, not have Bullish come and save you from stream snipers. I would say the reason I bring this up is you're fighting the war on terror. I need you to fight the single building that you are standing at the door at, so that you're actually fixing the problem that can be fixed.
I mean, and I'm not saying that by him banning them is going to solve this problem ultimately, but it's not helping by having him, you know, have a safe haven.
Does it help him? Does it help him?
No, it helps them. It helps the people against
No, does it help Bullish?
No.
So if Bullish bans all these people for you to maintain your friendship, how does Bullish benefit in this situation?
It would probably
you're
help
talking
his
about
image.
Equity, right?
It would probably help his image because, you know,
my image
has your image been tarnished by this Bullish?
my image is great. Like I feel like
I hate to break it to you, but right now you're known as one of the streamers harboring people against me, trying to cancel me on the internet.
On whose opinion?
Basically everyone in my community.
Well,
and
it's a slight echo chamber.
I mean that's kind of biased, wouldn't you say?
Because doesn't his community stand behind him?
And also it gets biased when you make an announcement to community to report my Discord to get it taken down.
Because I don't like getting death threats. I don't like people saying they're gonna roll up to my house with an AR because they got my name. You know, you can't like.
I mean, you were reciprocating the same thing. You told them you hope they suffered and died.
Hope versus I'm going to do it.
Well, I mean,
it's the principle here that matters, right? It's the thought. Like,
I mean, I'm a huge believer in karma, and I think karma's playing a role on some of these people that have also been doxxed, also with me.
Okay.
So
I mean, I if anything, like, I mean, my Discord's grown, and I don't see any image problems here. And at the end of the day, like, these are not like. I think we need to frame these people. These aren't snipers. These are my friends, okay? And I've been friends with them before I knew you. And I don't have a legit, like, we're not banding together. I'm not making announcements. I'm not saying, all right, team, C-Town streaming, let's go out.
I'm not saying you're doing that at all. I'm saying that you're giving them a place to do it.
I mean, they're going to do it regardless.
Yeah, but if they want to get in their own little Discord server and do it themselves, that's fine. But the fact that you're like a community leader and everything, that's what bothers me.
So my place not existing would be the solution?
No, your place simply just not allowing that kind of behavior would be the solution. And then I wouldn't have any gripes.
And what would that okay, you wouldn't have a grudge with me, but how do you think that would resolve the situation here at hand?
It wouldn't.
Because it seems to me like it's more of a get somebody on your side thing and kind of punish that. It seems to me more this is an emotional way to get back at them rather than an actual solution.
No, nothing like that. I'm just trying to retain my friends here and you know, look out for my friends because these people are very dangerous, okay? They have absolutely ruined a lot for me and a lot for other people involved too. Look what they did to Marthrina's server. I'm sure you've seen it. They nuked that server. It's done. Marthrina's, he stated to me, yeah, my basketball thing kind of took off a little bit. No, I don't believe that. I think these guys bullied Marthrina's off the internet because he didn't want to deal with it. He was afraid of them, okay? These people will ruin your life.
I mean, I haven't seen any fruits of that yet. And
I haven't seen Marthrina's in over a month.
Well, I know, but he could have done it because he had a... I mean, you're making speculations. Like, we don't know why. He very well could have gotten off streaming because he was like, well, it's not being as... He already said many times that his streaming wasn't being as lucrative as he wanted to be. He already said he wasn't making money on it. And so, like, you can have burnout for those reasons. Like, you're basing this premises off assumptions that don't have ground. Like,
no, he was doing pretty good on average viewers.
I know, but he said vocally, he said in his Discord, "I don't make money. I'm losing money." He said that, and so like we can't make conclusions based off assumptions. Like we need to verify those assumptions
well,
first.
I'm not making a conclusion. That's just what I believe contributed to him ultimately leaving for now. Maybe it was basketball too. Maybe it was both of those. But I'm just saying that there was a certain percentage that definitely has to do with it.
So I guess I feel like we've gotten to a place where a cyclical nature has come. But I also don't want to leave anything left unsaid, because I feel like we started a little better than we might have ended with this call. But ultimately, I hear two people who truly are being honest with each other about how they feel. My big question that I really want to ask you both is, in spite of these big differences in opinions, where do you feel it landed with what the future of your guys' relationship might look like?
Is that for me?
Yeah, it's for everybody, but you talk first, so you lose. Go ahead.
Oh, okay. Well, I mean, as long as these people are part of Bullish's community, I probably won't be. I don't want to associate with anybody that's, encouraging this kind of behavior towards my community and sort of making a harboring safe space for them either. I can't get behind that. That's not what my channel stands for. I like I said, positivity, atmosphere, that's all what my channel is about. And I want people to be able to come here and know that those kind of people are not associated with C-Town. If that changes, then yeah, Bullish is potentially, going to be part of the C-Town community. But unless that changes, then, I can't do it.
It seems like suggestion is, Bullish, you remove your friends, and then I'll accept you.
Yeah, pretty much. But I have a very good reason for that. I think my explanation in the last 4-ish hours have been a very legitimate reason.
Okay. I think. Well, go ahead, Marcus.
I was just gonna say, Bullish, do you have a retort?
Yeah. So, one, I think labeling the server as a safe haven is not fair, because I've already made clear my point that those people were in there before, and it is not set up in any way to harbor that. It's just a server where I don't really want to ban people unless I absolutely need to, and I still haven't banned C-Town from it. I don't ban it. I haven't banned it. The only person I'm banning is that one guy who kept posting IP grabber links. But I mean, so kind of labeling me and my community as that, it's not fair. It's not a fair. It's not fair to do that, because what it does is it tells all your viewers to put everything that I'm associated with in a bad light immediately. Like we do, the server doesn't revolve around you. It doesn't revolve around like trying to go after you. It happens to be, you happen to be the a big hot topic right now because you stirred the pot, and it's still stirring, and not my responsibility to say, hey guys, you're not allowed to mention him if you're going to go in there and insult them. That's between you and them, okay? And I don't have a friendship on them. I don't have friendship. I'm not welcoming, hey guys, if you hate C-Town, come over here and we'll give it to him. No. That's a very demeaning label to put on me.
Well, based off of what I've seen in there, that's certainly what it seems like. And I invite everyone watching right now to go in there and check it out for themselves and just kind of scroll and read and, see what you think.
Great. Yeah. So.
And that, Bullish, in C-Town, I'm not going to let you respond, but Bullish, if you would, I have one final question for you, if you don't mind.
Go ahead.
If you had any advice for C-Town, what would that be? And then C-Town, I don't think he's going to say what you want to hear, but I think I do have a very good. I believe Bullish truly does have your good intentions at heart, and I just want, if Bullish has something to say, I really just want you to listen and just kind of listen.
Yeah. So I appreciate that, Marcus. Yeah, and I'm gonna be, I'll just put it frank. You have to do a few things here, right? You get a ton of viewers with the reactions, and if you want to keep that going, just own it, right? Just like own it and make that your character. Like, I made a character for Twitch, and that was kind of what I went with. And so, like, if I was getting offended, it was that character that was getting offended. It wasn't me that was getting offended. So if you want to keep the excitement going, if we're going to call it that, just kind of own it. And if you don't want it, which it seems like that's the case, then you got to rethink your strategy. You got to rethink your strategy on, like, do I try to make friends with these guys rather than outcasting them? Do I try to invite healthy competition? Because the competition's going to persist. The sniping's going to persist. It is not going away no matter what. Removing discords, telling people to ban, it's not going away. It's going to happen. I don't even know half the people that go after you. They come out of the woodwork somewhere. So you just invite the healthy competition, right? You get to know them. You get to know who they are. And, maybe there's the chance that they'll be like, hey, you know what? Like, I've sniped you enough. Why don't I join you for a few games, And if that doesn't happen, and it's still hell doing it, because, I do have pity for you. Like, it's probably brutal going through those hours of streams. I was stream sniped. I know what it feels like. I just had a different reaction to it. I would just try to own it. And if somebody was better than me, I just tried to suck it up and tell them, like, wow, you smoked me. You did better than me. And I didn't want to feed the fire to make it worse. And so I think that's the attitude to have if you want to be, if you want to continue with this, continue on Battlefront, got to have that mature approach to it. And you just got to own it. And, if you want to branch out to the things, you branch out to the things, but I don't want to put that on you. Like, you want to play Battlefront, and that's what you should be able to do. You should be able to play Battlefront, but you just got to tweak your strategy. You got to tweak your approach to it.
Find out how, man.
You got to figure out what things are not possible to change and what you can change. Well, you can change yourself. You can't change the snipers. You can't change the psychology of people wanting to get a rise out of you. And a lot of it is just like, they're just, dude, these guys are kids. A lot of them are just kids. And so, as frustrating as it is, you just got to kind of sometimes put your ego aside. I have an ego. I like winning, but sometimes I just got to put that aside. And especially when I do caps, like, dude, I get wrecked in caps sometimes. I hate losing, but, like, I'll get smoked sometimes, and I'll just have to be like, all right, guys, I got absolutely destroyed, and I just have to own it. And that's ultimately, I think, the best advice. I think it's trying to, like, stop the wars, trying to stop all the fights, and just be like, all right, let's refine the strategy here. And because you're not going to win what's the way you've currently been doing it. And so that's coming out of, like, genuine wanting you to be able to play this game, right? Like, I don't think ill of you. I just don't think the approach you were doing was the best approach. And so, yeah, that kind of sums it up.
I really appreciate that, Bullish. I do. And then C-Town, I know I said I wasn't going to let you talk, but I also feel like you said your piece.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't have anything else to say about this. Yeah. I think I've said everything I wanted to in regards to Bullish. Yeah.
I really appreciate you guys keeping this cordial, keeping this professional. I really think a lot of important ideas were talked about here today. And I just really want to thank you, Bullish, for coming on and being candid with us and truly expressing yourself in a good way.
Thanks. Appreciate that.
Of course.
All right.
All right. Thank you. Thank you, Bullish. for being here. C-Town, how you holding up, man?
Pretty
We've
good.
been kind of jumping on you.
Yeah.
So
we're doing good. Let
take
me just
a drink,
get some big gulps. Yeah.
Okay, you're doing good. Trust me, I'm not trying to pile on, but these people are saying really smart stuff, and it's hard for me to, not agree with good advice because we all want the same thing, C-Town. We genuinely want you to be happy, and I hope you know that from everybody that's here, even when we disagree with you, because we see your point. Your point, unfortunately, doesn't have an ending yet. We don't know how you win with your point being right. You know what I mean? No one that's been here has said that you're not being attacked. As there's like bullish slightly said in terms of that, like, these are kids, they're good people, get to learn them. I understand that you most likely don't want to make friends with your enemies anytime soon.
No.
Especially the way they've treated you.
Absolutely not.
I don't think anybody really is telling you to do that. Everything I've heard is essentially we just want you to get to a place that when these people try to fuck your life up, you can handle it. And we don't know what that is. We don't know if that's do it A, B, or C, but whatever you handling it is what I think the majority of people truly want from you, And that's just a lot of the sentiment I got from the two people who've talked so far. It's a lot of love, C-Town. I hope you feel that at least. There's a lot of people saying we want the best.
Oh, no, I'm very happy that, like, after everything that happened, and, I've tried my best to be as transparent as possible and everything, there's still a boatload of people that are on Team C-Town, which is amazing.
It's amazing.
So huge shout out to everyone in chat right now. Everyone that's, if you're not banned, congratulations, you're still my friend. So huge shout out, especially the moderators. I mean, I cannot imagine how bad it would be without the incredible moderation team I've had since then. My chat would be nuked. It would be utter chaos. It would be unstoppable without my moderation team. They lock it down and keep it under control, and you do not have to worry about coming in the chat and being, attacked, essentially.
Mm-hmm. That's huge, man. And they wouldn't be doing that if you weren't a good dude that clearly has redeemable qualities, right? Like, we love you, C-Town, and people want you to succeed at a super high level. So with all that being said, what do we got? Talk to me. We're 4-5 hours in.
We are.
I didn't think it'd go this long.
Not either. This is a very convoluted, unique situation.
Holy shit.
Yeah.
I think we've done pretty good about staying on topic. So with that being said, who do we have that still wants to talk? If not, I'd really love to get closer to wrapping this up.
Yeah, I think Princess wanted to. I saw her call me earlier. I don't know if that was a troll or not. It like covered your face on stream too. So
my face?
Yeah, like the thing popped up and it covered you. It was I was
not
like
my face.
It's just the way Discord lined up. Man. It was perfect. So
okay.
Okay, she's saying
we're not trying to discourage.
Yeah.
Right? Just because it's gone on longer, this has been awesome. Because I'm on a little side note, C-Town, I'm actually really proud of you right now. We have not really been letting up on you for 5 hours. Even me, I'll admit it. As the moderator, I took the other people's side a lot. And I just want to say, you're just doing great.
I'm all about stand my ground and show no fear. That's what I'm all about.
Well, and you're honest. You don't mind explaining yourself when challenged. And you're all the evidence,
and I will talk until you are satisfied. I will keep going.
Well, that's the competitive nature of yourself, right? Like, self-awareness is a big deal, and knowing that you're a competitive fighter who will burn the earth down to do what he feels is right is a very, very important thing to understand about yourself, because you don't always need to be that guy. And I think this is a great example of you not being that guy. As much as you disagreed, every single conversation we have had today has been cordial and polite. And a lot of people wouldn't do that. So just letting you know, giving you credit, because, I see you getting pissed and you're not yelling, and I like it.
Yeah.
Well, not pissed, but a couple times I can tell you want to say something.
You saw my reactions, yeah.
Yeah, and hey, that's the way it is, baby. So with that being said, where are we at? I'm just giving people time to ask questions.
Any questions in chat we could read off real quick, either from your end or my end. I'm scrolling right now.
I'm looking. You're way more popular than I am, C-Town, so my chat is really relaxed right now. But your chat, on the other hand, has given me a sense of accomplishment I have never felt in stream before.
Yeah, and
so
shout out to my moderators for keeping it under control, because I saw some timeouts. I saw some back and forth bickering, so, you know, I figured it was going to happen, but, you know, GG's to the moderators, because they're just...
Yeah, huge shout out to the moderators.
Yeah.
Huge shout out to the viewers. Huge shout out to the callers. I really believe this was a wonderful event. One thing, though, I got to ask you there, C-Town. I need to know. Hold on. I got to ask it correctly. I need to know, after everything that has happened in this last 5 hours, everything we've talked about, everything that has been brought up, I have 2 questions, actually.
Okay.
One, do you feel that we accomplished the goal today of what you set out to do?
Yes, in terms of just setting the record straight, in terms of making it known to the public what's happened to me and what is true, what is false, you know, who's, you know, the actual people involved, who is just, you know, not at all, who needs to stop doing what they're doing, etc. I think we really laid it out, and if someone watches this VOD, they will have a full understanding of what happened since April 2nd.
Okay.
So that was definitely the accomplishment. However, the ultimate accomplishment, in terms of getting the situation to stop, you know, I didn't think it was going to do it on a stream. Yeah. So
I'm bald, but I'm not that bald. Come on.
If we could ping the petition link in chat again. So basically, guys.
That's the pivot.
Yeah. So basically, guys.
Hold on, I got another question.
Yes.
Wait, pause.
Okay.
There is a change.org. We'll talk about it.
Okay.
So that was my first question.
Yes.
My second question, to follow up, after everything that has been said, everything that has been discussed, and everything that has been brought up, do you, C-Town, have anything to say in regards to what you will change about yourself, your behavior, or how you will act moving forward? I'm not talking about if they do this, if they do that. With nobody changing anything else at all, is there anything that you plan on doing differently moving forward?
Yeah, absolutely. So first things first, it does say it on the change.org, but I'm definitely going to try to keep the raging to a minimum. And I'm going to stop sort of trying to do pointless battles against these guys.
Against the stream snipers.
Yes, against the people against me. And then
Give me an example of a pointless battle.
So, for instance, joining Bullish's Discord server to chew out all these guys spreading a bunch of hate in there about me. Okay.
Good call. That's a really good call.
Yeah. So
is that it?
You know, that's just an example, but you know,
okay.
Belittling my teammates when they're squatting with me. Recently I've been known to do that just because I've just been so caught up in it. I've just kind of getting a little bit of tunnel vision. I think is what's been happening. And I just don't know who else to yell at because, you know,
I gotcha.
You like jazz?
You got to yell at the stream. And by at the stream, I mean, that's what you've seen my stream.
Right.
I'm a yeller. I get pissed as hell. But the moment I start to realize I have targets instead of an idea, that's when I chill. That's just a little advice, right?
Yep.
As soon as I'm yelling at Toby, like the person, that's not funny. That's not entertaining anymore. But you raging at the concept of stream snipers, that's a totally different thing, right? So, sorry, I love that. I love what you just said. So
yep.
Gets me excited.
And, you know, like I said, I know the main point right now is to not give them a reaction, but I am going to say this right now. I am going to look into other methods besides what Chef has suggested, even though I'm still going to try them. I am going to look into other methods to sort of, you know, forcefully just sort of make them not, you know, come after me, where there's just a physical barrier preventing this. Or at least reducing
proactive border.
A proactive border. Exactly. Yes.
The second part too. You can obsess over it.
Yes.
Build systems that protect you to the best ability possible while not limiting your ability to live happily.
Exactly. Basically
realistic stops.
Yes, exactly. So basically just a physical barrier that, you know,
like a condom. They break, you know.
That's
Even
one way to
condoms
put
aren't
it.
100%.
They're
So,
not, but right
let me
now I don't have
summarize.
one,
So
right?
a combination of stream delay, hiding your screen, like you got to do all the stuff.
I tried
stop
all
making
that.
nothing. And you got to keep doing it. Every stream, C-Town.
Well, I'm talking
you
about
wanna
something
be
entirely
successful?
new.
Well, and on top of that, every time you build a house, no matter if it's been a day or 1,000 years, you have to have a foundation because it is a fundamental step of building a home. If you want to be a professional stream sniper, if you want to be a professional streamer, you also, as well as doing the creative stuff, you also have to always do the basics of keeping yourself protected. It's just the reality. And the more you do it, the easier it becomes. And now it's not an extra step, it's just a step. Part of going live is doing this to make the stream snipers have a harder chance. Right now, it's a bitch because you don't want to have to do these extra steps. But turning extra steps into part of the process, it's peace of mind all day, C-Town.
That's pretty much what I'm going for in the long run, too, is just so I can just play the game in peace and I can go back to just, you know, Bullish earlier was talking about he enjoys sweating his ass off. I don't, because I stream longer than him.
Yeah.
You know, I want to go to...
whatever the reasons.
Like,
You're not a sweat, he is.
Well, not even that. I mean, I just want to just chill, play the game, be able to read chat, show off my mods. I just, you know, I'm not looking to be the #1 player in the world. You know, that's not even feasible. You know, especially with these guys that I have to go up against anyways, you know? It's not worth it. So I'm just trying to have the best general Battlefront 2 stream, you know, on Twitch. That's
man.
You know, that's essentially what the plan is here, you know.
And we want it for you. All your viewers deserve you every time, happy, having a good stream. And that's why it's what you work for. I've been trying not to read the chat, but Kovak, you gave me a launch. I have to.
Oh, what do we got? What do we got?
I have to say what Kovak
What do we got?
said.
What do we got?
Okay, Kovak said, I wish we did not have to tell C-Town to do better. Why can't it be us saying stop stream sniping to the low-lifers? And now, Kovak, you just touched my heart. And let me tell you why. Because every single one of us wants that. Me, Chef, God, I keep forgetting his name.
Bullish?
Bullish. I'm sorry, Bullish. I don't know why I can't remember it. But the point being, I promise you, all three of us, if we could, we would look those, and Bullish being friends with them, I'm talking about the people who threatened your life and whatever. I guarantee you, C-Town, if we could realistically do it, we would protect you. The reason why we're telling you we can't and that we shouldn't have to is because we truly understand that it is an unwinnable fight. We are choosing to fight the battles that we can win, not the battles that we want to. Because trust me, man, it's so easy to go, leave him alone, get fucked, because we all believe in the same thing. We want you to play. We want you to be happy. But we all understand that that's not the solution. It's not, man. It's not. And if we told you anything other than that, it would be disingenuous to us. It would be, to you, it'd be disingenuous to you because we'd be giving you bad advice. We'd be giving you advice that would keep you fighting. We would be giving you advice that keeps you arguing because nothing we would say would ever stop the stream snipers. Like we said before with Bolus, he could ban every single person in his stream. Not a thing would change.
No, but, you know, at least I'd be able to morally accept him in my social circle, you know? That whole thing was mainly just for the benefit of me and him's relationship, and that's it. I didn't think that was going to solve the situation. Yeah. And, you know, it's just unfortunate. Try. Yeah, exactly. I got to try. Because I don't want to break a friendship as well as ban someone if I don't have to. And unfortunately, in this situation, if I don't, what does that say about me? Where I'm associating with a guy that associates with people that are tormenting me on Battlefront.
See, the wildest part for me is that you are so okay with your hacking when so many people would say that what you did is very wrong, including myself. But ultimately, I look past that because the totality of you as a person is a good person. So why do you accept that for yourself, but you won't give that to Bullis?
Because the difference in terms of the conditions that I'm in versus the conditions that he's in. So
you're kind of you feel justified?
Yes, absolutely justified, because these people.
So violence is okay if it's justified.
Absolutely. I mean, you know, I see this as a form of a more advanced level of self-defense, really, because you have these people absolutely just tormenting me on the game. There is nothing I can do about them besides not play the game, right? So, I mean, what are my options?
Well, try to make peace.
Well,
you
I
still
tried that
haven't
a while
tried.
ago.
Yeah. How'd you try to make peace?
Simply just asking them to stop, which I know that sounds really lame, but, you know.
No, that's
the problem minimum. Is there's no bargaining power, you know? That's the problem.
That's why you shouldn't be bargaining. This is not a business exchange. This is not a goods and services. Nothing about this is fair, equal, or balanced. This is a behavior versus behavior fight, really.
Yep.
There's no fairness to it. It is one person's behavior and another person's behavior, not disagreeing, but blasting into each other. Ultimately.
And so, like I said,
in terms of, go ahead.
No, and like I said, like, I am not proud of what I've done to, like, allow me to play the game in peace, but my options are very limited. So, I mean, what am I supposed to do? It's you know, just keep asking yourself that when you think about C-Town having Kobewans act as his bodyguard. What else is he supposed to do besides not play the game?
A lot of the stuff that we suggested. I mean, there's been a handful of suggestions on different ways to act with them, different ways that could have been handled. I mean, there's still plenty of options. I understand why you feel so stuck, because you know very well, like, what you want to do. That definition of what you want to do is 100% unobtainable. You can't just log in, stream, and play Battlefront. As unfair as it is, that's very much off the table for you.
I used to
so
be
if
able
that's
to,
off the table, instead of spending all the energy trying to get back what you can't, finding a way to change and be different moving forward, it's such a more realistic outcome. And honestly, I really believe that you have done that. While you've been fighting, you still were putting up barriers. I saw you playing different games certain days. You locked up your accounts and your socials to try to protect. So it hasn't just been C-Town going, everybody go screw themselves. I'm only going to fight, and it's my only option. Right? So I want to give you some credit for what has been observed of you doing more than just fire with fire, right? Because we've been saying that a lot. It's like, C-Town, you're sinking down to their level. And I don't think you are. That statement to me is not, you are only sinking down to their level. We've had a lot of conversations offline. And you're never saying, like, these guys should burn in hell. These guys are pieces of, like, most of the time you're just like, I wish they would leave me alone, Markus. And it's that piece and what you have to do that I think we need to separate, because this desire is stopping you. The I just want to play desire is stopping you from actually moving forward. And I don't think this changes with one stream. I think it changes with, we just keep trying things until we find a solution.
And, the solution,
I don't want you to give up, C-Town.
No, I'm not. But, it's safe to say the solution might end up just being waiting for the next Star Wars multiplayer shooter. That it could turn out to be that. But like I said, we had some suggestions earlier by Chef DeLorean, which have, already been suggested before. And I'm going to look into how these servers really work in terms of coding.
Yeah.
Because maybe there is a way for me to do something to stop them, in that sense, And if
the whole idea is you don't stop.
Right. And if they get in once in a while, no big deal. I'm not saying I'm trying to be perfectly immune, but I think it's safe to say we can do a lot better than 100% of the time I'm getting fucked with, or 99.9% or whatever. I think that's a very legitimate and reasonable claim there.
Absolutely. And ultimately, that's where we need to keep the attention, that goal. Because a lot of times you say the but, the well, the shouldas, stop there. right? Like, and now I'm just talking more like I'm sorry, I'm getting off the thing a little bit, but in a world of behavioral changes, you have to find the things that actually make behavior change. A lot of times it starts with that revelation, right? Is before you were just like, these stream snipers, they're making everything awful. And then later on we heard like, can't we just get like 50%, which again is EA, all these things you were saying is out of your power. What you just said right there, C-Town, that is you. You have 100% power of what you just said. I'm going to do what I can to try to not be in my game every time. And then when they do show up, I'll make the best of it. Every single part of that is you and your power. And it's just, when you watch, I hope you watch this back, because when you watch this back, I think you'll understand why I'm saying this right now, based off of a lot of stuff we were talking about earlier. So anyway, off of my soapbox or my rant aside, how we doing, man?
So there's a lot of questions whether or not Small Town is going to speak, and I have not seen him whatsoever today. If you remember earlier, Markus, Small Town is once again one of the other streamers on a way different level than Bullish or Simply. I mean, he is like encouraging this while he's live streaming. It's insane. And I would love for him to come on and see what he has to say, because there's a lot of really outrageous accusations he has towards me. And like I said, he's just involving himself in this beef when I didn't even know the guy.
I'm going to reach out to him, see if he'll do an interview with Just Me.
Yeah, absolutely. I would love to see what he has to say. I'm banned from the guy's Discord server, and I'm assuming he's got me on his block list on Discord, so I can't, not a whole lot I can do from my end.
I'll reach out,
but
I don't mind interviewing people.
I just don't get it. I did nothing to the guy, He's got this really, really weird, and not just him, but a lot of people in the community just have this really weird, delusional, twisted fantasy about me and whoever involved in this, and it's just not true. And they're not doing anything to verify it, which versus me, I'm verifying stuff. I'm explaining things. And they're not doing that. So.
And you don't have any control over that, but I understand, because it's like, why won't you do what will make the world better? I get it, man. It's a question I ask myself a lot.
Yep.
And but so with that being said, I think I will reach out to him, see if I could get a statement or an interview. And I mean, honestly, man, I really feel like we touched all of the bases here.
Yeah, I think so. Yep. And just a reminder to everybody, so can we drop the
the
change.org link?
Now's the time.
So I typed up a little just brief overview of everything we've talked about in the last 5 hours or so. And then at the bottom of it, I set some conditions for myself to follow, for the stream snipers to follow, for the other streamers that are, have communities that are against mine. And then, of course, the people going out doxing and hacking and whatever right now. So they're essentially null and void if either A, not everyone, follows them involved, and or B, not everyone even acknowledges or signs it. But I got to throw it out there. I'm not very confident that everyone's going to be down with that I want to sign and, and accept this contract, so to speak, or this treaty or whatever. Ultimatum. But I got to throw it out there because that's the kind of person I am. I have to offer it anyways.
Hey, and if that's what you got to do to try to find peace, you do what you got to do. The most important thing is you don't just sit doing the same thing over and over, just getting more angry. Because like he said, change.org, there is a petition for that. The only thing with change.org, I don't know if you need to make an account or not.
Yeah, you do.
Okay. So in that world, but also change.org is one option. Another option is to reach out with an olive branch, the same way C-Town did. You may be banned from his servers, his stuff, but I guarantee you, if you guys are in this situation, you know who he knows. You got me, you got other content creators who are clearly still in contact with C-Town. Peace is the point here, people. Okay, we have a lot of charged alpha personalities who I think are sick and tired of fighting. I know one is C-Town. And for those who are sick of fighting, I think it's time to stop. I really do. Because not only, and stop doesn't mean we all agree and kiss on the lips. Stop means that we accept the differences and find peace. It's time for peace.
And here's the problem.
Yeah,
if
what
we
would
don't
Yoda
stop,
do?
Okay, because if this keeps going on, if this does not stop, I promise you guys, more people are probably going to get doxxed, and it has nothing to do with me, okay? Dude. More people are potentially going to be attacked and harassed and whatever on Battlefront. Yeah. More people are going to have a bunch of hackers ruining their games, including me.
Yeah.
So we don't stop it now, I truly believe that somebody somewhere, and it might even be me, it might be, another stream sniper or whatever, somebody out there somewhere could potentially get hurt, like physically hurt over a video game. And I do not want to be connected to that whatsoever.
Yeah. And it's wrong. It shouldn't happen, man. We're all gamers. We love gaming. Let's not be the ones who destroy the thing we love the most. All right? And I just want you guys to say, man, thank you again, C-Town. I really do appreciate you using me to share your story. It meant a lot. It really does.
Absolutely. Yep. This is going to be the most important stream I do this year. So,
C-Town. And also one thing too, is this is more of a personal note from you to me. Just kidding. From me to you is you're not alone, brother. Like, you don't only need to reach out to us when you're at that limit. Okay. If you need backup, right, call the people who care, because it takes a village to truly handle big situations. And you have a village of people who care for you, and don't let that wonderfully powerful ego of yours stop you from letting people care.
Do you feel like I tried to do a lot of this by myself?
Yeah, I mean this with love. I feel like you didn't listen to anybody. I mean it with love, C-Town, but I promise you a bunch of people were trying to get you to stop. Not because they felt you were wrong, but because they saw what was happening to you. They want you happy, brother. They don't want you fighting if you don't have to. We understand that this scenario, you have to fight. Now, how you fight changes, but ultimately, I promise you, we just want you happy. Every one of us. It's important, man. It's really important. Because you're going to kill it. You're at 70 fucking plus people. Yeah. And they wouldn't be. Even the haters, man, they're still listening. So it shows something. You have something that people want to listen to. And let's not let a war of attrition be the thing that stops that. Cool?
Yep, absolutely.
Whew. So, with that being said, I got to go. I'm sweating.
So am I.
Fat and tired. It's 8:20. It's 8:20 at night, and I'm still at my computer.
Where I am.
So,
and I got work
with that being
morning.
said, shameless plug. Come check out Markus. He's lonely. I'm on the YouTube, but please, somebody come see.
You should come back to Twitch.
Said,
I know you got your gripes with Twitch, man, but you should come back to Twitch.
I got nothing but love for Twitch. The only reason, my country internet. Twitch kills me, man. I can't stream on it because my internet's not good. At least on YouTube, I don't get kicked offline all the time. I'm working really hard to try to restream so I could do both. Because I love YouTube and I love Twitch.
Right, yeah.
I got no problem with either. I just, from a technical standpoint, I have to be on YouTube. It sucks. Not sucks because I don't like it, but sucks because I love Twitch.
Right.
I love raids. I love the community. It's just, Twitch is good.
Yep.
So I am on Twitch. I stream in the mornings doing gym exercises. I'm so fat. It's crazy. And then in the afternoons, I try to do the online stuff.
Can we get an exclamation point Markus drop in the chat, guys? All his links right there. Go check him out on YouTube. He does more variety than I do, which is crazy. I'm over here glued to Battlefront and maybe an occasional Fortnite game here and there. So go check him out, guys. He's got a lot of variety there.
Well, C-Town, the world's listening. What do you got to say to him?
All I can say is may the force be with us, because it's out of my hands now. It's up to the Battlefront community to work
Kovak
with me to help bring an end to this. So
WWYD, buddy.
Yep.
What would Yoda do? All right, friends. Well, C-Town's community, and all the wonderful people out there. Thank you for being here. Thank you for being a part of the show. C-Town, we'll probably debrief tomorrow.
Okay.
And from the bottom of my heart to the top of yours.
Absolutely,
I'll see
Markus.
you guys on the next one. Much love, y'all.
We'll see
ya.
ya.